to talk to Congress on a regular basis, as they have been this past several weeks. And we're going to continue talking to negotiators on the Hill, to congressional members and staff on the Hill, and we will continue to have those conversations. But the President wants to see this on his desk to sign as soon as possible.
Will the White House weigh in at all in terms of the final legislative language and text and specific things that the White House would like to see?
I don't have any specifics on any pieces of the legislation and our involvement there. What we will say is we want to see this move quickly. The President wants to see this move quickly. This is about saving lives, and we think, again, this is a step forward in getting that done. Legislating is, when you think about legislating, it's about negotiating. It's about getting to a place where both sides can come to an agreement, and this is a bipartisan handshake, a framework, as you all know, and we're pleased by that, and we want to get that done.
One other question. Over the weekend before the President left Los Angeles, he was asked whether he had decided to go to Saudi Arabia, and his answer was no, not yet. And there was a follow-up question, and then he said, that's the reason I'm going. So can you settle it? Is he going? Is he not going? Just tell us.
I don't have anything to announce for you today. But let me just say this. When the President's ready to make that announcement, that's when we will. But we continue to plan for a trip to Israel and Saudi Arabia. This would be an opportunity for the President to engage with leaders from across the Middle East region. Again, I don't have anything to announce for you today. If you think about the focus, what the focus would be and the agenda, it's on delivering results for the American people. That is what the President, when he has these leader conversation, that is the number one priority, those strategic partnership with those leaders and making sure that it indeed delivers for the American people. And so in this particular case, if this were to happen, or when we are ready to announce, if and when we are ready to announce, it would be about diplomacy, leading through diplomacy to bring stability to the Middle East region, which he has talked about himself. But again, I don't have anything further to preview at this time.
Thank you.
Last week you said that when the President met with the parents in Uvalde, they told him they just wanted to see some action, that they wanted to see Congress can, quote, put their politics aside and come in a bipartisan way and deliver something. Does this agreement that was announced yesterday deliver on what those parents in Uvalde were telling the President that they wanted to see?
Well, let me just make clear. What he heard, and all of you may have heard from the folks in the community as well, is to do something. And so the President has called on Congress to do something. They are doing something. Now, does this framework has everything that the President wants, or that everything that the President has called for? It does not. And the President's going to continue to fight for the renew our ban on assault weapons, for making sure that we confirm Steve Dettelbach to lead ATF, right, which is something that we believe is going to happen, and so expanding background checks to keep guns out of the hands of criminals. So there are things that he wants to continue to see done, but again, this is about saving lives, and this is what's important right now, and this is a step towards that direction.
You said repeatedly now for several weeks that the President was going to give lawmakers time and space, and in the statement he said yesterday, as you just said, that it didn't do everything that he thinks is needed. If he had gotten involved, is there something now where we are at this point in the conversation and negotiations? If he had gotten off the sidelines, is there one thing that could have ended up in the agreement that he would have liked to?
So I disagree with the framing of that question. The President has been involved. He has been involved since, I would say, day one of his administration, the first couple of days that he's walked into his administration. And what I mean by that is the executive actions that he took very early on, and the most executive actions than any president president at this time of his presidency when it comes to dealing with a public health epidemic, which is gun violence. And so he put that forward. He did everything at the time that he can from his perch and making sure that we deal with this epidemic. He has said if there's anything more he can do on the executive action side, he will take a look. His team will take a look. He's talked about it, most recently State of the Union, and also the first joint address. So he has been vocal. He has been talking about this. He also did a primetime delivery to the American people that you all know that was about almost 2 weeks ago. So he has been involved, and to say that he hasn't been is just not true. Next. I'm sorry.
I meant in the negotiations with this.
But no, but more broadly, he has been involved, and he had Chris Murphy here just last week to get a download on the negotiations from him directly, and I think that shows involvement, and that shows him wanting to make sure that we push this forward. Go ahead.
Thanks, Green. On Saudi Arabia, briefly, just to circle back on Darlene's question, the president seemed to say over the weekend that his trip would not focus on energy. You said just now that any trip to the region will focus on delivering results for the American people. If that's the case, why not make energy a major topic of the trip, considering gas prices are such a big part of what?
Let me first say there's no trip to announce at this point.
He's been talking about it.
I'm just saying that there's nothing to preview for you at this time, but I'll say this, to view engagement with Saudi Arabia on energy security as asking for oil is simply wrong, and a misunderstanding of both the complexity of that issue and our multifaceted discussions with the Saudis. That said, Saudi Arabia is the chair, as you know, of OPEC Plus and its largest exporter. Of course, we discuss energy with Saudi government as we do with oil producers around the world, and we welcome its leadership in achieving a consensus amongst the group members last week.
Just briefly on Afghanistan, if you could, nearly half of Afghans are starving or don't have enough food. Is the administration considering doing more to send direct aid to Afghanistan, not just the United Nations, even if that means recognizing the Taliban?
I don't have anything further on what else we might be doing as aid to the people of Afghanistan. As you know, we have announced humanitarian aid that go directly to the people and not to the government. But I don't have anything further to share on that. Okay.
Are you sort of in a rock and a hard place position here? If the president were to go to Saudi Arabia, would you not see a benefit in embracing the idea that with gas prices at record levels, of course you would speak to the kingdom and its role in OPEC Plus in trying to increase supply? So why not embrace that? Because if you're going to go to Saudi Arabia, wouldn't that be a benefit for the president to try to deliver on that, even though there are some political downsides to doing that domestically as well?
Well, I think what we're trying to say is that there are more complexities to that issue, and it's multifaceted discussions with Saudi Arabia, and it is an array of agenda that we would potentially be talking about. Look, I want to be careful because we don't have a trip to preview for you at this time. But I also, as I said, Saudi Arabia is the chair of OPEC and it's the largest exporter, so we talk to them like we do with any other oil producers around the world. So there's no difference there. But again, I don't want to go into specifics.
Just on the surface, understanding no trip has been announced yet. We'll get there when we get there. But the idea that the president would engage with Saudi and not talk about oil production and gas prices when Americans are at the highest level they've been in a long time just doesn't make sense to me. It would seem the White House would embrace that as one of the many complex issues you would deal with Saudi Arabia. And we've all been covering Saudi Arabia's relationship, which has been fraught on many levels with the United States for a long time. So we know there are many issues.
Yeah.
But you're not avoiding saying he's going to be dealing with.
What I did say is, of course, he will be. They will discuss energy with the Saudi government. I think what I'm trying to say is to look at this trip as it being only about oil is not. It would be simply wrong to do that. So we just wanted to be very clear on that regard. Okay.
Thanks, Corinne. President Biden once bragged about the stock market hitting record after record after record on my watch. How about now?
Meaning the stock market.
All the gains from President Biden's time in office have been wiped out.
So, as you know, we're watching closely. We know families are concerned about inflation in the stock market. That is something that the president is really aware of. And so, look, we face global challenges. We've talked about this. We're not the only country dealing with what we're seeing at the moment as it relates to inflation. You know, Putin's price hike, inflation coming out of a once in a generation global pandemic. All of those things play a factor. And but the way that we see this is that the American people are well positioned to face these challenges because of the economic historic gains that we have made under this president in the last 16 months.
Okay, so as you say that Americans are well positioned to weather this stock market decline, what is the president's message to somebody who might want to retire, but their 401k is getting wiped out?
So we know that high prices are having a real effect on people's lives. We get that, and we are incredibly focused on doing everything that we can to make sure that the economy is working for every American people. But we are coming out of the strongest job market in American history, and that matters. And that a lot of that is thanks to the American Rescue Plan, which only Democrats voted for that. Republicans did not, and it led to this economic boom, this historic economic boom that we're seeing
Didn't it
with
also
jobs.
lead to historic inflation?
No, that is not how we're seeing the American Rescue Plan. Look, the president came in. We have to remember what the president walked into. When he walked into this administration, the economy was at a standstill. Schools were closed, businesses were shutting down, 20 million people were on unemployment insurance benefits. That is what he walked into. And he took action. He got the American Rescue Plan done. Only Democrats voted for it, and it helped turn the economy around, including getting more than 200 million people vaccinated, having a comprehensive vaccination plan that was not in place when he walked into the administration.
Okay, and then quickly, is the president running for re-election?
He has, first of all, let's reset for a second. I cannot talk about elections. I cannot be a political analyst from here, or the midterms or anything like that, or including 2024. The president, as you know, has been asked that question many times, and he has answered it. His answer has been pretty simple, which is yes, he's running for re-election. I can't say more than that. Okay.
Great, thank you. Back on the discussions with the gun framework, you said he spoke with Senator Murphy. You say negotiators continue to talk to people here at the White House. Has the president himself spoken with any other Republicans engaged in the negotiations?
I hear the question. I don't have any calls to preview or read out to you at this time.
Did he? I know he was flying this morning during the latest January 6th hearing, but has he had a chance to go back and watch any of it, or is somebody keeping him updated on developments? What does he make
So,
of it all?
as you know, the president's very busy today, so he won't be catching it blow by blow, but he'll get updates from his staff.
You know who's been giving him the updates?
I don't have a person to share with who's been giving an update.
And has he been briefed on the arrest of the 31 men found inside a U-Haul truck near a Pride event in Idaho?
Yes, he's been briefed.
Thank you.
Okay. All right. Well, move on then. Go ahead.
I wanted to switch gears to Brexit for a moment. Britain, Boris Johnson's party published today plans to override some of the post-Brexit trade rules for Northern Ireland. I know Blinken told Foreign Secretary Truss that to continue good faith negotiations with the EU to reach a solution that preserves the Belfast Good Friday Agreement. But I know that Boris Johnson characterized the changes as relatively trivial, and I wanted to know if the White House agreed with that.
So the U.S. priority remains protecting the gains of the Belfast Good Friday Agreement and preserving peace, stability, and prosperity for the people of Northern Ireland. We have welcomed the provisions in the EU-UK EU-UK Trade and Cooperation Agreement and the Northern Ireland Protocol as a way to manage the practical challenges of preserving distinct EU and UK markets while preventing the return of customs infrastructure on the land border. We recognize there have been challenges over the implementation of the Northern Ireland Protocol. We urge the UK and the EU to return to talks to resolve these differences. We support a strong and close EU-UK partnership. Transatlantic peace, security, and prosperity are best served by a strong UK, a strong EU, and the closest possible relationship between the two.
Thank you. And if I could just follow up quickly, will this become an impediment to the U.S.-UK trade dialogue talks in Boston, or a potential future U.S.-UK trade deal?
No, I don't believe it will be. Go ahead.
Back on the Saudi issue for a second, does President Biden believe that Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman was responsible for Jamal Khashoggi's?
I mean, we've spoken to this before. I think he was asked this question directly recently last week. Look, the president is focused on getting things done for the American people. That is engagement, leader-to-leader engagement around the world. He takes that very seriously, and he takes delivering for the American people very seriously. If he determines that the interests of the United States to engage with a foreign leader and that such an engagement can deliver results, then he'll do so. And so, as you have heard us say, Saudi Arabia has been a partner to the United States for more than 80 years, an important partner on a host of initiatives that we are working on both in the region and around the world.
On the question that I asked, though, does he believe that MBS was responsible for Khashoggi's death?
So we issued when the president came into office, the murder of Jamal Khashoggi was something that we and so many others around the world took very, very seriously. He issued an extensive report on Khashoggi's murder, and we instituted the so-called Khashoggi ban to make sure that any country that seeks to use tools of repression against people abroad who criticize their government will pay a price. We've used it multiple times since, and we imposed sanctions or visa restrictions on over 70 Saudi individuals and entities, including the Saudi Royal Guards, Rapid Intervention Force. And as we emphasized then, it was also important to reorient but not rupture relations with Saudi Arabia. So we took that incredibly seriously, and the president has spoken to this before, and I'm going to just let his words stand. Go ahead. I've already answered the question. Go ahead.
Regarding all the trapped agriculture exports in Ukraine, there's been some reporting that there was a cable sent from the Biden administration kind of warning African nations to not buy grain from Russia under the pretense that it may be stolen from Ukraine. Is the White House warning African nations like Senegal to not buy any grain from Russia right now?
I can't speak to the wire that you're speaking of right now, but what I can say is we are working with other countries to prevent the sale of grain that has likely been stolen from Ukraine.
Would there be any consequences for nations if they do buy grain from Russia at this time?
That's a hypothetical that I'm just not going to answer from here.
Sure. Recently, the family of Ahmad Sharji told CBS he's an American-Iranian citizen who's detained in Iran 4 years ago. His family told our colleague Margaret Brennan that they've requested a meeting with the president numerous times, does not receive a response from the White House. Their latest request was a couple weeks ago. They also haven't received a request from the State Department. Is there any update on when this meeting may take place?
I don't have an update for you. I'm happy to check with the team. That is also a question for State Department as they handle those types of engagement situations. As you know, the president is committed to bringing home U.S. nationals that are being held abroad, and that is a commitment that he has made to the American people.
Does the president think the Fed is running the risk of hiking rates too quickly as it tries to tame inflation? There are some reports suggesting that there's going to be a larger rate hike than we expected on Wednesday.
The president believes, as you heard from him directly multiple times, and even in his op-ed most recently, that the Federal Reserve needs to have their independence, and he wants to give them their space to make their own decision, monetary decision, on how to deal with inflation. The Fed has made that a priority, and so that is what the president believes, and I'll leave it as that.
Just one more follow-up question. The U.S. Ambassador to Beijing, Nick Burns, said over the weekend that the U.S.-China relationship is at its lowest moment since 1972, given the aggressive comments by China's defense minister on Taiwan. Is the president have any plans to speak with President Xi Jinping?
So let me just say this, since you asked a question about China. The National Security Advisor, Jake Sullivan, met today with Chinese Communist Party Marlboro member and director of the Office of the Foreign Affairs Commission in Luxembourg. The meeting was about 4.5 hours long. This meeting, which followed their May 18th phone call, included candid, substantive, and productive discussion of a number of regional and global security issues, as well as key issues in U.S.-China relations. Sullivan understood the importance of maintaining open lines of communication to manage competition between our two countries. To your question on a POTUS-Xi meeting, Nancy? But nothing to announce on POTUS-Xi meeting at this time. As you know, they last talked on the phone, as I just mentioned, on March 18th. We will continue to maintain open lines of communication with China.
Well, what about even just a phone call, not having?
I don't have anything to preview at this time.
I mean, just building on Nancy, does the president want to talk to Xi Jinping by the end of the year?
I just don't have anything to preview. As you know, and I said this moments ago, leader-to-leader conversations and communication is important to the president as we deal with important issues across the globe. I just don't have anything for you right now.
On Roe versus Wade, when the president was in California, he spoke to Jimmy Kimmel, and he said that there were some executive orders under consideration if Roe v. Wade was overturned. Can you share a little bit about what is being considered?
I don't. We don't have anything to preview at this time. Yes, I remember. I was there. I remember the president saying that. We just don't have anything to share at this moment.
Specific areas where the administration feels it has some space.
The team is looking into it. We just don't have anything for you at this time.
Just one more. At the Summit of the Americas, the Argentine president Alberto Fernandez, he invited Biden to speak at the next plenary of CELAC, where he's the pro tem president. Is that an invitation that the president is considering?
We don't have anything to preview or announce at this time.
Great. I had a question about China and tariffs. With inflation still an issue, there's been some pressure on President Biden to lift some of the tariffs on China, but it's also meeting some resistance from union members as he heads tomorrow to the AFL-CIO. What does he want to see done as it relates to China and tariffs?
As you know, the president has asked his team to look at that particular issue. He will make a decision on that. I don't want to get ahead of it. So that is going to be for the president to speak to when he's ready.
And what's the time frame?
I don't have a time frame.
And just to follow up on MBS, I heard you mention the report, but does the president believe that MBS is responsible for Khashoggi's death? I didn't hear you sort of engage with that part of the question.
I mean, the president has talked about that. I've been asked about comments that he's made during the campaign. He stands by those comments. What I'm trying to say is that, the president said this last week. He's not going to change his view on human rights, and he'll quote him right now. But as president of the United States, my job is to bring peace if I can, and that's what I'm going to try to do. And that's how he answered the question when he was.
It's a generalized statement. I mean, this is a very specific question about what he believes.
Look, we put measures in place. We put out a report last year on that particular, the serious nature of what happened, and we take that very, very seriously. The president has spoken to it himself, and I'm going to leave his words as he has said himself. Leave his words stand. Okay.
I want to follow first on the Chinese goods and tariffs question. How quickly does the White House anticipate it would take for Americans to feel the effects on the price of goods if it lifts tariffs on some of these products?
I mean, the president hasn't made a decision on that, so that's a hypothetical that I actually can't answer.
Does the White House feel that it would have a significant effect on inflation?
Again, I mean, that is a decision that is going to be put together and by his team, and the president's going to make a decision. That's a hypothetical I literally cannot answer.
And one last thing on the January 6th hearings. Based on the evidence that lawmakers have presented so far, does the president believe that Attorney General Merrick Garland should prosecute former President Donald Trump?
Look, the president has said this before in voicing his support for the vital work of the bipartisan January 6th Select Committee. And as Kevin McCarthy said just days after the attack, we cannot sweep this under the rug. We agree all Americans should watch and remember the horrors of one of the darkest days in our history. But this is up to the Department of Justice. This is the Department of Justice, and the president has been very clear. Department of Justice is independent. The president chose Attorney General Garland because of his loyalty to the law and our Constitution, and to restore the independence and integrity of the Justice Department. And that's exactly what the Attorney General is doing. So we leave it up to the Department of Justice. Okay.
Has the president spoken to Senator Schumer since the agreement on guns was reached?
I don't have a call to read out for you.
And on the arrests in Idaho over the weekend, what was the president's reaction when he was briefed? And what, if anything, has the administration done in response?
So that's still under investigation. I can't speak to that from here. Go to some people I haven't gone to. No one up here. Okay. Go ahead.
Thanks, Karina. A question on gas prices. They hit an average of over $5 this weekend. So I was wondering, is the administration reconsidering the idea of a federal gas tax holiday, and what other things are you guys thinking about around the table?
So, don't have anything new for you. We don't have anything new for you to announce on gas prices or the gas tax. But as you know, gas prices are up nearly $2, and that has been the case per gallon. That has been the case since Putin started to threaten the borders of Ukraine with the troop enforcement at the border. The U.S. is on track to produce a record amount of oil next year. We are releasing a record 1 million barrels of oil per day from the Strategic Petroleum Reserve that has been for 6 months. We've rallied our partners to join us, releasing an additional 240 million barrels of oil, and that has been because of the president's leadership. We've also expanded access to E15, which will lower prices for thousands of gasoline stations, including families in the Middle East. So that was an important move. And as I mentioned before, we welcome the production increase announced by OPEC Plus to increase global supply. And if the president had not taken these actions, we would not have been able to blunt what we're seeing now, the prices. It would have been even worse. But as far as anything new to share, we don't have anything new to share on that.
The president expressed some real frustration with Exxon last week. Is he reaching out to these CEOs? Is there talk about having a meeting with them? Is there anything like that on the table?
So in just the first 3 months of this year, just to give you a little bit of why the president made those comments. Last week, Exxon made $8.8 billion in profits. That's triple what they made during the same time last year, and the most they've made in nearly a decade. Those record profits aren't because they produced more oil. In fact, Exxon produced less oil this quarter than any quarter since 1999. Oil companies making their largest profits in years have a choice to put money into producing and refining oil, or to put it into the pockets of wealthy shareholders while American families suffer at the pump. Exxon made that choice. They made the choice this quarter. Exxon announced that it is tripling its buybacks to $30 billion. So look, we're on track, as I just mentioned, to reach record levels of production next year, but oil companies also need to do their part as well. And that's why the president was very, very clear about what he said last week. Okay.
Thank you, Corinne. A couple questions, please.
Sure.
So, as the Ukraine war drags on and the food crisis, the resulting food crisis is clearly not going away, it's not getting worse. There seems to be pressure growing in Europe from some of the US allies to get Ukraine to a point where they're going to make some kind of deal with the Russians, or at least some sort of ceasefire, anything, primarily for the food situation. So ahead of the president's trip to Europe this month, would you say his emphasis remains on helping Ukraine fight, or is it starting to shift into a place where the U.S. is going to be asking Ukraine to find a way to stop them?
Well, I mean, the president's been very clear, nothing about Ukraine without Ukraine, right? I mean, he's been very clear about that. He wrote an op-ed in the New York Times reiterating those comments. We are going to continue to assist Ukraine in helping to defend their democracy. Again, we've said this many times, this is Putin's war. This is Putin's aggression. Unprovoked aggression onto another country's sovereignty. This is Putin's war to end, and not Ukraine. Ukraine needs to defend its country, and they have done that in an incredibly impressive of way. And we hope that it would end with negotiations, but right now we don't see that coming from the Kremlin, and so we want to make sure we put Ukraine in the strongest possible place so that if that time comes, they can do that. When it comes to grain exports and what you're asking me about food insecurity, this is a priority for the president. He's spoken to this. Again, Russia has been repeatedly damaging grain storage facilities in Ukraine, stealing Ukrainian grain, and actively blocking the export of food from Ukrainian ports, increasing world hunger. Russia could immediately seize its war in Ukraine, which is devastating global food security, and allow the free flow of Ukrainian food and agricultural exports.
Quick domestic one, please. Most presidents, I'm guessing, would say they don't pay attention to the polls. But does President Biden feel any concern that his approval rating is really pretty amazingly low and consistently low? I believe today went under the average, went under 40% for the first time.
The president's focus on delivering for the American people. That's his focus right now.
Inflation has been above 5% for an entire year now. Why did the president wait until almost December to decide who would be leading the Federal Reserve?
The president has taken the economy as a whole and inflation very seriously, especially these past several months, and making sure that he does everything he can when it comes to, as we know, inflation is increasing costs in two important areas for the American people: food and gas. I've listed out the things that the president has done, and so that hasn't changed. It has been a priority. That's why we see the economy in a stronger place than it's been, a historic place than it's been in decades. And so the president's going to continue to do that work. We do have a Federal Reserve, the chair and others in place. We're going to leave that and make sure that they're independent. Leave the work to them. They have the strongest tools in dealing with inflation. They have made this a priority, and so we're going to leave it to them. All right, go ahead. I'm going to move on. Go ahead.
Thank you, Karine. Over the weekend, a crisis pregnancy center in Oregon was firebombed. That's the fourth one so far. And then last weekend, of course, a would-be assassin was arrested outside the home of Justice Kavanaugh. I know that the administration condemns violence, and you've said as much several times previously, but I'm wondering, is there anything that the president is doing to cool passions before the Dobbs decision drops?
You mean as it relates to the decision? So, wanted to be really clear. the Department of Justice, as it relates to Kavanaugh, has U.S. Marshals providing support to the Supreme Court Marshal, and the President supports legislation to fund increased security for court and judges. And it is now been reported that the Marshals, our administration assigned to help protect judges, were instrumental in the person not accomplishing the horrible deed he set out to do. This is the threat that we saw against Kavanaugh. And so we have taken this very seriously. Like you said, we have condemned it. The President has, and we will continue to do so. Any intimidation or threats against judges is something that we take very seriously. And so, one of the reasons the act did not happen last week was because the Department of DOJ took that very seriously from the beginning when we were hearing the threats and the intimidation, and put U.S. Marshals there.
With regard to some of the arson that we've been seeing around the country?
Well, that's something clearly that DOJ is looking into, and they've taken that very seriously. We have seen an uptick of that type of arson and bombing and or attempt to bomb, as we saw just recently over the weekend. And so, again, that's for the DOJ is taking that very seriously, and they're going to continue to do so.
One quick follow-up.
Bless you, Chris.
Jen was asked about some of these protests that were occurring outside of Supreme Court justices' homes, and she reiterated that the administration wants them to remain peaceful. But does the president believe that there should be any type of protesters picketing outside of judges' homes when there's a case pending before them?
So, we have not weighed in on where people should or should not protest. We have said that all Americans have the right to peacefully protest, whatever their point of view, but that attempts at intimidation and violence are totally unacceptable, and that they need to be condemned at any time they happen, regardless of who does it.
Thank you, Corinne.
Follow-up question? Yeah, thank you. The president signed the bipartisan infrastructure bill on November 15th last year for supply chains. Time's not up yet.
Your time is up, Ed. Your time is up.
We heard at that point that wait till next year, and then the supply chains will start to work themselves out. Well, it's June, 7 months later, and we're still waiting for supply chains to work themselves out. So what's happening?
So let me just say that we're funding major new initiatives on the docks and on-dock rail systems, the Port of Long Beach to move goods more quickly. So we're making those investments right now. An example that I want to give, because the president was just at a port in Los Angeles, as you know, the Port of Los Angeles to be specific, and announced May cargo volumes. There he announced that May cargo volumes landed at approximately 970,000 container units, the third best month in ports in 115-year history. The port set a new record, averaging 12,000 units loaded off and back on each vessel, and half-shelved availability is at 89%, just a tick below pre-pandemic. So we have seen the investments are out there, and we have seen some improvements.
Well, when's the relief coming? Because when he signed it, inflation was 6.8%. It's now 8.6%. So when's that relief coming?
Look, we're going to continue to expand capacity of our ports, and that's going to be thanks to the bipartisan infrastructure law. So we're seeing investments now. I just gave an example of how we saw an uptick in container units, which is very important as we're talking about supply chain and what the bipartisan infrastructure law has been able to do, and we think we'll continue to see that.
Can I ask you a question? Thank you, Karine.
Well, I was calling him, and then we can.
Can I ask you a question?
Thanks, Karine. So there's a coalition of civil rights groups that have been calling for President Biden to sign an executive order that would do essentially what H.R. 40 is, which is create a commission to study enslavement in the United States and consider reparations. They've renewed these calls in the aftermath of the Buffalo shooting, saying that this is a symptom of the U.S., their inability, their failure to respond reparatively respond to this issue. I talked to members of the Congressional Black Caucus, including Congresswoman Sheila Jackson-Lee. They are in support of President Biden signing this order, given the inability to get H.R. 40 passed passed in Congress in this session and probably not in the next session. I know you were asked about reparations previously earlier this month in relation to the California Reparations Task Force, that President Biden's position has not changed on this. However, considering the fact that President Biden did sign an executive order that created a commission to study reforming the Supreme Court, would he sign an executive order to create a commission for reparations?
Look, again, the president's position has not changed on this. We've been asked this question many times. I haven't checked in with him on this new new ask from congressional members because as it's connected to Buffalo, but the president's position just hasn't changed. I don't have anything more for you to share on that.
Follow-up question, Roe v. Wade.
Can I
Go ahead, you can go. Sorry, I accidentally.
So President Zelensky has been pressing for a quick Ukraine submission into the European Union. Does the President Biden support granting Ukraine accelerated path to the EU?
Well, that's not up to us. We're not part of the EU, the European Union. That is something that the members have to decide. We're not going to inject ourselves in something that we just don't belong to.
One more, please.
Yeah,
so
sure.
Ukrainian officials warned that without a rapid increase in military assistance, Ukraine faces a defeat in a crucial region of Donbas. Is President Biden willing to respond to those demands? And is President satisfied with military assistance for Ukraine from U.S. allies in Europe, especially France and Germany?
Well, we, as it relates to our allies, we have seen them get involved in their own way. I think it's up to them on how they want to assist Ukraine, but we have seen a coalition when it comes to NATO allies, when it comes to our European partners, and coming together in a way to help Ukraine, and that a lot of that is because of this president's leadership. So I know that you're talking about specific areas in the east, right? That people have been talking about. I don't want to speculate with hypotheticals on what might happen there. I know the city has been under fierce assault, and Ukrainians have been fighting bravely under constant bombardment and difficult conditions. President Zelensky has described the fighting as severe as Ukrainian forces battle Russians' forces for every meter. We are continuing to surge security assistance to Ukraine to help them defend that area, the Donbas. So that is something that we're doing every day. There's security assistance going into Ukraine on a daily clip, if you will. Secretary Austin will be in Europe this week, holding the next round of meetings of the Ukraine Contact Group, where he will host ministers of defense and chiefs of defense from dozens of countries and ask them to continue to provide weapons and equipment as well. So that also answers your question about getting others to get involved. Oh, we're done? Okay.
Can I ask you a
Oh my gosh, who do I want to go to?
Can I ask you a follow-up question?
Go ahead, you in the corner. I've never called on you.
Thank you,
in the black.
Thank you. So I have two questions on baby formula. So first, what is the latest update the White House has received on the current infant formula situation across the country?
Yeah, let me see if I have anything new for you on that. I think it's been a couple of days since we have been asked that question. Okay. I don't have anything new. I know we made some announcements last week. I just don't have them in front of me. But if you want to come back and we'll talk through the things that we have been able to do in the past, the most recent activities that we've done.
And the second question, so House Appropriations Chairwoman Rosa DeLauro sent a letter to the HHS Inspector General asking the FDA asking the Inspector General to investigate the FDA's recent policy to use enforcement discretion for certain importation of infant formula. So, but she expressed concerns that the rapid pace that they're making these approval decisions with only 9 full-time staff members. So is the President confident that the FDA is being able to make these decisions to make sure infant formula that is being imported is safe and...
So first, I haven't seen the letter, so that's number one, so can't really speak to the letter. If you're asking me if the President has confidence in the FDA, he does. Okay. Thanks, everybody.
Do you still allow African questions in this briefing room?
You're watching Live Now from Fox there as the White House briefing wraps up there. And one of the big talkers, of course, was the economy there, as we saw the Dow dip almost, well, it did dip about 1,020. That was at its lowest there, came back just a little, but it was a rough day there. 876 points in the red as stocks continue a major sell-off. Investors continue to worry about recession fears there. When asked about it, the White House says simply that they are watching it closely. You're watching Live Now from Fox, everybody. Let's take a quick 2-minute break.
Crime stats, I'll give up some updates on some notable arrests we've made, and then I'll bring up Commissioner Chris Brown with Chicago Public Libraries for comments, and then I'll come back for questions. All right. So shootings and homicides are down in Chicago compared to last year, 2021. Shootings are down 17%. Shooting victims, the number of shooting victims are down 16%. And homicides are down 7%. Say that again. Shootings and homicides are down in the city of Chicago compared with last year, 2021. Shootings down 17%. Shooting victims down 16%. And homicides are down 7%. Chicago Police Department knows that one crime is one too many, and that our work is never done. We've continued our focus on the top 55 beats in the city, where more than half of the city's violent crime is concentrated. In those top 55 beats, homicides are down 26% and shootings are down 34%. Since the beginning of the year, officers have recovered 5,594 illegal guns across the city. That's a 5% increase over last year's record seizure of 12,000 guns. Officers also made more than 2,500 gun arrests this year. Just want to highlight on Saturday at St. Sabina, we had our first gun turning of the year, and we collected more than 400 guns. Of that 413 were assault weapons. Each gun recovery, no matter how it's recovered, is a potential life saved. I want to thank Father Flager again for his collaboration and support. Our difficult and dangerous work during this national gun violence epidemic often comes with a very, very high price to Chicago police officers and their families. So far this year, 25 officers have been shot at or shot, 25. The 2 officers that were shot at several days ago, who were shot several days ago were released from the hospital and they're at home recovering at this time. During this weekend, the city saw a decrease in shootings and shooting victims compared to the same weekend last year. Over the weekend, shootings were down 4% and shooting victims were down 24%. And the number of homicides remained the same compared to that same weekend last year. Citywide, our officers have taken 617 offenders into custody, this year for carjacking-related offenses. Still, more than half of our vehicular hijacking arrests are juveniles. And that's one of the challenges that we face this summer. We have to engage our young people and keep them active and involved in positive activities. On that note, this weekend, the police department and the Chicago West Side Sports Organization kicked off our Youth Summer Baseball League with a parade on the West Side. If you didn't attend, you missed something really special. We got some clips. The city also enjoyed Puerto Rican Festival and Parade, where Chicagoans and visitors came together to celebrate culture and community. I'd like to emphasize that the Chicago Police Department, Chicago Public Library, Chicago Park District, and the Department of Family and Support Services all have programming for our young people and young adults with a variety of interests. At the Chicago Police Department, the Police Athletic League and Arts League, Police Youth Explorers, Youth Advisory Council, and Cops and Kids with chess. For chess, bring your A game. Kids are really good. So that's what summer should be about. That's what summer should be about for our young people. Having fun together and providing safe spaces and mentoring. I'd like to run through a couple of notable arrests, if you don't mind, before we bring up Chris. Our organized retail task force this weekend made a significant arrest in a long-term investigation that they have been conducting into a crew responsible for multiple high-end purse robberies in the 18 districts. These are the smash and grabs. The Organized Retail Crime Task Force was actively seeking Tony Simmons, S-I-M-M-O-N-S, when they learned he sustained a graze wound during a shooting that occurred June 11, 2022. Simmons was taken into custody and charged with felony robbery and aggravated battery against a peace officer for a retail theft that occurred in the 100 block of East Oak Street in January. He was also charged with possession of a stolen vehicle for a separate incident, as well as cited for possession of cannabis. I won't go over that again. So Mr. Simmons was already wanted for a robbery that occurred during a smash and grab on East Oak Street that happened back in January. He was shot recently, a victim of a shooting recently, and we were able to take him into custody and get him charged with the felony robbery and aggravated battery to a police officer during that retail theft that occurred back in January. He also was in possession of a stolen vehicle, so he got charged with that as well as the possession of cannabis. A couple of other notable arrests: 30-year-old Courtney Bertucci, B-E-R-T-U, Bertucci, B-E-R-T-U-C-C-I, B-E-R-T-U-C-C-I, was arrested June 6th by members of CPD and the Great Lakes Regional Task Force and charged with one felony count of reckless homicide, one felony count of failure to report an accident/death, and one felony count of possession of a controlled substance. Bertucci was arrested after being identified as the offender who struck and killed a 42-year-old male bicyclist on April 16, 2022, while driving in the 900 block of West Madison. An additional notable arrest: 27-year-old Jerome Halsey, H-A-L-S-E-Y, was arrested on June 5th, 2022, and charged with 2 counts of felony attempt first-degree murder, 1 felony count of aggravated battery, and a discharge of a firearm at a police officer, 1 felony count of aggravated assault, and discharge of a firearm. He was arrested after he fired shots at at Chicago police officers conducting a traffic stop moments earlier in the 6900 block of South Sangamon in the 7th District. Our officer, as you all know and reported, has received a gunshot wound. With that, we'll have Commissioner Brown come up with the Chicago Public Libraries, give us an update, and I'll come back for a few questions. Thanks.
Thank you, Superintendent Brown. As Soup said, good afternoon. I'm Chris Brown, Library Commissioner for the Chicago Public Library, and we're just really pleased to be here to talk about the opportunities for our youth this summer, specifically at the Chicago Public Library. We're also here because we believe there's a role for all of us to play in keeping our city safe through Mayor Lightfoot's whole of government approach to neighborhood safety. Libraries are neighborhood anchors, community hubs, and safe neighborhood spaces, especially during out-of-school time, where we support the interests of our youth, their opportunities and connection through our 81 Chicago Public Library locations. And for the first time this summer, thanks to Mayor Lightfoot, we're going to be offering library service 7 days a week at those 81 locations, a short walk, drive, or CTA ride away. Along with being the city's largest provider of free early literacy events and free broadband and computer access. So lots to do at your libraries this summer. Where we're providing a wide range of free programs, really focused on the interests of our youth through creative spaces, through their interests, resources, and stories. So if your kid wants to be the next Chance the Rapper, make sure to bring them by our U-Media spaces. We have 29, where Chance himself got his start at our open mic nights and in our recording studios. And if your kid loves the arts, we're bringing creative and cultural events into our neighborhood libraries through a partnership with the Department of Cultural Affairs and Special Events, as well as the Chicago Parks District. Really, these neighborhood resources and events will be available along with our summer meals offered at dozens of library branches. We've also been adding teen service staff to the 15 most challenging safety beats at those neighborhood libraries so that those kids can always depend on outreach and programming for teens. And now that the school year is coming to an end, we're back with our annual Summer Learning Challenge. This year's theme is City of Stories, where we're going to celebrate the people, community, and culture of our diverse city. City of Stories is a call to explore and amplify the power of our stories and our voices. Once again, participants this year will receive a free family pass to the Chicago Art Institute. And we want to thank our generous philanthropic support from the Chicago Public Library Foundation and civic groups who really make sure that all Chicagoans have opportunities to celebrate the stories of our diverse city. Of course, when you think about summer reading, you think about kids who are a big part of that program. And I want to take a moment to just talk about why summer reading is so important to our Chicago youth. We know that children can lose up to 3 months of learning during the summer, particularly in under-resourced neighborhoods. And thanks to an analysis by Chapin Hall at the University of Chicago, we know our summer program not only prevents summer learning loss, but actually has been shown to result in learning gains. Last year, Chicagoans read over 20 million minutes. We're hoping to surpass that this year. All our summer programs are free. You can drop in and visit your local neighborhood library for information on how to sign up and how to participate. Or visit us online at chipublib.org. We couldn't do this without our partners like the Chicago Public Library Foundation, the Chicago Park District, Chicago Public Schools, the Department of Cultural Affairs and Special Events, Jane Addams Hull House Museum, the Art Institute of Chicago, the American Writers Museum, Greater Chicago Food Depository, the Museum of Science and Industry, and YMCA of Metropolitan Chicago. As I said earlier, libraries like parks and schools are community hubs, which means that the people of Chicago are integral to us fulfilling our mission. And I want to make sure that everyone feels invited to visit their neighborhood library this summer to get involved and participate. Just while we're talking about opportunities for youth, I just want to make a plug for the new My Shine My Future app and enforce how vital it is that parents and teens this summer searching for opportunities, for job opportunities, download the app to learn more about opportunities for youth based on age, youth interest, and neighborhoods. And again, download the My Shine My Future app to connect with summer of opportunities. And with that, I'd like to thank you and turn it back over to Superintendent Brown.
Thanks, Chris.
Thanks.
Well, by the way, no relation, even though we're both Browns, if you were asking. So before we take a few questions, I just wanted to highlight we're going into arguably one of the most difficult times of the summer as we approach both Father's Day, Juneteenth, and then the following weekend it'll be the Pride Parade, and then the following weekend will be 4th of July. I just want to mention briefly Pride Parade. You may have questions about this, though we've heard obviously of the events of the planned attacks during one of the Pride celebrations. We've shored up our intelligence regarding our Pride Parade. We obviously have various plans on the ground for enough resources to manage the parade, but also all the ancillary things that happen outside the parade. You know, we obviously have a great celebration. Oftentimes it goes into the street, a lot of late night drinking, a lot of fun. We just wanted people to do it safely. And we want our officers to be focused on not only the intelligence that they're hearing about what's happening in Chicago, any potential threats, so that we can have those addressed, so we can have anyone who might do harm to anyone there dealt with swiftly, constitutionally, obviously, but again, we won't tolerate any threats to the celebrations, whether that's Juneteenth, Father's Day, Pride Parade weekend, and our 4th of July weekend. We want everyone to have a great time in Chicago, and we have public safety plans to ensure that. With that, I'll take a few questions. Thanks.
Sure. Chris Hosh with NBC5.
Yeah.
Given the fact that you just talked about the Pride Parade, you know, what's unique about Chicago, among other big cities, is it isn't just Pride Parade for us. It is Pride Fest. It is Pride in the Park. It is market days in August, right? So we have multiple opportunities for potential bad actors to do whatever. So you kind of already answered the question, but I wanted to know, I mean, are you working with the FBI or Homeland Security? I mean, when we talk about these groups, they got 31 people together.
Right.
I mean, up until the point where they were right outside of that event. Thank goodness for the person who called from the hotel that they came from. So I just wanted to ask you, are you working with any other agencies when it comes to these kinds of threats for Chicago, not just for Pride, but throughout the year?
All right, so we do have our Chicago officers on the Joint Terrorism Task Force here locally, and they work directly with FBI and all other federal partners regarding any intelligence that we're hearing, any known persons that have been on our radar that, say, for example, are on any kind of watch list or any kind of list to be concerned about. So yes, we're working that, but we're also on the ground. I think the resources that we have in place need to be aware of the intelligence. It's one thing to know the intelligence, but for it not to be siloed with the JTTF, that it actually gets pushed down to officers on the street. So that's where our communication is really critically important, that the left hand knows what the right hand is doing on the ground. But also, I think this platform today is for me to put those who might be planning something on notice, that we are going to be vigilant to ensure that this event, as well as others, go off safely. And we'll hold you accountable if you're planning, if you're doing anything to jeopardize the safety of others. Chris?
Superintendent Charlie Wojciechowski again from Channel 5.
Charlie.
Can you walk us through the events of this morning involving the officer who was squad car at Costa and Gladys?
Here's what we know now, and it's preliminary, subject to change, but here's what we know now. There was a call, and there was a woman, officers responded to, it was a woman laying in the street, unclothed. As the officers tried to seek and render aid to this woman, trying to figure out why she was laying in the street, she charged the officer, assaulted the officer, got in the squad car, took the squad car, drove off, had an accident. She was taken into custody. the officer is taken to the hospital with injuries. Early indications are that the officer was run over by this woman. The leg received some type of injury as well as a laceration to the head. So the officer's in the hospital being treated as we speak. We'll get more updates as we learn more. We don't know why the woman was laying in the street unclothed. We don't know the circumstances yet. All of that is under investigation as we obviously interview her and other witnesses who were there as we continue to investigate this particular incident. Not that we know of, but again, all this is preliminary. It's happening in the last, 30 minutes or so. Any other questions?
Maybe one more.
Yes.
On assault weapons. You mentioned that you did take some from the event this morning at St. Sabina. Are you seeing more assault weapons in the weapons you're taking? Background checks for young people buying assault weapons.
Sure. We've seen an 81% increase in assault weapons recoveries this year compared to last. And last year was our increase. So this is very concerning to all of us in law enforcement and to the communities as well, that these weapons meant for war are continuing to be an increasing number that we recover and seize through our officers' efforts. And as it relates to the, fingers crossed, bill making its way to hopefully the president's desk to be signed, thank you. Better late than never. And finally, because what's happened in this country these last few years, I would argue decades of just this gun violence epidemic. It's spiking these last couple of years, but there's been communities that suffered with gun violence for decades, over decades. And anything instead of doing nothing is much appreciated. In addition, we look forward to supporting whatever comes out of the Senate and out of Congress. Thank you.
Another violent weekend there in Chicago. Getting the latest updates from the police superintendent. You're watching Live Now from Fox. Let's slide away for a quick 2-minute break. Welcome back, everyone, here to Live Now from Fox. Taking it out to Philadelphia, hearing from city officials there as they are with school district officials as well to announce funding to place at least 100 security cameras near schools impacted by gun violence.
We have a lot of children coming out in a minute. First of all, Councilman Johnson, thank you for allowing us to use your district in Bartram. as an announcement site. We appreciate all the work you do. We'll get right into it. So I want to thank the chiefs of all of the police departments in the city of Philadelphia, because they have been working on an initiative for several months about figuring out a way to enhance security cameras and surveillance, but more importantly, prevention in the city of Philadelphia as it relates to violence. This is so important. As you hear people talk about Uvalde, well, you know what? We have Bartram, we have Dobbins, and while that's important, we need to pay attention to that. At the end of the day, we need to pay attention to the schools in the city of Philadelphia. So I want to thank all those individuals that have participated in this, particularly Inspector Walt Smith, who was running point on this. I want to thank the mayor, his team, because ultimately the mayor has to get authorization for this process. Thank you, Mayor. We appreciate you being on point. But more importantly, I want to thank the citizens of the city of Philadelphia to recognize the need to do something, right? Do something. And you keep hearing that frequently. So today we're going to talk about doing something by unveiling a security plan as it relates and using technology as it relates to the schools of the city of Philadelphia, where parents need to be able to feel safe, comfortable, that their children can come and go to school. So I want to thank you all so much for being here. I want to thank my colleagues. Tomorrow we will be offering an amendments to start the first phase of funding, because at the end of the day you have to have money in the budget to address these very critical needs. We will be announcing that both on the operations side and on the capital side, and then there will be subsequent conversations around matching dollars from both federal and state money. So thank you all so much for being here. Right now I'd like to introduce the mayor of the city of Philadelphia, Mayor Jim Kenney. Mayor. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you, Council President Clark, for putting us all together today. I want to thank all the council members that are here, along with Commissioner Outlaw and Deputy Chief Safety Officer Craig Johnson, for supporting this partnership as well. We are all here because we care about kids, and that our greatest responsibility as leaders is to ensure that every child can have a safe childhood and a prosperous future right here in the city of Philadelphia. That's why we've all been champions for education, and that's why we're here today for an announcement that will build on our ongoing work to ensure that schools are safe. As we work together to address the surge in gun violence taking place across the country and sadly right here in Philadelphia, an important part of that effort is dedicated to ensuring that the epidemic of gun violence does not impact children or interfere with their learning, development, happiness, and well-being. We will continue to work with our public safety partners and city schools to ensure that schools and the surrounding areas are safe havens from violence. In addition to assigning officers to school areas, the Philadelphia Police Department has been working with principals to establish safe zones and corridors around schools with support and collaboration from this community, from all communities. I am grateful to City Council and the school district for their support for this ongoing work. And I want to ensure our residents and visitors that public safety remains our top priority. We will not stop working until we resolve the disturbing rise in violence in our city. And this is an example of everybody being on the same page. And we've been accused of not being on the same page, but we always are on the same page. Sometimes we'll have disagreements on particular items on that page, but in generally we're all together because we all know our kids are precious. We all know we need to keep them safe, and we know we need to stop losing almost a generation of young people who take out their beefs and their arguments by shooting each other. And if we can reduce the access of guns, which is the primary thing that's the common denominator in every one of these tragedies, is the access to guns. Ghost guns, extended magazines, semi-automatic weapons, ARs and AKs. It's insanity. I just wish the legislature would help us, or at least take off the handcuffs. As I said before, what they do to us is like put me in a ring with Mike Tyson and tie my hands behind my back and ask me why I got knocked out. So we really need some help from them and Congress to get something done. So thank you. Mr. President. Thank you.
Next we'll have Police Commissioner Outlaw, Majority Leader Parker, Whip Curtis Jones Jr. I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
It's all right.
Always fighting for crime, you too. Deputy Whip Squilla, the Gun Violence Prevention Chair and host of this event, gentleman who's always on point as it relates to this. And then Chair of Education, Councilwoman Quinona Sanchez, and then we'll have this Deputy School District Security Chief, Kevin Johnson.
Thank you, Council President Clark. Good afternoon. For our students and our parents, the last school year was a year like no other. After more than 1 year of remote learning for the majority of our students, the start of this school year brought a return to full-time in-person learning. And while there continues to be some anxiety for parents and students surrounding health and safety in the classroom, from a public safety standpoint, a child or parent should never, ever have to worry about being deliberately harmed in or on the way to and from our schools. Period, point blank. To that end, PPD continues to work with our elected officials, the school district, local businesses, and community volunteers to ensure that our students have a safe passage to and from school. Safe passage for our children traveling to and from school has been discussed at length by many of us since last summer as we explained the Safe Corridors program. Safe Corridors is a volunteer program spearheaded by the School District of Philadelphia. And the program is a collaboration between the district, businesses, and community members that aims to provide extra supervision for our students. It's similar to a neighborhood watch program, for example. Volunteers can opt to patrol routes around schools at the start and end of the school day, or to keep watch from their homes or their businesses. Volunteers often work in teams, sharing information and reporting any suspicious or unusual activities. This information sharing alerts school administrators early, very early, to any possible issues between children and families and their friends. Also, this school year marked the start of the Philadelphia School Safe Zones between the PPD and the School District of Philadelphia. In an effort spearheaded by our departments, the PPD has worked extensively with Chief Bethel and school district principals to identify 38 schools spread across 25 safety zones that would benefit from an increased police presence. These zones primarily focus around middle and high schools that were selected and using the latest crime data available. But in short, officers assigned to these zones are on the lookout for suspicious activity and mainly to create safe spaces for our students as they head to and from school. With all of that said, despite our concerted efforts to our fellow stakeholders, it's evident that more has to be done. We know that we live in an ever-increasing digital age, and the funding request introduced by Council President Clark will help provide an extra level of security to some of the areas around our schools that are most challenged by the scourge of gun violence that we've been seeing. Now more than ever, we know that the presence of cameras not only act as a deterrent to those who cause to seek harm in our communities, but they also work to capture crucial evidence that is instrumental in the successful prosecution of criminal offenders. I'm grateful for the continued collaboration between all of our stakeholders, as these cameras will serve as an extra tool for the school district and for us, the PPD, to help keep our children safe as they travel to and from school. It's clear that our communities understand that this is and needs to remain a unified effort, from teachers to community to members to parents. Everyone has to be involved in the safety of our children. They have to feel safe, and we're going to do everything that we can to ensure that they are. Thank you very much.
The only concern that students in the school district of Philadelphia should be thinking about when they walk into those buildings, along with the teachers who teach, the administrators who lead these schools, is how they're going to receive and provide a high quality academic education that allows them to read, write, think, speak, compute at a level that will allow them to compete in the global economy. They should not be worried about how they get in the building in order for that to happen. Proud to stand here with the administration, along with my colleagues, to send a message to residents in the city of Philadelphia that the action we've taken is a very tangible tool. It's a very tangible tool that you can use to measure that public safety is the #1 priority here in the city of Philadelphia in the school district of Philadelphia, and we've been able to start it because this is only the beginning. This should be standard operating procedure at every school in the school district of Philadelphia. But on today, Council President Clark, Mayor Kinney, and Commissioner Danielle Outlaw and colleagues, we've started the beginning of making sure that people know public health and safety is our #1 priority. Thank you.
Thank you for having us in your district.
Absolutely, absolutely.
As chair of public safety, today I feel just a little bit safer.
Yes.
I feel a little bit safer because this collaboration of using technology and boots on the ground to save our children is essential. Safeguarders programs work. In 2016, at my alma mater, Overbrook High School, 2 kids were fighting. It was a fist fight like many others in the city of Philadelphia. Crowd circulates around them, and one kid got the better of the other. One child pulls out a pistol, shoots, misses the person they were aiming at, and shoots Bernard Scott dead. That tragic story could have ended there, but it didn't. When we checked, President Clark, the schoolyard, there were 4 other weapons found in the playground across the street. What we found was that kids from one neighborhood didn't have a safe passage, safe corridor to get to school and back. And so what we did was create the camera program. We went to Camden, we went to Baltimore, we looked at other places where they were doing it, and now, these years later, we have not lost one kid in those respective schools. So they do work. This morning, in an adjunction to doing the program, we have what is called roll call, where all of those high schools talk about the week before and the upcoming week. Kevin Bethel was on today's call talking about this very program. But what came up, not only the need for cameras and synchronizing them to city divot cameras, was that the responsibility of parents. Our principals, that were about a half dozen of them, talked about the fact that it's difficult enough to deal with the back and forth kid fights. But it gets multiplied when auntie, uncle, mom, dad come up to the school threatening teachers within the school facilities who are just trying to educate our babies. So gun violence prevention is not one thing. It is many things working together. And today, we just established a step in the right direction to make our city just a little bit more safe. Thank you.
Thank you all. My name is Mark Squilla, City Councilman in the 1st District. And I want to say I'm proud to be here today because this is a true collaboration. Both the school district, the police department, city council, the administration. We know and how important it is to send the message that public safety is our #1 priority. But we can't do that on our own. We need the help of the communities. We need the help of the teachers. We need the help of the parents. We know with your input and your support, we are heading in the right direction. This is just a sample of what we could do when we all work together. Having cameras outside of schools can be a deterrent, but it also can be a way to engage folks who do the wrong thing. And then hopefully we are able to prosecute and then charge those people to the full extent of the law who do those things. That is important because when we send a message of violence prevention, we want the conflict resolution, we want all these things, there are going to be sometimes people out there who do the wrong thing. And then we know what are those consequences. And we got to make sure that we're on board and we're together on supporting those consequences. But today, these cameras help us move in that direction with our colleagues, with our police department, and then with the school district. We now have that ability to do that. So again, I'm proud to be here. I'm honored to be here. This is just a short step in the right direction. We need a lot more work to do. As you heard, it's a multi-pronged approach with several different initiatives that we are setting forth, and we need to continue that so that people know public safety is the #1 priority for all of us. Thank you.
Good job, Mark. Good job.
Good afternoon, everyone. First and foremost, I want to acknowledge the leadership of our President, Council President Darrell Clark, and Mayor Kenny. Give them a round of applause for their leadership and making sure this is a part of our budgetary response as relates to the senseless issue of gun violence that we're seeing here in the city of Philadelphia. I also want to publicly say, let's give acknowledgement to our Police Commissioner Danielle Outlaw and her team, because we all witnessed the shooting that took place on South Street a couple weekends ago, and I mentioned this to her the other day. Had not that officer shot that young man in the hand who had the ghost gun, we probably would have had more fatalities that would have taken place on South Street. So let's give Philadelphia Finest a round of applause as well for their leadership and their courage. And I want to acknowledge the fine officers of the 12th Police District who I work with day in and day out to improve the quality of life, and most importantly, make sure our neighbors are safe here in Southwest Philadelphia. And also probably one of the most important people who are here as it relates to Southwest Philadelphia, Principal Johnson, who's the principal here at John Bartram High School. Give him a round of applause, because it was about several months ago where the principal and I stood in this very same place, where a young man went home from school, came back up to the school, got into a confrontation with someone, and lost his life. And so from that point forward, we began working in partnership with the principal here at John Bartram High School to try to help steer our young people on the right path. Talking about mentorship, conflict resolution. They have a chess outreach program here with the men of John Bartram High School, because at the end of the day, we have to give our young people alternatives to picking up guns in the first place. And I also want to just say that this is only one of the tools in our toolbox. We cannot forget that we also advocated last year for $155 million for violence prevention initiatives and boots on the ground organizations here in the city of Philadelphia, which the mayor increased this year to $180 million to focus on violence prevention initiatives here in the city of Philadelphia. We also established a violence prevention hotline. A violence prevention hotline for if a person is thinking about picking up a gun, or if a person needs some level of mental health or trauma support, they now have a hotline for them to call to receive the necessary support and services. We also created the Office of Victim Advocate to focus on mothers and fathers who have lost loved ones to senseless gun violence, and to help them put their lives back together. And so I just want to say, we've always aggressively advocated for gun violence to be the #1 issue here in the city of Philadelphia that we want to focus on. But this is also another tool in our toolbox and another step in the right direction, and partnering with the school district here in the city of Philadelphia to make sure our young people are safe. I remember maybe 1 or 2 months ago, we also had a proposal by the majority leader here in the city council, Councilman Sherelle Park, who put forth a community policing program, because we know at the end of the day, we have to work hand in hand in partnership with our law enforcement officials to make sure every young person is safe, our seniors are safe, and most importantly, our neighborhoods are safe. And so, again, to all my colleagues, it's always an honor and opportunity to fight the good fight along with you as we make sure we have a safer city, but most importantly, a city of peace and not guns. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Good afternoon. Thank you, Councilmember Johnson, for hosting us, and for all our colleagues, and Council President Clark and the mayor for this collaboration and working with the police department. I think the issue of public safety is on all of us. And I think what you've heard today is a commitment by this city council over the last, ever since I've been there, but definitely over the last few years, to continue to invest in people. Because our investment in people is what's going to get us out of poverty, and is what is going to create those alternatives. But at the same time, as you heard Councilmember Johnson talk about, we have toolboxes that we have to use, and we have to use them wisely, because they can become preventive. What happened on South Street was visceral because everybody saw it. And it was those video cameras and all the things that people saw that made it real for people that we had a challenge. What we've seen with violence around our school buildings has been one where we've heard parents, we've heard from community members, as we talk about getting young people back into schools, they need to feel safe. By prioritizing the schools in most need, where we've seen some of these challenges, it is our first step in saying that we understand that. I had an opportunity to go to London recently and look at their CCTV program. Camera programs are not the total answer, but it does give us an opportunity to change a culture, because we need to solve these cases and hold people accountable, as the commissioner says. But we also need to create a culture of, if you're going to do something, somebody might be watching you, right? We need to create that culture. And where do you start that but in schools? No one should think it is okay to come to a school building, to walk through a school building after they leave SEPTA and other places where we have cameras, or go into a rec center to commit a crime. And so this council has been unapologetic about saying Parks and Rec are important to us. Those commercial corridors, as Councilman Parker talks about, are important to us, but schools have to be prioritized, because we want September to start with a different tone. And we want these young people, and we want parents to feel confident that their young people can come back to school. The ability of the cameras and the departments to work collaboratively become hugely important. Again, they are not the total public safety plan. You've heard that here from different angles about all the parts to come up with public safety. But in this budget, the mayor's budget, what council has been pushing for, you're going to see investments in technology. You're going to see forensics investment. You're going to see all the tools that our police department needs to become more effective in securing the quality of life for folks around the city. So I'm proud to stand with my colleagues and say we can do more, we can do better, and we understand when we step up to the plate that we will do more and we will do better. Thank you. Pays to be bilingual here. En contestación a las preocupaciones, a los incidentes que han ocurrido a través de las escuelas.
Watching live now from Fox. Some of you will see a quick 2-minute break. Stay right here with us. More to come.
And many thanks to Commissioner Outlaw for the continued support of the PPD, helping to keep our students safe. We have always viewed our schools as safe havens for our students, and the communities echo our sentiments. District surveys confirm that most students feel safe in school. While we know that our schools are still safe places for our students, the rising gun violence is traumatizing for the community, and in particular, our students. The frequency of gun violence in our city further impacts the climate of our schools and the overall sense of community. Since August 6th of 2021, over 500 youth aged 22 or under have been the direct victims of gun violence, and over 90 of those were fatalities. Approximately half of those were active students. We need to take steps to protect our young people, but the district cannot do this alone. Gun violence is an issue that cannot be solved working in silos, but rather something we must all work together to solve. This initiative is a further example of the district working collaboratively with the city and the Philadelphia Police Department to bring our resources together and prioritize the safety of our students and the communities in which they reside. It is our duty to make every effort to ensure safe zones around our schools. This helps provide what every child should be able to do without fear: commute to and from school. And that is why I am thrilled to be here today to take part in this very critical first step. These security cameras will help provide an additional layer of security to our schools and support our partnership with the PPD to protect our students. While this step does not and will not solve gun violence, this will help deter activity on and near our school properties and serve as an important tool for law enforcement so we can provide the safest possible spaces for our young people as they travel to and from school. Thank you to the City of Philadelphia and the Philadelphia Police Department for your commitment to working together to protect our students. We look forward to continuing this partnership and working together to help stem gun violence. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Question? Oh, boss? I'm sorry. Come on over. Principal. You're the boss of Barts, right?
I'm the boss of Barts.
We're in your house.
We are, really thankful for this initiative. I want to thank Kenyatta, a great deal. If we had those cameras working several months ago, back in early January, late January, we probably would have identified right then and there who shot Christopher Braxton. And without all those cameras working, it certainly hindered our ability just as school officials to find out exactly what's going on. It's really important that our students, staff, families feel safe when they come to school. So just recently, because of Uvalde and some of the other instances, we moved our graduation from outside of our brand new field at Bartram Field down the road here to inside of our auditorium, just to ensure the safety of the graduates. That's not something we want to have to think about, you know, on a spectacular day like graduation day. And what's really interesting is that our seniors said to me, thank you for keeping us safe. Thank you for moving it inside. They don't want to be a part of this stuff either. They want to come to school to learn. They want to grow in their development, and we want to support them in that process. And so thanks again for everyone, Mayor Jim Kinney, Chief Bethel, Dr. Height, and certainly our wonderful officers at the 12th District, and our captain. Thank you so much. We appreciate everyone's help to support our work so we can do great things for students on the inside of that building. Thanks so much.
My question is for Commissioner Outlaw. The department's already strapped with resources. What additional resources will you need to effectively monitor at least 100 different cameras? Additional cameras, I should say.
Well, the good news is, and I'm going to ask Chief Smith to kind of go into the technicalities of this. I learned a long time ago as a baby chief that you follow where the, it's a thing, you follow where the money goes in the budget. And I think what this has done, although it's a fraction, right? What this shows is that what we've heard echoed here by everyone, public safety is a priority. It's a start, but it's also in recognition that you have to fund the back end support that's needed. So my understanding, thank you, Council President Clark, standing behind me, is that this also includes that back end support. Chief Smith, you want to talk about that and what that is?
Yes, ma'am. Thank you, Commissioner. First of all, I'd just like to thank everybody at this group today, because without all the folks here, we could not have made this possible, so we greatly appreciate that. We got to keep in mind that our children, are our greatest asset, and their future is real important to us. So we want to make sure we have security both inside the school, keeping them safe inside school and outside the school. So you're 100% right. Staffing is always a concern in the Florida, but we have identified our needs, proposed our budget to City Council, and we're hoping that is successful in monitoring these cameras outside these schools. So we're preparing for that piece of it. So that's pretty much what I can say about it right now.
Question with Chief Johnson. How many Philadelphia school districts schools have cameras now, and how is this program different from the camera we see up in the corner there at Bartram?
So currently, there is a camera system in all school district schools with the exception of 3. However, unfortunately, the majority of them are older, outdated analog systems. The district is currently in the process of conducting a citywide assessment in order to move forward with upgrading the camera systems to digital state-of-the-art systems that more so cover the entire school building, both inside and out. So the difference in this camera system, my understanding is these will be placed in the corridors and along the outside of the schools and in those areas where students travel to and from school, as opposed to our camera systems are distinctly to cover the insides of the buildings and the perimeter of the buildings.
Let me follow up on that very quick. One other thing, the importance of these cameras obviously facing outward. The most significant part of this is that they're all fed into the real-time crime center, the DIVIC. So you will be able, police officers and our analysts will be able to look at these cameras throughout the day, 24/7, be able to pull up different locations so they can actually capture and prevent, which is more important, crime. So that's the significance about what's being done today.
So are the cameras, are they added measures, or is this a way to...
Those were officials there from the city side as well as the school district in Philadelphia talking about the need for more cameras in schools and near schools that are prone to gun violence there in Philadelphia. We are keeping an eye in Arizona as former Vice President Mike Pence is slated to talk about the border crisis, and he'll be making remarks. And as soon as that happens, we'll bring it to you here on Live Now from Fox. Let's take a quick 2-minute break. Stay right here with us. More to come. Welcome back, everyone. Here to Live Now from Fox. We're taking you out to Duncanville, Texas, where police are giving an update after a shooting near a youth camp, saying that no children were hurt when an armed man entered the facility where a summer camp was being held. It happened earlier this morning at the Duncanville Fieldhouse, just as a summer camp with about 150 youth attendees were getting underway here. So it looks like officials are about to start this news conference here. And obviously in the world that we are living in with gun violence and gun violence at kids or near schools, and now that we are getting into the summer camp season, anytime there are shots fired there, this causes great concern, as it should be. But now we are going to get the update here from officials on this matter that took place earlier today here from Duncanville, Texas here. Officers arrived 2 minutes later after the call came in, entered the building, and began searching for the gunman. Officers located a subject armed with a gun and engaged the suspect. The suspect was struck, and officers provided first aid, and that suspect was transported to the hospital and later pronounced dead here. But let's listen right now.
NER, I'm the Assistant Chief of Police for the City of Duncanville. On Monday, June 13th, 2022, at approximately 8:43 a.m., Duncanville Police Department began receiving calls concerning an armed individual and shots fired at the field house located at the 1700 block of South Main Street in Duncanville. Duncanville officers quickly responded, and while they were en route, again, our dispatchers advised that shots had been fired. Within 3 minutes, officers arrived on scene. Correction, that's 2 minutes. Officers arrived on scene and immediately began searching the building as they are trained. Upon entering the building, they quickly located and exchanged gunfire with a suspect who was armed with a handgun. The suspect was wounded during the exchange of fire. Officers immediately provided first aid on scene, and the suspect was transported to a nearby hospital where he was pronounced deceased. Our Duncanville Mobile Intensive Care Unit provided transport to Central Methodist. On today, a summer camp was taking place at the field house, which has a daily average of around 250 campers, ages ranging from 4 to 14. No child, no staff member, nor any officers were injured during this incident. Again, this is based off the quick response and actions taking place by our police officers who are trained to deal with situations like this. Upon arrival, my arrival, Duncanville ISD and Cedar Hill Police Department, along with DeSoto Police Department, assisted with the reunification and movement of all of the children inside the location. Duncanville ISD provided buses. We were able to place all the children on the buses and move them to the reunification location. Again, no children were injured. What we know is the suspect entered through the main lobby doors with a handgun. It appears that a staff member and he exchanged, whether it's discussions, a talk, but that was the initial gunfire, the initial shot that the people inside the location heard. Upon hearing that gunshot, they did what they were trained to do, the counselors. They moved the kids to a safe area and began locking the doors. The suspect went to a classroom, was unable to get inside, and did fire one round inside the classroom where there were children inside. Fortunately, no one was injured. After doing that, the suspect moved into the gymnasium where other kids were in, but again, no shots were fired there. Officers arrived on scene, observed him in the gymnasium, confronted him. Suspect and the officers then exchanged fire to where he was put down on the ground. Again, officers immediately began doing first aid until the medics arrived on scene and took over.
Thank you, Assistant Chief Stogner. A couple of quick points I want to emphasize. First of all is the community response. We want to thank the police departments of DeSoto and Cedar Hill and the Dallas Sheriff's Office coming in to help with this. And what it does is it emphasizes that we are a community in Southern Dallas County. None of us cities here operate individually when something like this occurs, and our commendations go to those police departments that came in quickly to assist us with this particular incident. Secondly, we want to thank the Duncanville Independent School District for their prompt assistance in the evacuation of bringing those children from the field house to the rec center. By the time I arrived on scene, everything was well under control and parents were beginning to come together to gather their children. It's important also to understand that the training and the processes that are involved in this, a reunification process, a reunification program was already in effect by the time this incident was beginning to unfold. And that's the strength of the training that our staff and our city goes through on a daily basis. And lastly, I would like to thank all the pastors that came to pray. We had community-wide pastors come to pray with our citizens and with the parents while waiting to be reunified with their children. It's the strength of what we have here in the city of Duncanville. We are proud of what we do and proud of all the cooperation that we have. Thank you.
Hello, I am Aretha Farrell-Benavides. I am city manager here for the city of Duncanville. We have with us today our council members, Councilmember Joe Vera Cruz, Councilmember Jeremy Kuntz, Councilmember Mr. Greg Contreras, and our Mayor Barry Gordon. To my left, we have our Assistant Fire Chief Chase, our Assistant City Manager, also former Police Chief Robert Brown, our Parks and Recreation Director, Mr. Bart Stevenson. And so I would like to thank our team. Part of what we saw today was how our team works together. We've had a very rough day, but I believe that our team came together. We put the children first, and we will continue to do that. We will be working with the families, checking on the families this evening to make sure that they are okay and the children are okay. There are many questions that they will have. Many parents depend on these services for their children, and so we will work with the parents to find and make sure they have a safe place to go. We also plan to have grief counselors available for the children as well as the parents and continue to follow up with the families. To our staff, this was very stressful for our staff. We recognize that many of our staff members were there, and it was their thinking, their quick thinking, that helped to make this a safe situation for our children. Now, I do want to emphasize that there was a loss of life, and our hearts go out to the family. But I do want to thank our staff and our team and our public safety individuals for reacting quickly and ensuring the safety of not only the staff but the children. So I will turn it over to Michelle, who will entertain questions on behalf of the city. Michelle?
I will take a few questions at this time.
Tell us about this individual who the police confronted. Who is that person and why did they go there?
So at this point, and I failed to mention, and I apologize, so with any officer-involved shooting, we contact other agencies, at which point we contacted the Texas Rangers, obviously from DPS. They have come in and begun their investigation. At this point, I'm going to refer to them. It's still an ongoing investigation. We certainly don't want to provide or give anything that may hinder their investigation at this time.
Is there some reason why Dallas Fire Rescue people are here?
City council member.
He's a city council member.
Oh, thank you so much.
So can you say, because you said that there was it an argument at the front initially? Was that domestic? Was it over a dispute that they were having with the staff? I mean, what was it? Did they know each other?
Again, I'm not sure about the details on that conversation. They're still trying to get witnesses. You got to understand there were over 250 witnesses there that we're trying to contact and get more information. So until we get that, I don't want to speculate and say what happened.
Is your understanding that the person being encountered where the first shot happened, that person was not injured and just a shot went off at the front involving another person?
That's correct. There has been no reports of injuries other than the person.
Did you mention that when he got to the gym that he didn't fire his gun? Is that correct?
Not at any of the children.
Okay, but once he engaged with
There was an exchange of gunfire, that's correct.
And this was in front of, I assume, campers and staff saw this happen?
So from what we can tell, the kids were removed during the time that he was in the gym and we responded.
So you did say that he, from the time he left the lobby, he went to a classroom and fired one shot into the classroom with kids in it?
That's correct. So he gets into the lobby, there's an exchange with an employee there or a counselor there. A shot was fired then. That's when that classroom down the hallway began their procedure of locking the door, preventing that person's entrance into the room, and that's when he shot from the outside to the inside.
So he shot one time into one classroom?
As far as we know, yes, that's correct.
Like through the door, trying to shoot him through the door, or do you know where he was trying to shoot into?
From the exterior in the lobby or the hallway there, it was from the outside in.
So there's a total of just 2 shots fired by the suspect?
I can't confirm that. Again, this is very preliminary information.
Two before the exchange with the officer?
That's what we understand as of right now, but again, that could change pending more investigation into this.
How many officers fired their weapons?
I'm going to refer that to Texas DPS. They were doing that investigation.
Can you guys tell us a little bit more about the suspect name at all? Have you guys had any run-ins with this person before in the past?
Not to my knowledge, we have not had any encounters with this person.
Did he have any relationship to anyone who was at the camp? Had he been there before? Do you know anyone who was working there or attending the camp? 'Cause it sounds like he knew where he was going, possibly.
I'm not sure. Again, we're at the onset of our investigation, and there's a lot of stuff that we're having to do to put all of the pieces together. We'll be able to provide more information as the investigation continues.
Was there resource officers there, or did PPD respond and engage? Was there already an officer on campus?
No, sir.
So when he got the calls, his first encounter was with an employee at the place?
That's correct.
And then you guys show up with your training?
That's correct.
And so officers engaged, not a resource, not Duncanville ISD officer?
No, sir. It was a Duncanville police officer. However, Duncanville ISD PD did come out and assist with the reunification of the children.
Chief, y'all have recently done active shooter training, is that my understanding? So your training kicked in with your officers and did what they were supposed to do in an active shooter situation?
Absolutely. So our officers train on this. We take this very seriously, obviously under the circumstances. They did exactly how they were trained to do, which is to go in and stop the threat.
Do you know how long this person was in the rec center with the gun before police arrived? Sounds like there was no law enforcement.
So we received the call at 8:43 this morning, and officers arrived on scene at 8:35. I'm sorry, 8:45.
Do you know when they shot the suspect?
I do not know. That's going more in depth of the investigation. We're just not there yet.
So for a set amount of minutes, he was in this field house with a gun, was not anyone armed to encounter him until police arrived. The reason why I ask that is typically kids would not be in the field house during the school year. They'd be in our schools, which have locked doors. Is there any consideration about hardening a place like a field house when there's this many kids?
Go ahead.
So as you can imagine, this is a very sad day, and we are going to be looking at security protocol. This is not a school facility, this is a city facility, and so there are some rules. And so we're going to be working over the next few weeks with our teams to look at our security protocol and to ensure. The sure fact that within 2 minutes our police department were on site is very important to note, but we will be looking at security efforts there because we do have a number of children there, and security is very important to us, as well as the parents. And so we will be communicating more over the next few days, our next steps.
Hey, Chief, can you regurgitate what you just said in the beginning of the press conference, please? Thank you.
I'm sorry, what was that?
I said, can you regurgitate what you just said in the beginning of the press conference, please? Let's give us a brief update.
What's going on? Sir, our press conference started. Go ahead.
What we'll do is I'll get you a copy of it. I think we just gave the update. I don't want to take up the time of our folks who were here, but we do have a press release that will have all of the details in which he shared with you on the activities of today, and we can talk to you after this with some more detail, just because.
Chief, can you just speak to the climate right now and just how a lot of us are on edge, just because there have been so many situations where, there's been mass shootings all over America, and we're kind of glued onto this right now. I mean, just as a department, like you said, things worked out today, but I'm sure that's in the back of your mind, constantly after all these moments we've had, across the U.S.?
Sure, absolutely. I will say that we certainly take our security very seriously. We actually teach this to our employees. It's important. We obviously understand what took place south of us. I can only talk about how we responded here, and we did an exceptional job. They did exactly how they were trained to do.
Okay, guys, we're going to take just 2 more questions, okay?
Will there be camp there anymore? What's the plan for those kids and that?
Right now, there's still an active investigation at the site. We're going to work with the parents to identify places for the kids. We recognize the importance of summer camp for the children, and so we will be reaching out to each parent today with the park staff and our staff to talk to them about placement for the children. And so once we get the scene cleared, then we will go through and evaluate what things we need to do at the center before bringing children back in it. But this is a very important part of our community. The Duncanville Fieldhouse is home to, as they said, 300 students annually, and they look forward to this. But we want to put the kids first, and we want to make sure they feel comfortable and safe returning to this location before we bring them back in there.
Do you have any idea for how long the summer camp is going to be suspended?
I'm sorry?
For how long the summer camp is going to be suspended?
We will possibly, we have other camp locations, and if parents are ready, we will probably bring kids back in this week, not to that site, but at least to a site. And then we will look toward what work we have to do at the field house before bringing the children who choose to come back to the field house to that site. But we recognize the importance of being there. We are going to have counselors available for the children, and so we will be working with their parents on a place for them to go safe and also have the support they need next.
That's it. Thank you all.
Correct. We don't, just real quick, we don't have a reason why he was there. You haven't connected why he was there?
It's still an active investigation, and one of the things that we have to do is we don't want to assume anything, and because we are not investigating internally, we have to leave that information to them. And so more information will be released as soon as it's available and as soon as we're able to share that information.
Can you give us our name and title?
Are you guys not releasing the suspect's name like that?
My name is Aretha Farrell Benavides. I am.
All right, so that's a quick update from authorities in Texas providing more information regarding a shooting near a youth summer camp in Duncanville, Texas. We're told, fortunately, that no children were injured. However, many of them were in attendance there during the time of this incident. At least 150 children were there. The suspect, however, has been killed, but again, no children were injured. Now we want to take you to Phoenix, Arizona, where former Vice President Mike Pence is expected to make remarks soon on border security. Let's go ahead and listen in.
Approximately 700. Over 100,000 Americans have died from fentanyl overdoses. How's that humane? Cartels are making billions of dollars. Same cartels that have murdered agents, Border Patrol agents. How's that inhumane? That's just stone cold fact. These policies of the Biden administration not only put this country at great risk, they're killing people. Bottom line. But working for 6 presidents, they all had an idea how to secure the border. Again, no one did more than President Trump. The data shows it. Most secure border ever had. President Joe Biden came in office. I retired before then. The first president in the history of this nation that came into office and unsecured a border. Who the hell does that? What commander-in-chief comes in and says, I want this country less safe. I want to unsecure the border. There's no downside in a secure border. There's no downside in people not dying. There's no downside in less overdose deaths. There's no downside in the cartels abusing the people, the most vulnerable people in the world. There's no downside in that. So if our president of the United States come in and unsecure the most secure border we ever had, it's disgusting. And I just told you the results of what he's done. When President Trump was running office, we had immigration down 90%. That means immigration was way low. Border Patrol agents were actually back on the line doing their national security duties. They're seizing more drugs. They're arresting more bad people. Less bad people are getting in. Border Patrol's already arrested 20,000 criminals. These are people already arrested. Under the Biden administration, since he became president, we just came out with the numbers today, approximately 800,000 have entered this country illegally and were not arrested. We call them gotaways. Where's that number come from? Camera traffic, drone traffic, sensor traffic, recorded, but they couldn't respond to them because they're too busy with the humanitarian crisis. 800,000. If the Border Patrol arrested 20,000 criminals, criminals don't want to be arrested. How many of the 800,000 are criminals? They don't want to be arrested because they don't get fingerprinted. How many of them have COVID? How many of them have TB? How many of them are a national security threat? Under this administration, the Border Patrol has arrested 42 people on terrorist screening database. Terrorists don't want to be arrested. They're trained how to evade apprehension. So apparently they weren't too smart. How many of the 800,000 came here to do us harm? No suspected terrorists. Because here's the facts. 800,000 gotaways from 161 different countries. Many of these countries sponsor terrorism. If you think not a single person of that 800,000 did come here to do us harm, then you're ignoring the facts. This is a national security issue. It's why I'm here today. I don't care what your opinion is on immigration, illegal immigration. You can have your opinion on that. But this humanitarian immigration crisis has caused a public safety crisis because of criminals come across the border and gang members, MS-13 in 48 states now. It's caused a public health crisis because of COVID and TB. And it's a national security crisis. After 9/11, I was in DC, we built systems like the no-fly list, this terrorist screening database, the visa security program, which prevented thousands of people with derogatory information to getting a visa coming here, like the terrorists of 9/11 did. What will those systems mean now? If I'm a terrorist and I want to come to the United States, why would I put myself through a visa process where I'm not going to be vetted through databases, including DOD intel databases? I'm going to walk across the southwest border the same way 800,000 others did. That's what makes this a national security issue. So regardless of what your immigration issue is and what you feel about illegal immigration, this crisis that was designed by this administration, they knew exactly what they were doing. Joe Biden was vice president in 14-15 when we had a surge. We shut it down. He knows how we shut it down. So doesn't Secretary Mayorkas when he was deputy secretary then. We built detention facilities. We detained people. We made them see a judge. 90% lose. We sent them home. The numbers went down. What are they doing now? They're shutting down detention facilities. They're not detaining. They're back to catch and release. Most of them get released without a court date. And ICE has been decapitated. They're not removing anybody. In a year, we got 1.7 illegal entries. ICE had the lowest number of removals in history of the agency, 59,000. And over half of them were the 3 months Trump was still in power. These policies are not humane. And right now, because of this crisis, up to 70% of border patrol agents are no longer online. This border is wide open. Over 1.5 have been released into the United States. After 35 years, I've never been more scared about the safety or security of this country than I am right now. I've been spending the last few months actually writing affidavits for several states suing the Biden administration. We just won another one 2 days ago. And we won't keep suing them because they put this country at great risk. Let me be clear, when the Secretary of Homeland Security says we have operational control of the border, we do not. I've talked to several chief patrol agents who will tell you we have lost, the United States Border Patrol has lost operational control of our border. They can't contain what's coming across. I just explained, almost 800,000 gotaways. Just this month, it's going to come out pretty soon, nearly 60,000 in 1 month. 67,000 last month entered this country and were arrested. How is that a secure border? How is that operational control? How is enough fentanyl comes across the country and drugs that kill over 100,000 Americans? And DEA says 95% of the drugs come across the southwest border. How is that a secure border? But the secretary gets up in front of Congress under oath and lies. That's why I'm here today. I'll go anywhere in the United States to talk about this issue. I spent my career doing it. And it's insulting for somebody who finally got a president. President Trump came in and put the right policies in place, give us the most secure border in my lifetime. Then someone comes in and undoes it on purpose. I care because I tell the stories all the time. I've seen a lot of dead bodies in my life. I found a lot of dead migrants. I've interviewed young ladies who were raped numerous times, as young as 10 years old, by the cartels. I stood in back of a tractor trailer with 19 dead aliens, including a 5-year-old little boy that died in his father's arms, all in their underwear because the box was so hot they had to get some sort of relief. They suffocated to death in a black metal box. Tom Homan is anti-immigrant. I'm anti-illegal immigration. This country is built on immigrants. There's a right way to do it and a wrong way to do it. I can't blame anybody who wants to be part of the greatest country on earth But you can't be a part of the greatest country on earth and not obey our laws. You can't have it both ways. I'll make one final comment when I introduce the next speaker. This is off the subject, but I keep saying it. Horse Patrol. Where's the investigation of the Horse Patrol? Secretary Mayorkas said it'll be days for investigation. I saw the videotape. I started my career in the Border Patrol. I wore that uniform. I know the rules of engagement. The men on those horses did nothing wrong. They did their job. They didn't whip anybody. The video's clear on that. The only people that did anything wrong were the Haitian migrants who entered the country illegally, which is a crime, and ignored orders from a federal agent, which is a crime. But everybody in this administration attacked the men and women of the Horse Patrol. The President of the United States attacked them and said they'd pay. The Secretary of Homeland Security makes a statement about Border Patrol training horses to attack babies. The Vice President, the Border Czar, she attacked them. Several members of Congress attacked them. The model in the Border Patrol is honor first. The President of the United States and the Secretary of Homeland Security stole their honor and slandered them from the White House podium. We all seen the video. They didn't whip anybody. Where's the investigation? I've been told it's over, but they're not going to announce it because it would embarrass the President and the Secretary. Well, embarrass the hell out of them. These men deserve better from their government. They deserve better from their Commander-in-Chief. Can you imagine being a Border Patrol agent going home to your family at night and the President of the United States just called you out as racist and that you're going to pay? Wives and children bullied at school? They're still not back full duty. Where's the investigation? We need to demand this administration release the findings of the investigation. It needs to be done from the White House podium, the same place they slandered these heroes. I promised the men and women of the Border Patrol and ICE the day I retired, I may be retiring from the director, but I'll never retire from having their six. The men and women of ICE and the Border Patrol, the finest 1% this country has. They strap a gun on their hip and wear a Kevlar vest to go to work. 2 o'clock in the morning while you're sleeping in bed and I'm sleeping in bed, they're standing on a dirt trail someplace responding to a sensor call. They don't know what the hell is coming. Is someone coming looking for a better life? Or is a heavily armed drug smuggler? They don't know they're going to stay there and take it on. They deserve better representation from their Commander-in-Chief. So please, support the United States Border Patrol. If you see one, shake their hand. They deserve it. I love each and every one of them. They're American heroes. With that, I'm honored to introduce the most recent Chief Patrol Agent that retired, career green uniform wearing patriot, Chief Rodney Scott.
Thank you. It's always quite challenging to follow Tom Homan, and especially when you can't find your remarks, but that's fine. So I'm honored. This is why. I could probably do it without it, but it starts off in the beginning. I agree with everything Tom said. And that's really true. I do. I really appreciate the support. But I'm going to come out here and I want you to know, because I'm not going to repeat everything, but I do agree with everything that Tom just said. Most importantly, there at the end, I think we need to pick up on, and thank you for bringing up the Horse Patrol, that's an indication of the transparency of this current administration. And I'm not here just to talk about that, but I am in a unique position, if you will, career government employee that was chief of the Border Patrol under Trump and under the Biden administration for the first several months. And while every administration that I worked for as well, from my perspective, did something, tried to improve border security, there is no administration that took it to the level of the Trump-Pence team. They literally got border security and understood what it was. They understood that border security is national security. But on a very basic level, because sometimes you hear these big words or you hear a little catchphrase like that, and it sounds like a political talking point. But in the conversations I was in behind the scenes, or when I was briefing President Trump on the border wall out in San Diego and what would and wouldn't work, they seemed to really understand, and it stuck, that it's exactly the same as your home. The border security is literally the same as your home. You expect people to come to your front door and to ask permission to enter. It's that simple. And you get to choose who and what comes into your home. And if you lose that ability, you have no security. The immigration piece of it is who gets to stay and everything else, but you don't even get to have that conversation if you can't simply control who and what enters your home. It is that simple. And this administration, the Trump-Pence administration, not only did they understand that, they also looked to the career government professionals, and I'm going to talk about that in a minute, for solutions and asked us how to make it work. On a national level, instead of having one front door, we have 328. We call them ports of entry. They're around the entire country, and CBP officers are there to meet and greet people. I don't believe that it's unreasonable to ask people to come to our front door, and the Pence-Trump team agreed with us on that. But the other thing was, there's real threats facing this country. Part of my bio gets left out, but when DHS was first created, I was asked to go to headquarters, Customs and Border Protection, and help set up an Office of Anti-Terrorism. I spent about 5 years working on anti-terrorism issues. It was the first time that I sat down with a lot of three-letter agencies and got exposed to threats this country faced. That as a Border Patrol agent, both in San Diego and here in Nogales, I'd never really thought about it. I just thought about it as immigration and narcotics. But there are real threats facing this country every day. People are trying to come into this country and do us harm in one way or another. Border Patrol has arrested people already this year from 150 different countries, exceeding that. Last year, I think it was over 160. But it's the world. It's not just the Northern Triangle or Mexico that you hear people talk about. And mixed in with that is the entire gamut. Tom talked and threw out some statistics. The 42 terrorists, people on the terrorist watch list that have been apprehended just since Biden has been in office. Another thing people miss on that is that process changed. So while you look at a specific number, if you back up several years actually, CBP and Border Patrol, they interacted with some people on the terrorist watch list, but primarily, I won't get into too much detail, they were people that were already here. They were checkpoints or they were at ports of entry. This phenomenon of terrorists crossing in between our ports of entry is emerging, and it's getting worse. And that's why I tried to raise the red flag to this administration and to the oversight committees shortly after I retired. But mixed in with that 1.5 million encounters that U.S. Border Patrol has caught coming across the border this last year, it's also criminals. It's people, and by the way, when we say criminals, that means most of these people have been in the United States prior. They've been arrested, convicted, and either deported or left. Those are American criminal databases. There's no big global criminal database to pull this from. And that is not everybody, but there's a significant portion of people in there that do want to do this country harm. There's thousands of people with active arrest warrants, and that's all mixed in. The Biden-Trump administration got it. They understood. Recently, if you want to hit the nail on the head, many of you guys probably heard about a terrorist plot. Iraqi seeking refuge here in the United States was going to smuggle 4 additional terrorists across the southwest border to try to kill President Bush. There's affidavits about it. There's an indictment. You can read it. This isn't made up. Within about a week or so of that same encounter, the Border Patrol accidentally released another person that was a suspected terrorist because when they ran the records checks, it did not come back as a lookout. And it wasn't until later that it was discovered. Luckily, they apprehended that individual, but that just lets you know the true threats if you simply don't control who and what is entering your home. And this is our home. So the massive numbers, though, create a huge new problem for us. Please don't misunderstand how the border works, and it has changed over the years. The cartels own every piece of that border. They control when people cross that border. And if you don't think about it in that context, let me ask you a simple question. If you're an asylum seeker, if you're from anywhere in the world, you want to come to this country, try to claim asylum, and you're going to cross the border and seek out the first law enforcement officer you can find, why are you going to drag your family across the Rio Grande River at 1 in the morning? Or go to Lordsburg or somewhere, Columbus, New Mexico, in the middle of nowhere, instead of going somewhere where it's safe? The cartels control that activity so that they can overwhelm the Border Patrol resources, local law enforcement resources, and create controllable gaps in border security where they bring the cocaine, the heroin, the terrorists, and the criminals that aren't staying at the border. Douglas, Nogales, even Tucson, it's a transit area. All that illegal activity is going to every city, town, and state across this entire country. And people away from the border need to understand this is not a border problem. This is truly a national security problem. When we brought these issues to the Trump-Pence administration, the Trump-Pence team, we got questions back like, what can we do to help? How can we stop it? What do you think we need to do? When I brought up these issues to the transition team when the Biden administration was coming on board, I got blank stares and was told that we're not going to talk about that. We were told that we needed to focus on expediting the processing of people coming across the border to make sure that we didn't have the appearance of people backing up in Border Patrol stations. We were literally not allowed to talk about the threats facing this nation. Under the Trump-Pence leadership, when I was the chief, we made investments in infrastructure, in policies, in technologies that bought Border Patrol agents more time. Tom talked about this a little bit. But when one Border Patrol agent can patrol a much larger area, that frees up personnel resources, which is the most valuable resource you have on the border. That's the agents. That extra time bought agents time to do in-depth interviews with people we arrested. As we pushed the illegal immigration down lower and lower, more and more people being arrested were subjected to these in-depth interviews. What are they trying to get out of it? They just want to know who you paid to get here, what kind of vehicles, all kinds of questions put in databases. That intelligence was helping us systematically map out the structures of the cartels on the south side of the border, who operated where, what they smuggled, what type of threat it was to the United States, and it made the Border Patrol agents' response much more effective. Beyond that, we shared that intelligence that we gained with everybody, HSI, DEA, FBI, so that we could systematically start taking out these cartels. Every investment that we were making on the border not only made that physical line more secure, it made people in Chicago more secure, in Denver more secure, in Wichita, Kansas more secure. And I really did appreciate that. I was one of the leftovers, if you will. I was a career government employee when the administration changed. As chief of the Border Patrol, it was my job to brief the oncoming administration and try to make sure they knew what threats were out there. It became very evident very quickly that the transition team and then the new politicals coming in disdained the personnel within the Border Patrol, and I hate to say this, I don't say it lightly, and the mission of the Border Patrol, and saw the border in a completely different light. My team and I stayed on. We gave every briefing we possibly could. We talked about the threats, but the evidence and the facts just fell on deaf ears. The Biden administration on day one did exactly what they said they were going to do during the campaign. And by the way, we already saw a surge in illegal immigration just from the rhetoric of the campaign. But on day one, as you all know, shutting down the border wall, shutting down a bunch of policies and programs, the tidal wave came. And you can, and I encourage you, because there's a lot of rhetoric out there, you don't even have to listen to me. Just one of those Border Patrol agents Tom talked to, walk up to them and ask them how secure the border is today. You're going to get an unfiltered response. That's the other thing, by the way. I was mandated every month to stand up in front of reporters and take questions. The Biden administration shut down all communication immediately. Why? Why would you do that? I believe because they know that the border, that their policies today are destroying the security of this nation. And they know if it has the light of day that people are going to revolt. You should revolt. Biden administration also took the pressure off of Mexico. The Trump-Pence team, working with Mexico, working with the Northern Triangle countries, had done a lot to create a hemisphere of security and basically just asked other people to enforce their own laws if they wanted our money. That all went away immediately as well. So again, now the Mexican government, or parts of it, are allowed to ignore the cartels and to allow people to transit through their country without any negative impact from the United States. This is the bottom line. At the end of the Trump administration, and again, you go ask any Border Patrol agent you want, we handed the administration, or I was in charge of an organization that was managing the border at a level I had never seen in my entire career. And after being in Southern California and Southern Arizona for so many years, I did not think possible. More importantly, we had a plan to keep building it out and to make it better and better. And that was going to put integrity back into our legal immigration systems so that you could actually have processes that we trusted and keep that system going. Unfortunately today, and I'm going to just copy something that Tom said because it's just a fact, we have literally given operational control of our borders to the cartel. There are hardly any Border Patrol agents out now at the beginning of the shift because they're so overwhelmed with the 1.5 million encounters that they've had this last year. That processing takes forever, and they're not getting out. Within about an hour or 2 hours a shift, the guys that were deployed are now tied up with additional individuals. So there's hundreds and hundreds of miles of border that are going unpatrolled every single day. So while we like to talk about numbers a lot, I encourage you not to get wrapped up around those numbers other than they're completely off the charts, because they're not the whole picture. Even the 800,000 documented gotaways is only part of the picture, because we don't know what crossed the border in areas there's no technology and there's no agents. And this was all driven by policy. We proved that you could secure the border, that you could have a safe and secure border, and the current administration, for whatever their own reasons are, walked away from that completely. National security and border security are synonymous, and I'm just going to end with that. The next speaker coming up is going to talk a little bit more about specific programs, specific policies. I want to introduce him, though. He's got an unbelievably unique background. He was a Marine. He was a street cop in LA, LAPD. He was FBI, or he ended up retiring from the FBI. He was a special agent in El Paso, but a whole FBI agent as well. He was actually chief of the United States Border Patrol for a while, and he was acting commissioner of Customs and Border Protection under the Trump administration. But in my own experience, I had the pleasure of working for this individual for twice. Once when he was chief of the Border Patrol, and once when he was head of Customs and Border Protection. And he is a true patriot. He's very passionate, and I just want you to give a round of applause and welcome Mark Morgan.
First of all, Rodney, you know what? You didn't work for me. We worked together, shoulder to shoulder. So look, I'm going to try to be quick here. I'm going to give you a snapshot of what the Trump-Pence team did to accomplish, as Tom said, the most secure border in our lifetime, because I know the reason you're here is not to hear me speak, or Tom or Rodney, with all due respect. So here's one of the most important things that they brought to the table. Wait for it. Leadership. Leadership. And with that leadership, as you heard from both Tom and Rodney, they understood several things. And one of the most important things that they understood is that border security is synonymous with our nation's safety and national security. But they also understood a little thing called the Constitution. And there's this thing in the Constitution called the Guarantee Clause, which is very clear that it says it's the federal government's responsibility to guarantee the protection of the states from threats from outside the country. And I was lucky enough and fortunate enough to have a front row seat on just how seriously the Trump-Pence team took that obligation. They understood the words of Ronald Reagan a long time ago, that any country that cannot secure its borders is not a country. They understood that what happens at the southwest border, it doesn't stay at the southwest border. It's why we say every state is a border state. They understand that secure borders, as Tom Homan's book says, saves lives. They understood that when you have illegal immigration, when you encourage, incentivize, and facilitate illegal immigration, you reduce our capability to effectively secure our borders. And we allow the cartels to have operational control. But here's something else they did, something that the current president refuses to do. I know it's real complicated. They actually came here to the border, right? And they didn't stay at an air-conditioned hangar or air-conditioned facility. They actually physically went to the border again and again and again. Heck, we just returned from the border, the actual physical border, I promise. We got out of an air-conditioned hangar. And what did they do when they were there? It was a lot more than a photo op. They got down and they listened to the experts, to the men and women, the big green machine that risk their lives every single day on the front line of our nation's border. They talked to them, they engaged, and they listened. And they did something else that was critically important. They actually asked them, what do you need? It wasn't like Rodney said, right? They didn't say, hey, we've already got our ideologic-driven agenda that you're going to carry out, and all you guys have been doing this for 30, 40 years, shut up and just execute. They actually asked the men and women that are out there on the front line, what do you need to do to secure the borders, to do your job, to protect American people? And one of the things they said, it wasn't the only thing they said they needed. They said, Mr. President, Mr. Vice President, we need a wall. It works. And they said, look, the wall isn't the end all to be all, but it's an effective part of the multi-layer strategy of infrastructure, technology, and personnel, a strategy that has proven successful decade after decade. The Border Patrol agents know with every mile of wall that goes in the ground, the country is more safe. Why? Because we're able to more effectively shape the behaviors of the cartels rather than the cartels shaping our behavior. The walls work, it's a fact. Anybody who tells you something different, they're lying to you. They also did something else that was very important. They continued their engagement. And they also heard that although they needed all these resources to support the infrastructure, technology, and personnel strategy, that wasn't enough. They also needed a significant change in policies to close the loopholes that were in our laws, a lot of them being driven by lower court judicial activism. And let's be honest, Congress failed to do that. Both Republican and Democrats failed to do that. But the Trump-Pence team did not. They took action. They were successful. They ended catch and release. As Rodney said, they infused integrity back into the system. They de-incentivized illegal immigration. But that wasn't enough. They kept going. And from a position of strength and influence, they reached out to other countries, and they actually brought countries to the table and said, what is this administration doing right now? They're pushing those countries away from the table. Those are the facts. And working together with those countries, with Mexico and the Northern Triangle countries specifically, they created the Remain in Mexico program. They created the Asylum Cooperative Agreements, and of course, Title 42. And what did that do? That brought an unprecedented level of cooperation that we've never seen in our lifetime from these countries. It actually attacked one of the major issues of fraudulent asylum claims, went down. Those that had legitimate asylum claims, we were actually encouraging through the ACAs to seek relief in the first safe country you come to, instead of traveling another 4,000 miles in the hands of the cartels and risking your lives, as Tom Holman talked about. It worked. And of course, Title 42, it reduced the introduction of COVID-19 into our country. It undoubtedly saved countless American lives. The fact is, the Trump-Pence team gave us an incredible network of tools and policies and authorities that enabled us to reduce illegal immigration, as Tom and Rodney said, by 85, 90%. And what did that result in? Agents were back on the line, doing their national security job, reducing drugs from pouring in, reducing criminals. Yes, that's a fact. Of the 800,000 gotaways that was mentioned, there are a lot of bad people among them. That's a fact. You may not want to hear that, but it's true. There are murderers and rapists and pedophiles and gang members. Every single day, they're getting across. They're illegally into this country because agents are off the line. The Trump-Pence team understood that, and they stopped it. They got agents back on the line. And that's what led to the most secure border in our lifetime. And what did this administration do? This isn't political. How in the heck can be securing our borders be a right or left thing? It shouldn't be. It's an American thing. But what did this administration do? Just as Tom said, through spite and politics and ideology, they threw it all away. Everything that I just talked about, everything that was accomplished, that was factually based successful, they threw it away. Drugs are pouring into this country. You heard the stats. Over 100,000 Americans in a 12-month period died from drugs pouring into this country. That's more Americans than died from all the terrorist attacks, the Iraq War, Afghanistan War, and Vietnam War combined in a 12-month period. How are we not coming together as Americans to say enough is enough? And we talked to the local sheriff and local leaders today, and they kept saying that, and it resonated with me. It's going to be a strong takeaway for me. They kept saying, enough is enough. Criminals are pouring in. You heard about the national security vulnerability. And that's all came because this administration, as Tom said, is the first administration in our lifetime that came in and unsecured the borders. Now, I have the honor and privilege of introducing a man that is why you came here and needs no introduction. But with great pride and honor, I would like to introduce you to the 48th Vice President of the United States, Vice President Pence.
Thank you, Mark. Well, thank you all for being here. It is great to be back in Arizona. But I'm back in Arizona today because there is an issue about which official Washington and the national media is spending little time. But it's an issue that impacts people all across this state and all across this country. And we are here to say with one voice to President Joe Biden and the Democrat Congress, it is time to secure the southern border of the United States of America. I want to thank the Arizona Commerce Authority for hosting us today, and most especially I want to thank your great governor, Doug Ducey. I've known your governor since he was selling ice cream. And I knew then, first time I met him, that he would be a leader of consequence and conviction and principle. And let me just say how fortunate people of Arizona are to have a leader who is so devoted to securing the border and keeping our families and our neighborhoods safe. Join me in thanking Governor Doug Ducey for bringing us together today, and we wish him a speedy recovery. I also want to thank members of the legislature who are with us today, business leaders from across the greater Phoenix area, in fact, all across Arizona. And most especially, I'm deeply humbled to be joined by members of the law enforcement community who've taken time to be here on their own time. Members particularly, as has been said so eloquently from this podium by all three of our previous speakers, they are heroes all. So would you join me in thanking Customs and Border Protection, local law enforcement in Phoenix, state law enforcement, and our Border Patrol. Thank you, ma'am. And frankly, it is also a great honor for me to be with three people I had the privilege of serving with when I was your vice president. I think they are three of the greatest champions of border security in the history of this country. The former acting ISIS director, Tom Holman, the former acting commissioner of U.S. Customs and Border Protection, Mark Morgan, and Rodney Scott, the last chief of the U.S. Border Patrol under our administration and this one. I saw these three men when the cameras were off, when the doors were closed. And I've never met three Americans more dedicated to a secure southern border of the United States or to the safety and security of our families. Would you join me in thanking these three outstanding leaders for their service to this country? Thank you, man. We're here today in Phoenix to discuss a crisis that this Hoosier hardly needs to inform people in Arizona about. But it's a crisis that, while it's not getting much attention in the national debate today or from many of our national leaders, it is a crisis that literally is unfolding by the hour along our 2,000-mile border with Mexico. It's a crisis of epic proportions. It's one that's costing lives on both sides of the border and causing incalculable human suffering in our nation and nations across this hemisphere. And the hard truth is, despite the very best effort of our heroes in CBP and in the Border Patrol and local law enforcement like I was with in Cochise County today, it's getting worse by the day. The numbers really speak for themselves. 2021, there were 1.7 million encounters with illegal immigrants. That was a 379% increase over the previous year. From October 21 to April 22 of this year, the latest information is we saw another 1 million encounters, not counting 300,000 what are called gotaways. The truth of the matter is, despite the magnitude of this crisis, it can be ended almost overnight if President Joe Biden will just put back the policies the Trump-Pence administration put into effect that reduced illegal immigration by 90%. It's true. We know what works because it worked. I was there, standing shoulder to shoulder with President Trump. Our negotiations with Mexico. We got Mexico to do more to secure their southern border and ours than they had ever done in history. We got greater cooperation on asylum abuse from Northern Triangle countries than had ever even been thought about. And we saw a commitment to a physical border, to the construction of a wall, hundreds of miles of border wall. And I probably don't have to tell anyone that's taken time to be here today or anyone that's looking on. All of that has come to an end. It's jarring to hear, but frankly, it's more disturbing to see. Earlier today, we had the opportunity to visit a section of the border down in Cochise County, part of the Tucson sector that you all know well. I learned in that sector alone in 2021, there were 183,000 arrests and 115,000 gotaways. And most tragically, there were 162 migrant deaths in that sector alone. I spent the day with Sheriff Mark Daniels and his team that told us that under President Joe Biden, from the very first day of this administration, the border's been wide open. And it isn't because our men and women in green aren't trying. They're just simply overwhelmed. As he told me today, on a single day, well, they have 700 people come across one area of the border. You heard it was just described. Those Border Patrol agents apprehend people, and then they take them into process, and then hundreds of more come across. The local law enforcement down there in Cochise County is working with state law enforcement, and they're trying to fill in the gaps. But it's overwhelming. Let me just say, I'm grateful to the members of the state legislature who are here. I know there's more aid on the way. I'm grateful to Governor Doug Ducey for his commitment of state tax dollars to border security. But let's be very clear. Border security is not the responsibility of the state of Arizona. It is the responsibility of the United States of America. We saw physically the disruption of policies that were working. Literally made our way up a mountainside so we could stand right where the border wall construction stops. And literally within eyesight of where we were standing, I was told there was a cartel lookout post. It's manned every day so they can call in people that are either engaged in human trafficking, hauling fentanyl and opioids across the border, or coming into our country with even worse intentions. You know, just a few years ago, a crisis of this magnitude would have been unthinkable. And I couldn't be more proud to have been part of an administration that reduced illegal immigration by 90% at our southern border. We showed what happens when you have leadership in the White House, support in the Congress, and partners in law enforcement and in state houses around the country that are committed to border security. It all still works. Under our administration, we built more than 450 miles of the world's most robust border wall. And now, as I can testify firsthand, stacks of steel girders piled high right by that border wall. Girders that could already have added hundreds of miles more to the wall are now rusting and atrophying in the harsh sunlight in the Tucson sector. Just incredible. We built a wall. Good walls make good neighbors. And we built a wall that worked and made a difference. And we've got to finish the wall if we want to secure our border. Under our administration, we also ended policies you heard described eloquently from this podium today. We ended the absurd practice of catch and release. We ended asylum fraud through groundbreaking partnerships with Mexico, known as the Migrant Protection Protocols. I was in those negotiations. The President asked me and Secretary Pompeo to lead those discussions with the Mexican government. Made it very clear to them that we expected our neighbors to step up and do their part. And we were able to implement what came to be known as a Remain in Mexico policy that literally ended a tidal wave of asylum abuse that was flooding our borders. It's incredible. During the pandemic, we also authorized sweeping emergency measures under Title 42 to immediately remove virtually every illegal immigrant apprehended at the southern border to put the health and safety of the American people first. What's amazing is that from the first day of this administration, they stopped construction on the wall. They ended the emergency at our southern border. They restarted catch and release. They ended Remain in Mexico. And but for a strong, principled, conservative judge, they wanted to undo Title 42. And men and women, it's extraordinary to think about it. In the first 100 days of this administration, President Biden took more than 90 executive actions related to immigration that have literally opened a floodgate that I, again, scarcely need to tell the people of Arizona about, because you're living it. The beautiful little town of Sierra Vista where we were today, wonderful college town, got a military base right there, literally is enduring an avalanche of illegal immigration. Cochise County, I learned today from Sheriff Daniels, actually used to be the most successful county among all the counties on the southern border of the United States. But now, for inexplicable reasons, it's become a focal point. Cartels determining some measure of vulnerability, I assume, Tim. And so literally flooding Cochise County with people that come and move out from there by the hundreds and by the thousands. And the truth of all of this is what's happening now was entirely predictable. And seemingly overnight, illegal immigration surged to levels unseen in decades. As I said before, nearly 2 million illegal aliens were encountered at the border last year. That's the most in the history of the United States. The number of unaccompanied minors apprehended at the border doubled the previous all-time high. And since Joe Biden became president, his administration has actually released some 900,000 illegal immigrants into American communities. 900,000. I mean, if they all lived in one place, it would be the 15th largest city in the United States. Additionally, an estimate of 620,000 migrants entered the country completely undetected during the same period of time. I don't know about the rest of you, but listening to a guy with Tom Homan's experience stand up here and talk to us in the kind of blunt terms that he did was jarring. 620,000 people have come into our country. We think of the percentage of people that have been encountered that were from countries other than Mexico. Of the 1.7 million that were apprehended, we learned 63% of them were from countries other than Mexico. Washington being Washington, they reduced that to an acronym, OTM. But use your imagination. I'm not talking about people being just from places like Brazil and Colombia. We all know about the stories. We've all lived in the era of the war on terror. And the truth is, what you heard these three men describe is something that people who gathered here, I'm sure, know well. Border security is national security. And to keep America safe, we must secure our southern border now and always. But there are solutions. And as I told the beleaguered law enforcement community in Cochise County today, I'm sure help is on the way. Truth is, everywhere I go, even though Washington, D.C. isn't much talking about what's happening on this southern border of your state and our country, American people are talking about it. I mean, I have to tell you, just about everywhere I go, people talk to me about inflation at a 40-year high and a crisis on our southern border, and ask me, what are we going to do about it? And I tell them, well, about 6 months from now, you're going to have an opportunity to begin to do something about it when we elect men and women who will put border security first. That really is what it's going to take. Because I would submit to each and every one of you that the policies that this administration has implemented are not a reflection of incompetence. I mean, the truth of the matter is that the Democratic Party today is largely dominated by the radical left. And on their agenda is the goal of open borders, plain and simple. It isn't that things aren't going the way they expected, it's that they are going the way they expected. All you need to do is listen to Rodney Scott, who is a man who literally spent a lifetime in the green uniform. Nonpartisan man, if there ever was one. Dedicated to the men and women of the Border Patrol. And to hear him say that in the transition of this new administration, there just was no interest in hearing about what was happening on our border. Because as Rodney told me, it already had begun to happen literally within days after the election. The migration began. The movement began. And we all have seen it. People coming to the southern border literally wearing the colors and the slogans of the other political party on T-shirts. It'd be ironic, except that it's tragic. But what it tells you is that the policies matter, but the message also matters. We have to have leaders in Washington, D.C. that are willing to speak up, speak out, and say to the wider world, say across this hemisphere, do not come. You will not cross our border, but through the color of the law. But the message that's going out today is, from this administration, is clear. If you can make it to American soil, you're home free. The unspoken word is, the odds are you'll never be arrested, you'll never be sent back home. The message was received loud and clear. As we gather here today, I don't have to tell you, there's another caravan of illegal immigrants, this one numbering, I think, 15,000 people, that's making its way to America's southern border again. They're coming because this is the greatest nation on earth. And make no mistake about it, we have a broken immigration system. And someday soon we will have leadership that secures our border and fixes this broken immigration system once and for all. But they're also coming because in some way, between the lines, they're being invited. And having been invited, they're being exploited. I must tell you, having been involved in these issues since my days in the House of Representatives, men and women, it grieves my heart to think of the way people are exploited and abused by the cartels who care not about their lives, care not about their safety, and enticed to take the long and dangerous journey to our border, irrespective of what it might mean for them. They're getting the message. And the message doesn't appear to be changing. Last week, President Biden held a summit of the Americas in Los Angeles. I've represented our country at that summit before. The leaders of Mexico, El Salvador, Guatemala, Honduras, the 4 countries that are primary sources of our migration crisis, didn't even bother to show up. You know, the truth of the matter is, under the Trump-Pence administration, our neighbors to the south knew we expected them to do their part to secure their border and ours, or there would be consequences in American support for their countries. And they showed respect to America during the Trump-Pence years. But even that wasn't present here. In fact, at that disastrous summit, President Biden declared, quote, "We are transforming our approach to manage migration." Well, if that's what you want to call it. You just heard 3 of the most credible authorities on the southern border of the United States tell you that we have lost operational control of the southern border. What the President of the United States says is it's simply a new approach to managing migration. Well, we don't need to manage illegal immigration at our southern border. We need to end illegal immigration at our southern border. But there are solutions, things we can do, and you all have come out today, not just to be reminded of what you already know, which is that we're in the midst of an unfolding crisis at our southern border. But I hope you also came because you believe, as I do, that help is on the way and that we are on the cusp of electing a new generation of leaders in 6 months and in just a few years that'll put our nation back on a path to a secure border and to law and order. I formed an organization after I left office called Advancing American Freedom. We brought together some of the brightest minds in the conservative movement, including some of these very same men who helped us build an agenda. We called it a freedom agenda. But right at the center of that freedom agenda was an outline for dealing with the crisis of illegal immigration. And so let me leave you with a couple of thoughts. You know, there's an old saying in Washington that you can't beat a program without a program. We had policies that essentially ended illegal immigration at our southern border. But there's more yet we can do to not just put them back, but also move our country forward. And so I want to humbly offer them to you as thoughts about how we can find our way forward. And in the days ahead, as you sort through your upcoming primaries here in Arizona and the upcoming fall elections, some of these ideas make sense to you. Make no mistake about it, there is no force more powerful in America than the voice of the American people. And I encourage you to let your voice be heard. First, our agenda calls for finishing the border wall and immediately deporting all illegal, criminal, aliens, and gang members from the United States of America. We call for banning sanctuary cities nationwide. We should also allow legal residents to sue officials who carry out sanctuary policies and prevent states from cooperating with federal law enforcement. All forms of amnesty, whether legislative or administrative, must be vigorously opposed. America is a nation of laws, and we must stand on the principle of the rule of law and reject amnesty in all of its forms. Standing on that mountainside today, I spoke to a rancher who I could see his ranch from where we stood. And I said, "When did all this get started?" He said, 1986, when amnesty was granted. He's a fourth-generation rancher in southern Arizona, and he looked like it. Tough, grizzled, patriotic. But he said to me, "Mike, that's when it began." And so we need to begin by rejecting that principle altogether. Secondly, We must work every day to end asylum fraud, which allows millions of illegal immigrants to enter and remain in the United States. The fastest way to end asylum fraud is to demand that this Congress and this administration and Mexico reinstate the Remain in Mexico City policy. It's a very simple concept, and one that it took some doing, but we finally brought the Mexicans around to see our part of it. Very simple concept that if you want to apply for asylum in the United States, we will adjudicate your claim carefully and thoughtfully, and you can wait just right outside the door while we do that. It's amazing how many people just chose not to come and apply. Also, we need, as I mentioned before, to keep Title 42 in place, allowing for the immediate removal of illegal immigrants to protect the health and safety of the American people. As long as the coronavirus threat remains, we need to put the health of America first. And third, we need to bring about the kind of reform of our immigration system that I can tell you was already on the drawing board in the Trump-Pence administration. The time has come to end chain migration for all but the nuclear family and create a merit-based immigration system that puts the interests of America first. You wouldn't know it from my last name, but I'm the grandson of an Irish immigrant. Richard Michael Cawley got off a boat on Ellis Island in 1923. Drove a bus in Chicago, Illinois for 40 years. I was named after him. My grandfather, though, had to study to be a tailor before he was able to immigrate, because there was, at that time, under our old system, a quota for people in particular occupations. And so my grandfather went, applied himself for a year, learned to be a working tailor, got certified, and then applied to immigrate to the United States. That's how Richard Michael Cawley became an American. And that's how Michael Richard Pence became Vice President of the United States of America. That's part of the American story. So the idea of a merit-based immigration system is actually nothing new. We're simply going back to the principle that worked before. Beyond that, we need to make sure that employers are required to use E-Verify to ensure that all employees are authorized to work in the United States. Work visas should be granted only to those employers that have created apprenticeship programs for American citizens as well. We have to turn off the jobs magnet so illegal immigrants will have less of an incentive to sneak into the country, but a powerful incentive to come in under the law. And finally, I believe it will be important as that immigration reform approaches, and as I hope and pray, and I'm working every day, that a new majority on Capitol Hill can help to forge with, in the not too distant future, a new administration as their partner. We need to ensure that all immigrants to this country are capable of providing for themselves and their families. I mean, this is a country that was literally grounded on the American dream. That if you work hard, you play by the rules, anybody can be anybody. This small town boy from southern Indiana is certainly testament to that. And I know this is a room full of men and women who can also testify to the opportunities you've been given in this country. But the truth is, we need to reinforce to people that want to come to this country that they need to be in a position to support their own. You know, there's that verse in the Bible that says, whoever does not look after their own household is worse than an unbeliever. We need to make it clear that people that are coming into this country can support themselves, support their families. We need the public charge rule in effect so that people coming here are a benefit to America and not a burden to taxpayers. You know, until President Biden and the Democrats in Congress recognize the the true nature of the border crisis and its roots in far left policies of open borders, it's only going to get worse. And I don't know that they will. But sometimes, as the old saying goes, if they won't see the light, make them feel the heat. Last time I checked, about 6 months from now, we got another election coming around. We got an opportunity to get behind men and women at every level, local government, state houses, Congress of the United States, who understand what Gail understands in the State House, who understand what you all gathered here understand. That a nation without borders is not a nation. That before we speak about any other aspect of immigration, we need to put border security first. Until that time, I suspect wave after wave of illegal immigrants will continue to arrive at our southern border. But it's up to us to take control. And it's up to us to demand that the leadership in Washington do their job. You know, everyone in public life takes essentially the same oath of office. My son, who's a captain in the Marine Corps, stationed at the Marine Corps base in Yuma, reminded me not long ago that he took the very same oath as well. You raise your right hand, you put your hand on the Bible, and you pledge to support and defend the Constitution of the United States. Pledge to keep your oath. Whether it makes sense in your politics or not, right? The truth of the matter is, I believe President Biden has a duty. As President of the United States, under the oath that he took, under the Constitution to support and defend this country, he needs to turn a deaf ear to the open borders radical left in his own party and do his job. President Joe Biden needs to do his duty and secure the border of the United States of America, and do it now. With that, I want to thank you for coming. And I hope somewhere in this conversation and hearing from these three great leaders, you're encouraged, because I am. I mean, everywhere I go across this country, I've seen an energy like I've never seen in my lifetime before. I was actually the House Republican Conference chairman in 2010, the last time we fired Nancy Pelosi. And I got a feeling it's coming again, if we all do our part. But you're here because you know it's not just about politics. It's not just about shirts and skins. It's not just about who's in majorities. It's about our country. It's about living under a nation that is governed by the rule of law. It's about having safe streets for our families. It's having the opportunity to build everything that matters. A family, a business, and a good name. And I just believe with all of my heart, if all of us do all that we need to do in the days ahead to speak to our neighbors and friends all across Arizona and all across America about the nature of this crisis, the sources of this crisis, the solutions to this crisis on our southern border, we will elect a new generation of leadership that will secure the border of the United States, that will fix this broken immigration system, and I know the best days for the greatest nation on earth are yet to come. So help us God. Thank you all very much. God bless you, and God bless America.
All right, so former Vice President Mike Pence wrapping up his remarks in Phoenix, Arizona. He spoke a lot on border security, saying that the border needs to be secured. Now, it really sounded like a campaign rally, but the former VP has not come out and said if he is running for office. Now, coming up after the break, we will bring you Senator Chuck Schumer's remarks on the gun safety deal that was agreed to over the weekend. That's up next after the break. Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. A group of senators, Republicans and Democrats, came to an agreement on ways to make gun safety better, well, to curb gun violence across the country. They came to an agreement on a gun safety bill. Let's go ahead and hear remarks from Senator Chuck Schumer earlier this morning.
Yesterday, Democratic and Republican negotiators announced an agreement on a framework for bipartisan gun safety legislation, bringing the Senate one step closer to finally responding to the plague of gun violence that afflicts our nation, terrorizes our children. For the first time in a long time, the Senate has a path forward on legislation that will save lives, reduce gun violence, and keep our communities safe. Make no mistake about it, we have a lot of work left to do before we actually pass a bill. But yesterday's announcement was a positive and necessary step in the right direction. Now comes the important work of turning this framework into legislation and legislative language that can pass Congress and be signed by the President. We must continue working with the urgency that this moment demands, because if we can save even one life from gun violence, it will well be worth it. Once the text of this agreement is finalized, and I hope it will be as soon as possible, I will put this bill on the floor quickly so the Senate can move quickly to make gun safety reform a reality. As I said, I will put this bill on the floor as soon as possible, once the text of the final agreement is finalized, so the Senate can act quickly to make gun safety reform a reality. So I urge my colleagues to continue working with the same good faith and urgency that has brought us to this point. Certainly, yesterday's agreement does not have everything Democrats wanted, but it nevertheless represents the most significant reform to gun safety laws that we have seen in decades. If enacted, this legislation will make it harder for mass shooters to access assault rifles by enhancing background checks for those under 21. It will prevent tragedies before they happen by helping states with their red flag laws. It will prevent gun violence at home by closing the so-called boyfriend loophole and establish new penalties for gun traffickers. And it will make our neighborhoods safer by investing in mental health and community violence intervention programs. The lion's share of gun violence happens outside the national spotlight, and these intervention programs are some of the most effective ways to reduce crime and make our communities safer. Altogether, this framework is a good and necessary first step towards changing the reality of gun violence in America. It will lay the foundation for future action. Most importantly, this legislation will go a long ways to saving lives. I want to thank Senators Murphy and Sinema, Cornyn and Tillis for working assiduously on this framework. Senator Murphy asked me for space to let the negotiators do their work. And I was glad to give it to them because we knew that any chance of getting something real done on gun safety was worth the effort. I also want to thank my colleagues who were part of the Bipartisan Guns Working Group, including Senators Blumenthal, Manchin, Coons, Heinrich, and others. I want to thank all the advocates, families, volunteers who lost loved ones, who shared their stories, who marched to make the change. Without the advocates, the families, the volunteers who lost loved ones, this bill wouldn't have happened. Because year after year, after shooting, they didn't give up. They persisted and have helped bring us to this important moment. For decades, families across the country have seen the same dismal pattern play out whenever a mass shooting strikes the nation. Tragedy followed by inaction. From Columbine to Virginia Tech to Sandy Hook to Las Vegas to Parkland to Buffalo to Uvalde and to so many others, gridlock has prevented Congress from bringing solace to families in grief. But no matter how many shootings have traumatized this nation, these families have never given up in their hope of making change happen. Rather than curse the darkness, These families have responded to tragedy by lighting candles. They have shared their stories, they have marched for change, and they have done everything in their power to make sure no other parent, spouse, or sibling has to suffer the pain they have felt and live with every day. The same goes true for all the advocates and the so many groups who have worked on gun safety. Many members of these groups are survivors of gun violence. I have a person on my staff who's a survivor of Aurora. And they have all worked tirelessly for years to enact common sense gun safety laws. Despite decades of frustrating gridlock, I hope that yesterday's announcement brings some sense of accomplishment to these grieving families and to all of those who have marched and protested and written letters and tweeted, because it's thanks to them we are at the threshold of progress. Madam President, nearly 30 years ago, I was the author of the Brady background checks bill, and that was the last time Congress took meaningful action to address gun violence. It was a different era back then, but the lesson of that experience remains relevant today. The right law can decrease gun deaths. I believe that there are tens of thousands of people alive today because the Brady Law was passed in 1994. They don't know who they are. We don't know who they are. But it's virtually certain that that law saved thousands and thousands of lives. I urge my colleagues to think of all the lives we can now save by turning this framework into law. Americans have waited long enough for us to take action. Too many lives, too many, have been already lost. Too many families, too many, have been left grieving. While we can't undo the tragedies of the past, we can act now to make them less likely in the future. This framework, if enacted into law, will do precisely that. And I urge all of us to continue working to pass gun safety legislation soon. Now on the PACT Act, as negotiations continue off the floor on gun safety reform, today the Senate will move forward with the most significant expansion of veteran health care benefits in decades. In a few hours, the Senate will vote on cloture on the substitute amendment for the PACT Act, which Chairman Tester and Ranking Member Moran have been working on for months. It's my hope that we can finally pass this legislation in the next few days, well before the week is out. The changes outlined by the PACT Act are long overdue. It would make sure any veteran suffering from toxic exposure in the line of duty could get the VA benefits they deserve. It would end the indignity that too many veterans face right now of carrying the burden of toxic exposure on their own and being forced to jump through hoop after hoop after hoop by the VA before they can get any benefits, and many of them never get them. And as many as 3.5 million veterans could benefit from the reforms brought about by this bill. I urge my colleagues to keep working so we can push this bill over the finish line ASAP, because both sides want it, our veterans deserve it, and veteran service organizations, the VSOs, have been telling Congress for years that change is needed at the VA. So before the week is out, the Senate should do its job and pass this bill. Now on the shipping bill, a few months ago, the Senate unanimously passed legislation to fight inflation by fixing unfair shipping practices that are clogging our ports and straining our supply chains. Tonight, the House will finally act on that bill and send it to the President's desk. Inflation is the greatest frustration America has right now, and backlogs at our ports are one of the biggest drivers of price hikes that we will address through this bill. By now, we've all seen pictures of scores of ships lining up in ports from Los Angeles to Savannah to Seattle to New York and New Jersey. These backlogs have not only caused great harm for American exporters trying to send their products out into the world, they have also skyrocketed the price of goods coming into this country. The backlogs create a brutal double whammy that ultimately leaves American families paying the price. So I applaud Speaker Pelosi and all of my House colleagues for taking action on this shipping reform bill. And I want to thank my colleagues here in the Senate, Senators Klobuchar and Thune, the authors of the legislation, Chairman Cantwell, Chairwoman Cantwell, who shepherded it through, and others for their leadership when this bill was before the Senate. By reforming unfair shipping practices, Congress is taking a much-needed step to lowering costs, clearing our ports, and relieving supply chains. I thank all of my colleagues for a job well done. Yield the floor? Nope, I don't yield it yet.
Okay, so we were just listening into Senator Chuck Schumer on the floor there, speaking about this bipartisan gun safety framework that was reached over the weekend. Of course, that was the news out of the Senate. Schumer on the floor earlier today said, once the text of this agreement is finalized, I will put this bill on the floor quickly. Let's go into what exactly this bill would entail that was reached by this bipartisan group of senators. Senator Chris Murphy, the Democrat from Connecticut, tweeted in a multi-part thread on Sunday. He said, "We have a deal. Today, a bipartisan group of 20 senators is announcing a breakthrough agreement on gun violence, the first in 30 years that will save lives." He says, here's what it includes: major funding to help states pass and implement crisis intervention orders, otherwise known as red flag laws, that will allow law enforcement to temporarily take dangerous weapons away from people who pose a danger to others or themselves. Also, billions in new funding for mental health and school safety, including money for the national build-out of community mental health clinics. Also, to close the boyfriend loophole so that no domestic abuser, a spouse, or a serious dating partner can buy a gun if they are convicted of abuse against their partner. It goes on to say it will include the first ever federal law against gun trafficking and straw purchasing. This will be a difference-making tool to stop the flow of illegal guns into cities. It will also enhance background checks for those under 21, and it will have a short pause to conduct the background check. Young buyers can get the gun only after the enhanced check is complete. It also says clarification of the laws regarding who needs to register as a licensed gun dealer to make sure all truly commercial sellers are doing background checks. Murphy goes on to say, will this bill do everything we need it to end our nation's gun violence epidemic? He says no, but it's real, meaningful progress, and it breaks a 30-year logjam, demonstrating that Democrats and Republicans can work together in a way that truly saves lives. 10 Republicans signed on to this framework about what this gun safety bill will look like. Remember, the text has not been written yet. Senator Schumer there on the floor says once it is, he will bring it to the floor right away. In the meantime, we do want to hear from Attorney General Merrick Garland, who is also talking about gun reform, gun safety, getting illegal guns off the streets in some cities across the country. He held a press conference today. Let's listen in.
Good afternoon. I'm joined today by ATF Deputy Director Marvin Richardson, U.S. Attorney for the Northern District of Texas, Chad Meacham, ATF Dallas Special Agent in Charge, Jeff Boschek, and ATF Dallas Task Force Officer, Lance Amos. The Justice Department is leaving no stone unturned in our efforts to protect communities from violent crime and the gun violence that often drives it. As part of the department-wide anti-violent crime strategy that we launched last year, we are marshaling the resources of every one of our U.S. Attorney's offices, law enforcement agencies, grant-making entities, and other components to work in partnership with state and local law enforcement to disrupt violent crime. We are cracking down on the criminal gun trafficking pipelines that flood our communities with illegal drugs. We have set up strike forces to disrupt those networks from start to finish, from wherever illegal guns originate to wherever they are used to commit violent crimes. And we have instructed our federal prosecutors and law enforcement agents to prioritize prosecutions of those who are responsible for the greatest gun violence. Those include repeat offenders, who are the major drivers of violent crime. They also include those who illegally traffic in firearms and those who act as straw purchasers. The case we are announcing today is just one example of those efforts. Today, the Justice Department is announcing an indictment in the Northern District of Texas charging an individual with illegally dealing in firearms. Law enforcement ultimately recovered those guns in multiple cities in Texas, in Baltimore, Maryland, and in Canada. The defendant was arrested last Friday, June 10th, and has been charged with 1 count of dealing in firearms without a license and 3 counts of making false statements during the purchase of a firearm. The indictment charges that the defendant purchased at least 92 firearms, primarily handguns, from federally licensed firearms dealers. It alleges that 75 of those firearms were purchased from a single dealer in the span of just 6 months. That dealer has relinquished its federal firearms license to ATF. The indictment also states that law enforcement recovered 16 of the firearms in incidents including homicide, aggravated assault, and drug trafficking. Almost all of those guns were recovered in incidents occurring within 1 year of purchase. At least one of those guns was recovered by law enforcement 7 days, just 1 week after it was bought. Data from ATF's National Integrated Ballistics Information Network, also called NIBIN, showed that the firearms the defendant allegedly purchased were linked to multiple shootings in the Dallas-Fort Worth area. One of the firearms originally purchased by the defendant was linked to 2 separate aggravated assaults and 1 incident of unlawfully carrying of a firearm. The indictment also charges that 3 separate times over a 3-month period last year, the defendant falsely stated to a federal firearms licensee that he was the actual transferee and buyer of the firearms, when in fact he was not. Those firearms included a Taurus 9mm pistol, a Glock 9mm pistol, and a Glock 40 caliber pistol. The investigation is ongoing. I want to thank and recognize the prosecutors and law enforcement teams across the department whose exceptional work resulted in this indictment, including the U.S. Attorney's Office for the Northern District of Texas and ATF's Dallas Field Division. As I said, this case is just one example of the efforts the Justice Department is taking to protect our communities from violent crime and from the illegal gun trafficking that often drives it. Just last month, in the Southern District of New York, we charged a couple who are alleged to have purchased 68 guns as part of an interstate gun trafficking conspiracy. Earlier this year, in the Central District of California, we charged an individual with illegally selling 89 firearms, including 53 ghost guns, as well as nearly 16 pounds of methamphetamine. Earlier this year in the District of Connecticut, we charged an individual who purchased at least 18 firearms in Georgia and who had others purchased even more on his behalf. He then illegally provided them to individuals in Connecticut. Some of those firearms ended up in the hands of gang members. Also this year in the District of Maryland, we charged 4 individuals after they allegedly sold an undercover officer 24 handguns, including 20 ghost guns, as well as confirmed and suspected machine gun conversion devices, several of which had been 3D printed. And in April of this year, I announced a superseding indictment charging 12 individuals with conspiracy to illegally traffic over 90 guns across state lines into the city of Chicago. In that case, the trafficked guns were linked to a mass shooting and other shootings in the Chicago area, in which multiple people were injured and several killed. As these examples make very clear, if you put illegal guns on our streets or into the hands of violent offenders, the Justice Department will spare no resource to hold you accountable. The Justice Department is committed to doing our part to end the plague of gun violence, and we strongly support Congress's efforts to do so as well. In recent weeks, mass shooting after mass shooting has taken the lives of children in their classrooms, beloved community members doing their grocery shopping, and worshipers gathering at their church. So, as our agents and prosecutors work to get crime guns out of our communities, we are also committed to doing everything we can to support the bipartisan gun safety negotiations that are taking place in Congress as we speak. Finally, the case we announced today illustrates the critical role that ATF plays in battling gun violence and saving lives. ATF needs permanent leadership to continue carrying on that fight, and we urge the Senate to act swiftly to confirm the President's nominee, Steve Dettelbach, to serve as director of ATF. Our agents and ATF's critical mission deserve nothing less. I'm now pleased to turn the program over to the United States Attorney, Chad Meacham.
Thank you, Mr. Attorney General. I'm Chad Meacham, the United States Attorney for the Northern District of Texas, and I'm glad to be here with you all today. I know that many of you have been shaken by the surge of gun crime across this country, especially those crimes committed by people the system has already deemed dangerous: convicted felons, protective order targets, and those with adjudicated mental health issues. But criminals cannot commit gun crime without access to guns. The Second Amendment protects the rights of law-abiding citizens, but not prohibited persons, nor those who arm them. The U.S. Attorney's Office, ATF Dallas, and the entire Department of Justice is working our level best to keep guns away from dangerous offenders before they can put finger to trigger. As General Garland mentioned, my office just indicted DeMontre Hackworth, a firearms dealer who allegedly purchased almost 100 handguns, many of which have turned up on the streets. The investigation indicates that one was recovered following a homicide near Fort Worth, Texas, just 55 days after purchase. Another was used during an assault near Dallas, only 78 days after purchase. Yet a third was left loaded in a vehicle with a young child just 42 days after purchase. 16 of the guns Mr. Hackworth allegedly purchased have been recovered in incidents and crimes not involving him across the United States and in Canada, most within a year of purchase. The investigation indicates that some had been used in more than one crime. As charged in the indictment, Mr. Hackworth obtained guns from federally licensed firearm dealers, falsely identified himself on ATF forms as the actual transferee, and then turned around and illegally provided them to others. Federal law does not allow alleged profiteers to engage in the business of dealing firearms, devoting time and effort to obtaining and reselling guns for monetary gain without a license. When an unlicensed dealer purchases guns for others, he allows the actual recipients to bypass background checks. Aware or not of the recipient's past, an unlicensed dealer may well hand over guns to some of society's most dangerous individuals, prohibited persons like drug dealers, human traffickers, even murderers. Selling to customers who cannot pass background checks allows guns to be used in real crimes against real victims, people whose lives may never be the same. Before I turn the podium over to my colleague from ATF, I want to make one point. These cases are not easy to investigate or prosecute. The law enforcement agents literally had to work multiple cases backwards before the identity of someone like this defendant becomes even known. You can only imagine the kind of dedication it takes to run each purchase to ground and then take all that evidence and bring this type of charge. We thank the prosecution team for their efforts. We may never know how many lives we saved by stopping this defendant's allegedly illegal gun trafficking. I'll next turn the podium over to ATF Special Agent in Charge in Dallas, Jeff Boshek.
Thank you, Chad. General Garland. Hello, and good afternoon. My name is Jeff Boshek, and I'm the Special Agent in charge of ATF's Dallas Field Division. The Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, Firearms, and Explosives is the lead federal law enforcement agency involved in investigations of illegal firearms trafficking, and the Dallas Field Division investigates these crimes in North Texas, Oklahoma, and southern New Mexico. ATF is the sole agency in the United States authorized to trace firearms for law enforcement, and ATF traced more than 500,000 crime guns nationwide in FY21. Over the past 3 years, a pattern emerged as firearms were recovered throughout the United States and Canada. As those firearms were investigated and traced by ATF, Many had a single commonality. As the indictment charges, they had been purchased by DeMontre Hackworth. 9 firearms recovered in the Dallas area were traced back to an alleged purchase by Hackworth. Another firearm recovered in Longview, Texas, was traced back to an alleged purchase by Hackworth. An additional firearm recovered in Baltimore was traced back to an alleged purchase by Hackworth. And incredibly, another 4 firearms recovered in Canada were also traced back to an alleged purchase by Hackworth. As the investigation continued, ATF special agents scoured the Dallas area, visiting federal firearms licensees, and discovered the extent of Hackworth's suspicious purchases. As the indictment charges, from 2019 throughout 2021, Hackworth purchased at least 92 firearms, illegally trafficking these firearms throughout the area. These firearms were later used in incidents including aggravated assault, homicide, and drug trafficking, at least one within 7 days of being purchased. Illegal firearms trafficking is not a victimless crime. There are real consequences when individuals illegally engage in the business of buying and selling firearms. ATF will continue to use all available resources to strategically target and identify illegal firearm sales, trafficking patterns, and sources of crime guns, and to interrupt the illegal flow of firearms to criminal gang members, felons, firearms traffickers, and all persons who are otherwise prohibited from possessing firearms under federal law. Our strategy is to impact violent crime in our communities. It's comprehensive. We strive to identify not only those who commit violence throughout our neighborhoods, but also those who provide the tools to do so. This investigation is a prime example of us leveraging technology and partnerships to do just that. This is not just a job to us. We live in these same communities being ravaged by violent crime across the country. It's our calling to make communities safer. You can rest assured that we won't stop our pursuit of those who spread violence and terror throughout our communities. Thank you very much for your time.
All right, with that, we'll take some questions. Dallas Morning News.
Thank you. General, can you say that this was part of a particular pattern, this particular buyer and this gun dealer in Waxahachie, or were this just one entrepreneurial gun trafficker? And why hasn't the gun seller been charged with anything?
So on the first question, the charges are what they are. They're included in the indictment. We don't charge anything more, but this is an ongoing investigation. On the second question, I'll ask the U.S. Attorney.
With regard to the dealer in Waxahachie that's mentioned in particular, that person has surrendered his license to sell firearms legally and can no longer legally sell firearms in the United States. As General Garland just said, the investigation continues, but that's where we are at this stage.
You guys just outlined how difficult it was to make a case like this. The Senate just recently announced a deal for new legislation. We noticed that one of the things that's not in there is any kind of standalone statute that might go to some of this conduct by straw purchasers. Can you, Attorney General or anyone on the stage, address the need for something like that would make the work a lot easier to go after these people who are doing these types of crimes? And then secondly, for you, Attorney General, I don't know if you've noticed, but there's a...
I'll let you do the second one, too. Otherwise, I'll forget the first question. Look, the answer is there are a lot of things Congress can do that will help fight the scourge of gun crime. But we do think that at least the framework that I read about this morning with respect to the bipartisan negotiations would be meaningful progress in that direction. And now, your second question.
Well, I wanted to ask you whether you had a chance to look at the hearings or watch the hearings on Capitol Hill on the January 6th by the January 6th committee, and if you've learned anything, perhaps that could be useful in the Justice Department's work.
So I am watching, and I will be watching all the hearings, although I may not be able to watch all of it live. But I'll be sure that I'll be watching all of it, and I can assure you that the January 6th prosecutors are watching all the hearings as well. On this, which I'll now count as your third question, look, I'm not going to be able to give you an idea of how my own personal responses to this or the kind of evidence that are coming out, and I want to just explain a little bit more, although I did start explaining a little bit more, I think the last time we were all together 2 weeks ago or so, press conference. The Justice Department's long-standing position is that we don't comment don't comment on ongoing investigations. We do that both for the viability of our investigations and because it's the right thing to do with respect to the civil liberties of people under investigation. In slightly more expansive, we have three reasons. They're all, I say, co-equal. One is that our investigations generally proceed quietly and in secret so that we don't tell witnesses where we are. We don't want them to know. We want truthful answers as we approach. We want to be able to do our subpoenas and search warrants without any risk. Eventually that information comes out in the form of our search warrant affidavits, comes out in our orders, comes out in our pleadings, and eventually if there are charges. But for our investigations to proceed in an efficient way, we have learned over many, many years this is the way our investigation should go. Secondly, this is what protects the civil liberties of people who have not been charged. We don't impugn people until we actually charge them. You know, this is part of the rule of law in America. And third, there are the people who we have charged. As all of you well know, we've charged well over 800 people now in connection with January 6th. Some of them have pled, but others are facing proceedings. And for us to comment about evidence, some of which regards them, some of which regards others, could affect their cases and could affect our ability to proceed in an effective way. So that's the reason, and it's the reason that this has been the longstanding position of the Justice Department.
Mr. Attorney General, not speaking about a specific investigation, but there have been open questions with regard to whether there exists a body of law at the Office of Legal Counsel or elsewhere in the Justice Department that's not public that would limit prosecutors' ability to pursue obstruction or conspiracy charges against people at the highest levels of this government or previous governments. What can you say about the existence of legal interpretations that may bind you in that regard?
I can say at this point, this investigation is proceeding according to facts and the law. We are not obstructed from continuing our investigation in any way. And we will continue to do that. There's nothing within the Office of Legal Counsel that prevents us from doing an investigation. And I think most of the things you're referring to are well known anyway. So there's nothing that's coming in the way of our investigation. We are proceeding with full urgency with respect, as I've said many times before, to hold all perpetrators who are criminally responsible for January 6th accountable, regardless of their level, their position, and regardless of whether they were present at the events of January 6th. We're just going to follow the facts wherever they lead.
All right. Thanks, everybody.
Thank you.
All right, we were just listening into Attorney General Merrick Garland. Other officials from the DOJ announced an indictment in this Texas case of illegal gun trafficking that was caught up and implicated in numerous crimes in North Texas and the surrounding areas. So we heard from General Garland there. We also, he was asked, and you heard he was asked there, about the January 6th hearings that so many of us have been following. We've been covering them and airing them live in their entirety. He said he will be watching all the hearings. He added, I can assure you that the January 6th prosecutors are watching all the hearings as well. He was asked repeatedly about the status of the DOJ's separate investigation into the events of January 6th. He could not comment because it is ongoing, although we did learn in a report from just yesterday that members of the House Select Committee investigating January the 6th say they have enough evidence for the DOJ to consider a criminal indictment against former President Trump for seeking to overturn the 2020 election. Now, any referral to the Justice Department would be in the hands of the Justice Department to do what it will after that. So we remain and see if they're going to do any action. Of course, 800 or so defendants that have now been caught up in the January 6th investigation. Speaking of that, we'll be airing day 2 in a couple of hours here of the hearings live in their entirety. We've been bringing on experts, talking to reporters about what these hearings mean, the information that has been gleaned out of them. And of course, there are 2 more this week as well on Wednesday and Thursday, and we'll have live coverage of that as well. But speaking about the gun debate, the gun policy debate that is ongoing, there's also a lot of action happening at the state level as well, including in the state of Ohio. Earlier today, we heard from Governor Mike DeWine. He signed a bill allowing teachers to carry guns in class after 24 hours of training. This was over opposition from teachers and a police group. Backers of the law say the policy will make schools safer, but critics say that's not the case. The new law dramatically reduces the amount of training a teacher must undergo before they can carry a gun in a school safety zone. Instead of more than 700 hours of training that's currently required, school staff who want to be armed would get training that, quote, shall not exceed 24 hours. We're going to take a quick commercial break. We're going to hear from Ohio Governor Mike DeWine about this piece of legislation in just a moment.
Guys set? Well, good morning, everyone. We're here today to talk about school safety. Our goal will continue to be to help our schools, our public schools, parochial schools, private schools, to have the tools they need to help protect our children. Today I want to talk about where we've been, what we've done, what we're doing now, and what we intend to do in the future. 10 years ago, while I was Attorney General, our BCI agents were called to the shooting at Chardon High School. Frankly, I will never forget being there, looking on the walls, looking at the inspirational words for students, and yet there are no students there, and that school had become, tragically, a crime scene. So let's talk about what has been done regarding school safety since then, what we're doing, what we intend to do. As Ohio's Attorney General, we work to help hundreds of schools with outdated school safety plans come into compliance with their statutory responsibility to keep an updated plan on file. Next, we developed a school safety task force that put focus on the impact of mental health on school safety and the importance of forming local partnerships to manage school emergencies. Next, our Ohio Peace Officer Training Academy, partnering with the Ohio Department of Education, trained thousands of educators and law enforcement officers on identifying and helping troubled youth at risk for violence and how to respond if an active shooter did come into the school grounds. While Attorney General, we also launched the School Safety Training Grant Program, giving millions of dollars to schools to help them with ongoing training needs. As governor, I took office with a plan to do even more for our children, starting with providing easier access to mental health services. Children's behavioral well-being is crucial for their long-term health. The work we laid out, 1, prioritizes prevention. 2, works to keep kids healthy and safe both physically and emotionally. And 3, supports families with early identification, intervention, and ongoing support. All of those things help our children in school. Let me go through some of the specific things that we have done. We've invested $84 million in children's hospitals across the state to expand their behavioral health centers. That is a work in progress. 2, we also worked with the Ohio General Assembly to create the Student Wellness and Success Fund. This fund was created in our first budget and continued in our second. It is now part of the school funding formula. This has been a $1.2 billion investment to provide funds for wraparound services for students, including prevention programs. This funding has helped launch 1,300 different mental health programs and train 6,500 educators and school professionals. And I thank the General Assembly, members who are here and not here, for their work on that. Since we made it part of the school funding formula, the Student Wellness and Success Fund will continue to help schools fund mental health and wellness programs to meet our students' needs. Let me just say that I urge today every school in the state of Ohio to re-examine how they are using these student wellness funds. We have great examples of how some of our schools are using these dollars to deal with mental health challenges. Great examples of success, great examples of innovative programs. And so I would ask every school board, every superintendent to take a look again at these wellness dollars. Legislature gave you flexibility, but I would ask you to examine those, particularly in light of the needs that our children have in regard to mental health. This money is available to help in this area and can have a real impact on helping our children. Next, when I became governor, Ohio did not have a state office focused exclusively on the safety of our schools, safety of our children. In 2019, we launched the Ohio School Safety Center and put it within the Department of Public Safety. Let me recap what this office does. It scans social media for school threats. And if they find them, they contact the school and local law enforcement. Second, it runs the state's free Safer Ohio School tip line. Some schools have their own tip line, and that's fine. This adds a state line for schools that don't have one. Next, it conducts free vulnerability assessments for schools to identify and help address any safety gaps. Next, to help with school security, I worked with the General Assembly to launch our new K-12 school safety grant program to give schools money to pay for important security upgrades. In fact, we announced nearly $5 million in grants for schools just a few days before the tragedy in Texas. I want to take a moment to commend Ohio's school officials, our teachers, who have worked very hard to prevent, avert, and avoid tragedies. They do this every single day. It is a partnership with us. They're the ones who are on the front line, and we thank them for what they do. They do all this while also working diligently to give our children every day a good education. Every day, our educators are focused on the safety of every child who walks through their doors, and they deserve our thanks and appreciation. Working together, we've come a long way to improve school safety in Ohio, and we must continue this progress. We have an obligation to do everything that we can every single day to try and protect our children. Tomorrow, I intend to sign the new capital budget bill, which includes an additional $100 million for our K-12 safety grant program. I worked with the General Assembly to secure this funding for public, private, and parochial schools. Let me again emphasize this. Any school child in the state of Ohio is in a school should be eligible, their school should be eligible for this money. And that is the way I asked the legislature to write it. That is the way they wrote it, and I congratulate them for doing that. These are all our children. This money can be put towards physical safety upgrades in school buildings, classrooms, perimeters, parking lots. The money will also go towards safety measures such as visitor badging systems, facility mapping, school radio systems, exterior lighting, door locking, and other things. We want every school in Ohio to have physical security measures in place, and the goal of this funding is to help our school districts with the cost of adding extra layers of physical protection. Let me also say that in discussions with the General Assembly, we agreed on the amount of $100 million. If we find, as we move forward, that is not enough money, we will go back to the General Assembly, and I'm sure working together we will be able to come up with additional money to complete the job if that is needed. Let me now turn to behavioral threat assessment training. We must also continue to strengthen our focus on the mental wellness of our kids. We talked about earlier the number of things we've already done. It goes without saying that our teachers are among those who know our kids the best and can often tell when a child is struggling. But identifying a child who could potentially become violent isn't easy. The assessment of behavioral threats is a skill and a practice that takes training. I want our teachers to have the very best training that is available. So, we will be offering training on a behavioral threat assessment model that is considered among many to be the gold standard in behavioral threat assessment training. And Ohio's educators deserve nothing less than this gold standard. We will first train many staff at our Educational Service Centers, ESCs, in this evidence-based process for identifying, assessing, and managing threats and threatening behavior before they escalate to violence. Once we train ESC staff, they'll then go on to train educators throughout the state. It is a trainer training the trainers. This will be free training for any school that wants it, to help them meet also the statutory requirement under House Bill 123 of the 133rd General Assembly. This bill mandates that every public school serving grades 6 through 12 has a trained behavioral threat assessment team in place by March of next year. Again, our school staff members, particularly our teachers, are the people who know our students best, so it just makes sense to provide them with this evidence-based training to identify behavior issues before they turn violent and to connect students to needed services before a crisis occurs. Our whole emphasis is on identifying students who need help. We're seeing too many suicides. We are seeing other mental health problems. And it's very, 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 very small percentage of those who have a behavioral health challenge that is not being treated may become violent at a later period of time. So this is a win-win in trying to deal with all of these challenges. I mentioned the Student Wellness and Success Fund earlier, that $1.2 billion investment for schools to use for wraparound services for students, including services to address mental health. Again, I encourage our schools to please take advantage of this funding to support your students' mental well-being. Now let me talk about House Bill 99. We're also going to significantly expand the work of our Ohio School Safety Center. Just a short time ago, I signed House Bill 99, sponsored by Representative Thomas Hall, which appropriates $6 million to expand the center, which again we created in 2019 as the first statewide office of its kind that focuses on nothing but the safety of school children and school staff. The funding appropriated through House Bill 99 will allow us to carry out Senator Frank Hoagland's vision to create a new safety and crisis division within the Ohio School Safety Center. This division will be primarily focused on developing and delivering school safety training for educators. The division will employ a chief mobile training officer who will be either a military veteran or a licensed law enforcement officer, according to the language of the bill, to oversee 16 new regional training officers. These regional training officers will focus on emergency management training in the Ohio Department of Education's 16 already established school safety support team regions. And, although it's not part of the bill, I've also directed our Ohio School Safety Center to expand its local community liaison from 5 positions to 16. While the training officers will focus exclusively on training, we distinguish between the training officers and our liaison officers. While the training officers will focus exclusively on training, our liaisons will work with schools to secure resources and supports for emotional safety. They'll help with the school vulnerability assessment, that identifying physical safety gaps, and they'll also work with schools on cyber safety as well. So in total, we're adding 28 new staff members to the School Safety Center. That's 26 more people who will work every single day on nothing but the safety of our schools. Let me talk now in regard to House Bill 99 in regard to the arming of staff. And to do that, we need to go back and talk about a little history. House Bill 99, as you know, also addresses the option, and it is an option, of arming school staff. Although this bill was in development well before the recent tragedy in Texas, that heartbreaking school shooting certainly increased the urgency to enact it. Since many Ohioans learned of House Bill 99 in the wake of the Texas shooting, I think it is important to detail the history on this issue. Over the past decades, Ohio law has detailed who may carry a weapon into a school safety zone. Ohio law has permitted 3 general categories of individuals to be armed in school, all of whom are employed to protect students and teachers. They are as follows: law enforcement officers in the scope of their duties, number 1. Number 2, security officers employed by the local school board for that school. And 3, and I quote, any other person who has written authorization from the Board of Education or governing body of a school to convey deadly weapons. Again, any other person who has written authorization from the Board of Education or governing body of a school to convey deadly weapons, end of quote. Now, when I was Attorney General, I expressed my support for school districts to use that third option to designate individuals to carry a weapon and provide assistance in the event of a threat. I must also add, though, if you'll recall, that at that time I said if I was on school board, my preference would be for a police officer, school safety officer. That was my personal opinion, and I expressed it at that time, and I still follow that. I suggested at that time that schools look at former law enforcement officers or military veterans, or to have a staff member properly qualified so that someone with significant training would fill this role. While the law at the time, our understanding of the law, did not address training for this third category of individuals, I advocated that a curriculum be developed so those responsible with securing our schools would have significant and relevant training in this area and would be prepared for potential threats. The ability of schools to authorize specific individuals to carry a firearm on school grounds remained the general understanding of the law in Ohio until last year, when a ruling by the Ohio Supreme Court basically made this option impractical for most schools. The Ohio Supreme Court ruled in a 4-3 decision in the majority's interpretation of the 2 Ohio statutes in this area. And let me just say, those statutes, and there was a potential conflict between the statutes. One could have read it that way. I interpreted it a different way as the Attorney General, but it could have been read that way. And the Ohio Supreme Court, in a 4-3 decision, interpreted the law as follows. In the majority's interpretation of the 2 Ohio...
Okay, we've been listening into Ohio Governor, the Republican Mike DeWine, about this really interesting new piece of legislation he's indicated he's going to sign into law, put forth there in Columbus about the amount of training required if teachers want to arm themselves in the classroom. It used to be about 700 hours of training. Now this new piece of legislation would shorten that window down to 24 hours of training if an educator or school teacher wants to arm themselves for the safety of their students. So this is just a novel way some states are responding to many of these mass shootings that have been happening this summer. Also, the debate goes on Capitol Hill. We've been reporting on that, but this Ohio law would allow teachers to carry guns in class after 24 hours of training. Like I said, that new law dramatically reduces the amount of training a teacher must undergo before they can carry a gun in a school safety zone. Right now, though, let's go out to Alexandria, Virginia. We are tracking this very small protest that is happening outside of Justice Samuel Alito's home there in Alexandria. You saw kind of a handful of protesters making their voices heard. Of course, this comes after we did not get what has been expected so many Mondays in the last week, a ruling in the Dobbs case out of Mississippi for abortion rights for women nationwide. Now, it could come on Wednesday, it could come on next Monday, but it did not come this morning. Now, remember that Mississippi law would outlaw abortions after 15 weeks of pregnancy. And of course, that leaked majority opinion draft that was obtained by Politico essentially told us what the conservative majority was going to do in that specific case. Now, that has not happened yet. We are waiting for when and if that will happen. This also comes on the heels of that horrible botched assassination attempt on Justice Brett Kavanaugh just last week. That California man traveling from Simi Valley to Chevy Chase, Maryland, got right outside of Justice Kavanaugh's home, said he was going to kill him and himself. Thankfully, law enforcement apprehended the suspect, and the worst of all possible outcomes did not happen. More context. This all comes on the heels of this piece of legislation that would protect Supreme Court justices and their families. It passed unanimously in the Senate. It's being held up now in the House, on the House side. House Democrats want to include clerks of the Supreme Court and their families in this piece of legislation. Now, Senator Cornyn, the Republican of Texas, essentially is very frustrated that House Democrats are stalling this. He slammed the changes House Democrats want to make to the bill that would include SCOTUS staff and clerks, saying, quote, that makes a mockery of what Senator Chris Coons and I tried to do on the Senate side. Cornyn accused House Democrats of stalling on this bill and wanting to protect the leaker of the draft opinion. Of course, we don't know who that is. And now we're watching this small group of protesters outside of Justice Samuel Alito's home in Alexandria, Virginia. You can see some of the signs they're carrying. Let's just listen into the sounds here in Alexandria. Okay, and you've been hearing some of them. Some have signs, some have this bullhorn there, and of course, it all remains to be seen on whether 50 years of constitutional precedent will be overturned with this ruling in the Dobbs case. And you can see the security outside of Justice Alito's home there, right in front of the garage door. It has ramped up in the wake of some of these threats and protests, especially to some of the conservative justices who might rule for the Mississippi case. So abortion rights top of mind, also gun rights top of mind for the Supreme Court as well. We are awaiting a ruling in the New York case that has to do with concealed carry of weapons. That is highly anticipated as well. So once these rulings come down via the Supreme Court. We'll have extended live coverage breaking down what they mean for both abortion rights and gun rights nationwide. There you can see that cartoon caricature of Brett Kavanaugh on the sign, also of Justice Gorsuch and Justice Alito. Right now, we do have some other news we want to get to as well regarding Capitol Hill. Remember, we were reporting just a couple of weeks ago of Speaker of the House Nancy Pelosi's husband, who was arrested for a DUI in Napa, California. Well, we have his mugshot. This was obtained by Fox. Let's put that up now. And this is coming to us from Fox News Capitol Hill correspondent Chad Pergram, who says, from colleague Mike Lundeen, the producer for Fox in San Francisco, police released booking photo of Speaker Pelosi's husband, Paul Pelosi, from late May after he was arrested for DUI. Napa County says the decision to release or withhold mugshots is up to police, not the district attorney. Napa County officials also say, quote, Mr. Pelosi received the same treatment under that policy that all individuals released from county jail receive. No state law specifically requires the release of booking photos or mugshots, but policies regarding this topic can vary by jurisdiction. And there is the 82-year-old Paul Pelosi, his mugshot after he was arrested for DUI in late May, coming back from a house party. We're going to take just a quick 2-minute commercial break. I'm Andrew Kraft. Hope you had a great weekend. It's been a busy Monday already. When we come back, another international COVID testing requirement gone by the wayside as the pandemic eases up a bit, cases down. The surge that was happening is abetting even more. But now for international travelers, they're seeing a reprieve for this testing requirement. We'll have more on that from Orlando's airport in 2 minutes. All right, this is Andrew Kraft back here. Beautiful live now look at the Manhattan skyline. And of course, so many international travelers come into New York City. Well, now they will not be required to have a COVID-19 test. Even some Americans who are returning back home are also not required now to have a COVID-19 test. This has been one of the longest restrictions of the pandemic. It is now ending. Fox's Caroline Elliott joining us live from Orlando's airport with the latest on this change. What led the Biden administration to finally do away with it?
Well, Andrew, we do know that they were facing pressure from several airline industries, and that change came down just yesterday. Now, for the first time since January 2021, you won't need a negative COVID test to get back into the United States. Now, we talked with some passengers at the airport today. Some tell us that they thought these tests were too expensive and unnecessary to begin with, and of course, they're relieved, but others tell us it's too soon.
Especially due to the necessity of the COVID test. And since I travel for job, my company will change my flight every time, and I had to take new tests every time.
We went on the cruise. We did have to go through the procedures of the COVID procedures and stuff, but when we come back, we didn't. So it's kind of skeptical because when you go out, you don't know what you're bringing back.
Airlines have been critical of the testing requirement, and in recent weeks, travel companies asked the Biden administration to drop the requirement. The CDC lifted the requirement yesterday after finding it was no longer necessary to keep people safe. Travel experts tell us this could boost the travel industry.
Not only will that increase U.S. passengers to travel abroad, Europe, etc., but it will take international travelers now who've been too nervous about getting stuck and not being able to complete their travel. It'll bring them to the US. And what they're hoping is perhaps they'll even see an influx of $5 to $10 billion in travel. And this could bring in millions of more passengers.
FlightAware tells us the one potential issue here is that many of these flights are already running at full capacity, so it's unclear how some of these airlines could manage even more passengers. Now, we also know that the testing requirement is still subject to change, and the CDC will review in 90 days. Andrew.
All right. Interesting to note that many of these restrictions for the COVID regime are going by the wayside, especially for travelers. Caroline Elliott there in Orlando with the latest. Thanks so much, Caroline.
Thank you.
All right, like Caroline was saying, this was a major announcement by the Biden administration from over the weekend. We have the statement put out by the administration, and I want to read that in part. The senior administration told Fox that last year the administration developed a new international travel system to enhance the safety of Americans and the safety of international air travel, with science and public health serving as our guide. Today, the administration is announcing an important update. Like Caroline was saying, the CDC will no longer require pre-departure COVID-19 testing for inbound travelers to the United States. That went into effect just yesterday. So we're going to be moving on. We're going to go to a quick commercial break. When we come back, though, we'll be talking very high gas prices, the highest ever on average, surpassing $5. We'll also be hearing from California Governor Gavin Newsom about what his state is trying to do to alleviate some of that. More on that in 2 minutes. Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. It's the top of the 5 o'clock hour on this Monday afternoon, 8 o'clock on the East Coast. Right now, though, we want to head out to Fox 11 in Los Angeles. They had an exclusive sit-down interview with California Governor Gavin Newsom, talking about the high gas prices, getting his reaction as well to some of the primary elections that happened just last week. And then we're going to get a live report from California about the high gas prices. The national daily average now over $5. It's never happened before. But first, out to Fox 11 with their sit-down of California Governor Gavin Newsom.
I'm Alex Michaels, and this week the issue is the Summit of the Americas. We talk exclusively with the Vice President of the United States, Kamala Harris, her husband, Second Gentleman Doug Emhoff, and the Governor of California, Gavin Newsom, as a very special edition of The Issue Is starts right now.
Broadcasting across California, you're watching The Issue Is.
These are flags of the different countries that are represented here at the Summit of the Americas at downtown Los Angeles, bringing together Western Hemisphere leaders and led by the President of the United States, Joe Biden. President Biden leads the U.S. delegation in a series of meetings with world leaders. He announces the Los Angeles Declaration on Migration Protection, try and cut back on illegal immigration.
The leaders of the Americas to the City of Angels.
The event also putting a global spotlight on California Governor Gavin Newsom. He hosts heads of state like Canadian Prime Minister Justin Trudeau, California signing a joint memo on climate change with Canada. The two sharing some laughs.
Aesthetically, you look like you could be brothers or at least cousins.
I'm the younger brother, right?
Yeah, he's the. He reminded me he's the younger brother.
How are you?
Good to see you.
Afterwards, Newsom speaks exclusively with us. Governor Newsom, welcome back to The Issue Is. Great to see you.
Good to be back.
I think it's been 6 months since we've done this. This is our longest break.
Long for us.
It's true. So it's good to have you back. So here we are at the Summit of the Americas. California, obviously on the world stage, hosting this for the first time. California, though, isn't a country, even though it's bigger than many of the countries that are here. Where do you see California's place in all this and its sort of its place in the world?
Yeah, I joked when introducing Prime Minister Justin Trudeau that he needs to help us get into the G7 because we're the 5th largest economy in the world, $6 trillion a year economy, the most diverse state in the world's most diverse democracy, and we play an essential role as it relates to the Americas, particularly as it relates to that diversity here in Southern California, which is well established. And it's a point of pride living in a state, it's a majority minority state, in a state that's truly universal in terms of, I think, our values. And so appropriate that the Summit of Americas, North America, Central and South America, have convened here. And it's appropriate that we highlight the strength of those relationships historically, strength of those relationships as it relates to families, and strengths as it relates to our economic opportunities moving forward.
And part of this, of course, the president comes here in town. You met him at Air Force One with your kids. Quite a bring your kids to work day.
I finally am a cool dad.
What was that like? What did he say to them? What did they say to him?
Well, he was exactly what you'd expect him to be, which is beyond gracious. And I got to tell you, it was one of those, interesting. When I got in the car, I was talking to my staff, I said, you know what, if I hear anyone attack the character of the President of the United States anymore, I just can't take it. This is one of the most decent, honorable human beings. Again, forget politics. Just as a human being, connecting with other people and knowing how important it is to connect to someone's kids. And he took all the extra time in the world, said all the right things, and the kids are on cloud nine. And it's not just my kids. You see that with him. You've seen that over his entire career. But yeah, look, that was a thrill. Got him out of going to Disneyland. I figured maybe Air Force One would be, and that was hard to do.
I know, Splash Mountain's pretty great, though.
All right, so legit. So I still have to make up for that, but it wasn't a bad backup.
Yeah, but I know in the past we've talked, you even brought them into the room when you talked with President Trump in the past because you wanted them to see sort of this interaction,
Yeah.
right?
No, I mean, I want them to respect, you don't have to agree with people, but you have to respect them. I remember we had a very good working relationship with President Trump. I mean, that's not an easy thing for a Democrat to say. Few would even acknowledge it, if even true. But that's important. And, you know, you can disagree, and we've taken shots. President Trump used to take shots plenty. We went back and forth on Twitter and the like. But at the end of the day, you got to figure out ways of working together. And I think, look, right now, everybody's finding crowbars to put in the spokes, the wheel of the other party, and we're just tearing each other down at a point where really the anxiety is boiling, and you're seeing it boiling over. Obviously, you saw that on January 6th. It's a tough time, and I think we have to take time to be a little more empathetic and other people oriented.
And in the midst of all of that, we have elections here as well. You had an election this week.
Yeah.
Didn't even have an election watch party. What was that decision
I won't even tell you
about?
what I was doing when the polls closed. No, exactly. I was by myself. Working just on my emails and working a little bit on the budget. It was a surreal thing.
I mean, is that weird? Why that decision?
Well, I guess we got a budget we got to get done next week, but also there's nothing you can do on election day, and it's awkward to celebrate at halftime. I mean, it's June, and one thing I know in politics, November is a lifetime away. It's not just a few months away. In political terms, so much can change. So humility, get to work, focus, especially when you're incumbent. It's a very different thing. And so we watched closely, and I just want to congratulate a lot of folks that were in races that came short, folks that won in Assembly, Senate races, local school board races. It was disappointing to see the turnout, particularly because we made it so easy to vote, even providing people stamps so they didn't have to pay for the return of the ballot. But hopefully in November that will change.
Are you going to debate Brian Dahle?
Honestly, I haven't even thought about that. You've just asked that question, I assume.
Yes.
At some point, I think that's a requirement of sorts in terms of tradition and expectation. Who knows, though?
I know you did a radio debate last time, but if you want to do a TV debate, we're happy, happy to host it. Let's talk about some of the other results of this week. Of course, you used to be the mayor of San Francisco. You know that community so well. The Chesa Boudin recall. What do you think is the message that voters are sending to everybody when it comes to crime with that recall?
Nothing about that was surprising, and none of that about that was particularly warranted the attention nationally as some arbiter of something farther reaching. I thought it was the punditry was a little overwhelming on it. I think, though, the issue in San Francisco in particular is people want the streets cleaned up. Period, full stop. Enough. They want the streets cleaned up. They want a sense of order from the disorder they're feeling on the streets. Now, crime's a component of that, but there's a lot of conflation of those issues. The mental health issues out there, the open drug use, not just drug dealing, the dirtiness of parts of the city. And TAG, the DA was it, meaning there was some attachment of accountability and responsibility. It's felt by everybody up there, all the electeds, but in particular, the district attorney.
But doesn't the Democrats bear some responsibility for that? I mean, you guys have been in charge there forever.
Absolutely. Absolutely. But forever we haven't, I mean, we've had issues up there, but they haven't been as intense as some of the issues that have manifested. But that being said, there's cities all across the country with those same issues. That's interesting is how focused we are on a number of California cities. I mean, there was just an analysis of the 65 cities with the highest murder rates. California had 2 cities, LA and San Francisco weren't even on the list. And 2/3 of the cities were in Republican states. You look at places like Bakersfield, California. Kern County is the murder capital of California. Kern County, Republican sheriff, Republican DA, Republican mayors, Kevin McCarthy's backyard. But that's not what you're seeing on the nightly news. It's a surround sound hit on 1 or 2 iconic San Francisco, LA, California cities. And it's right to focus on where we need to improve. That's a fact. But it's not necessarily unique and distinctive.
And of course, crime at the heart of the LA mayor's race as well. Do you have a favorite in that race? Rick Caruso, Karen Bass?
They've been friends. I mean, I hate, like, when I say, like, full disclosure, nothing worse than hearing a politician in your interview say, I have 2 friends in the race. I actually have known Rick for years. He was on our economic development task force that we created during COVID and was incredibly helpful and supportive of our efforts at state level. Karen Bass, we've all known for decades, and she's been a remarkable leader going back well before my time, even in politics. I have deep respect for both of them, and I've not gotten involved in that race, or in this race, as it relates to the race today or even prior to the primary.
Let's talk about the budget for a moment. What's the deal with the gas tax rebate? Why hasn't a deal gotten done yet?
Well, we're just doing it in the context of the budget. And so in a few weeks, we'll quite literally get that done, and we'll start processing those checks. The question is the size. Legislature has about an $8 billion proposal. I think it should be much higher. Ours is around $11.5 billion. I want those checks to go out faster. We have a process. We think we get the checks out faster. The enormity of the challenge, self-evidence, not just gas, it's rent and obviously food costs, inflation generally. It would be the single largest rebate, statewide tax rebate in U.S. history, even bigger than last year's $9 billion tax rebate, which was sizable. 2 years, $20 billion back to the people of the state of California, directly in their pockets. Not in the pockets of oil companies, not in the pockets of corporations or even gas station owners. That's why our approach is a direct rebate that quickly gets back into people's pockets that we believe can get up to $600 in some cases, even higher in others.
The last time that we were together was right after that draft decision leaked on Roe v. Wade. And you were as passionate as I've ever seen you talking about...
Where the hell's my party? Where's the Democratic Party? Why aren't we standing up more firmly, more resolutely?
And since then, the same could be said about guns. Where the hell is the National Democratic Party in terms of action on that? What's going on there?
I don't know.
Even since you talked about Roe, nothing has changed.
No, I mean, we're going to be moving forward affirmatively with a constitutional amendment, just codifying what we have in statute. But it's an organizing mechanism, and it's a way of at least affirming our position in the state. So we're going to take some leadership there. And on guns, as you know, we're doing this private right of action modeled after the Texas abortion model, which is a very aggressive step, and that should land on my desk in a matter of weeks. Mark my word, that is a significant initiative and effort that will have, we think, real consequences in terms of getting illegal guns off the street. All of that being said, what is going on in the Democratic Party nationwide, I cannot answer that question. And I pose that question out of frustration, reflection, and some parts of the Democratic Party were critical of that. But overwhelming response to that statement, I don't have an answer for you. Joe Biden is not the head of the Democratic Party. I mean, he happens to be president of the United States. It's not his job to organize at all levels the Democratic Party. That's the Democratic Party's responsibility. And I don't want to take a cheap shot. It's not an individual gripe with anybody. It has nothing to do with Nancy Pelosi or Chuck Schumer. They are not the heads of the party as well. We have a Democratic Party. And yeah, where the hell are we as a party to capture the narrative, to capture the imagination of the American people? You had a guy, Ron DeSantis in Florida, that just went after the most vulnerable Americans, the Special Olympics. And he gets away with it. He's celebrating. Special Olympians. He's attacking the Special Olympics, not just Disneyland. What the hell is happening in this country? And I'll tell you, the only thing that could stop it is the Democratic Party. So yeah, as a Democrat, but also as a guy with 4 kids, I'm a little bit animated and intensely frustrated at this moment.
So what's your advice? And if those guys aren't the leaders of the Democratic Party, who is? Who are you?
Well,
looking for?
we have a party.
Yeah.
There is something called the Democratic Party.
Right.
I've read about it.
Yeah.
And and I've met a few of these people over the years. It's not even an indictment of the current leadership. It's time to organize, guys, bottom up, not just top down. Republicans have been organizing bottom up forever. They're organizing Secretary of State races all across this country. They're organizing state legislatures religiously. That's why in all these red states, they're converted. Most of the progress of the 21st century is being completely wiped out in the last 50 years, in the last 15 weeks in all these Republican states. So it's a really important and powerful moment in terms of I hope, waking us up to the world we're living in that goes well beyond just abortion and guns, but are punctuated by what's happening with guns or lack thereof, and obviously an issue of freedom of choice.
Lastly, when we started The Issue Is 4 years ago, you were our first guest talking about the primary to run for governor of California and to think about how different the world was 4 years ago and what a journey you have been on since. How do you even sort of comprehend this last 4 years?
I think for all of us in our own lives, your own professional lives, anyone that's watching right now, I mean, I think that's a question we can all, we all reflect on. I hope we reflect on, because I think it's important for us to reflect on that. I think one of the real challenges we have right now is people that aren't taking care of themselves, and aren't being more reflective, aren't appreciating the journey they've individually been on. And I hope people take time and open up about that, because we all need to decompress. It's been incredibly challenging for years, stacking of crisis, stacking of stress. And those crises and stress are continuing to stack in so many different ways. That's why we, by the way, put $1 billions of dollars, the most comprehensive master plan for mental health, not just for what's happening on the streets, but for adolescent mental health. $4.5 billion for all our kids 0 to 25. Can't invest that money soon enough.
How do you find that space?
Just talking about it more. Talking about all of us just finding that space to, I talk to my staff about just take time.
Yeah.
You don't need to, guys, just take time. Your kids, take the time. Everybody needs time. No one should apologize for asking for a few extra hours, a few extra days, a few extra minutes. Or can I just skip this? People just need to take some time. And if they don't, man, we've been on this treadmill the last few years, and people are burning out. And, and when it hits you hard. And I'm really excited about the future, but I hope we can get through the present and take care of ourselves and come out stronger on the other side.
Well, speaking of time, I'm out of time and way over time. So thank you for being generous with your time, Governor Gavin Newsom. Thank you so much.
Good to be back with you.
Up next, we catch up with the Vice President of the United States, Kamala Harris.
Our very own, the Vice President of the United States, Kamala Harris.
The Summit of the Americas, providing a global stage for Vice President and California native Kamala Harris. Madam Vice President, welcome home.
Hi,
Good to have you back here in California. We spent several days in the VP's motorcade.
The freeway on this side is totally emptied for the VP.
On the other side, lots of traffic. She meets with local faith leaders, business leaders, and tours the summit. Her focus? Increasing public-private partnerships to help deal with migration challenges. What does it mean for you to be at a summit like this in your home state as one of the leaders of it?
One of the important components of the summit, from my perspective, is the work that we've been doing with the call to action, which is bringing CEOs together at historic numbers to invest in the northern part of Central America. And we announced yesterday that as a result of the work that we only started a year ago, we've already raised $3.2 billion, which is about investing in these countries that are our neighbors as the United States, because we are also a member of the Western Hemisphere. And one of the things that is without question, when we are able to improve the prosperity and stability of our neighbors, we as a nation benefit. Tell me about your work.
The Vice President also touring the Dream Big Children's Center in Monrovia. Christina Cordero founded this spot in 2016, a space where kids with special needs can safely play.
The reason that I've been hearing about her work is not only because of what she does in such a loving way to help parents parent, but she did it through the pandemic when she, for just a short while, was, under the threat that so many small businesses were of closing. And the parents that she serves were desperate to know that she would be able to stay open. And she did. And parents bring their children here 5 days a week for 4 hours a day. The parents of this community rely on the support that she gives their children throughout these early stages of their development. And if she had to close down, it would have had a profound, if not lifelong, impact on those children, much less their families. So I'm here to highlight the importance of our small businesses because they do this out of love.
During this whirlwind week, the VP has some familiar comforts. Especially great to be here.
And it's in particular, yeah, it's kind of nice that it just happens to be in Los Angeles where I live, so it's been nice to be home for a change.
Up next.
Good to see you, Alex. Good to see you again.
We catch up with the VP's husband as he tours extraordinary new technology aimed at combating hate.
We believe in you.
First Lady Jill Biden in town for the Summit of the Americas, but taking time to talk about one of the things she's most passionate about, community colleges, giving the commencement address at LA City College. Meanwhile, the second gentleman of the United States, Doug Emhoff, came to his university, USC, where he went to law school, to talk about something he's really passionate about, countering hate, at the extraordinary Shoah Foundation.
Pincus, how did you survive?
How did I survive?
Yes.
I survived, I believe, because Providence watched over me.
Doug Emhoff speaks to an artificial intelligence version of a real-life man, Pincus Gutter, who survived 6 German concentration camps during World War II.
Good to see you, Alex. Good to see you again.
Emhoff talks about the experience exclusively with us.
You are literally having a real conversation, and you saw what I saw. We walked out literally thinking we were just with Pincus.
Later, Emhoff zooms with the flesh and blood version of Pincus, now in his 9th decade.
One of the most important aspects of survival is to overcome fear.
It's just incredible.
Hi, my name is Alex. What's your name?
Hello, my name is Pinchas Gutter.
Back in November 2019, we did one of the first stories on this technology, innovated by USC's Shoah Foundation, which is founded by director Steven Spielberg. Pincus, among the survivors recruited for the Dimensions and Testimony Project, each of them answering over 1,000 questions over 5 days in front of 100 cameras.
This is really the place where we welcome people.
This visit is personal for Emhoff, a USC law grad who happens to be the spouse of the vice president. He's both the first man and the first Jew in that role.
Being in this role, you get to do some amazing things, but to come back to my school, my hometown, and to experience the Shoah that put together by Steven Spielberg and others, it's truly humbling.
The Shoah Foundation's Corey Street says the administration showing up here means a lot.
To have that kind of a platform here at USC is amazing.
Many of these testimonies here are about World War II, but it's not just World War II that they're focused on here. Recently, they've been collecting testimonies in Ukraine to help potentially the International Criminal Court.
Every day it feels like there's more and more manifestations of hatred.
It's history repeating itself, and as Pincus made clear, and as we all know, again, it's not just a Jewish issue. It's an issue for all of us. Hate rears its ugly head all over the world. And this exhibit here is part of that aspect of just telling the truth. Here are people who actually survived this, telling their stories, and those stories are true.
If you want to talk to Pincus, you can. Just go to eyewitness.usc.edu and start your conversation.
Up next, the president at the port. We end this week at the Port of Los Angeles. Behind me, the USS Iowa, where President Biden came to talk about inflation and complain about 9 foreign shipping companies he says are ripping off Americans.
The ripoff is over.
Inflation, one of the many challenges that President Biden faces in the months ahead. We will cover all of it, but we end this week with music from the inaugural festivities at the summit and the names of those who made this show possible. Thanks for watching. The Issue Is.
All right, so we were listening into Fox 11 in Los Angeles. That was The Issue Is with Alex Michelson. He got to speak with both Vice President Harris, her husband, the second gentleman, Doug Emhoff, and, of course, that long sit-down with Governor Gavin Newsom talking about the primary elections that happened just last week, the Summit of the Americas, and so much more, including high gas prices. When we come back from commercial, we'll be talking to one of our reporters in California, staying there, talking about how high the gas prices are there and what officials are doing to try to bring them down. We'll be back in 2 minutes. Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox on this Monday night. I'm Andrew Kraft. Well, the national average gas price broke another record just this past weekend, now over $5 for a gallon of gas. It's expected to go up in the coming weeks as we get even further into the summer. Fox's Giovanni Ligi joining me now from Mendocino, California. California, the state with the highest prices overall. Giovanni, you've spoken to a lot of Californians. Are they sick of this yet?
Well, Andrew, that's absolutely right. So we've talked multiple times over the past few months. I've talked to so many people back in January, February, March, and the anger just continues to grow. People are upset. You know, gas prices continue rising, and we've now hit almost $7 on average here in California. And the gas station behind me, this really takes the cake. People have been stopping and getting gas at almost $10. So you could imagine people are frustrated, but this situation is a little unique. We're in Mendocino, California. It's a coastal town just north of San Francisco, a couple of hours driving distance. But I spoke to an employee who is close with the owner. He told me that they have smaller fuel tanks, so they can't hold as much gas. If they were to charge less for gas, they would end up losing money. So the almost $10 for a gallon of gas right behind me, they really can't sell it for less. Otherwise, they would lose money and potentially go out of business. But that's what AAA is also recommending you kind of do. You know, if you have a trip planned and are headed up into some of these coastal towns or some of these rural areas, just shop around before you actually hit that location that you're headed to, because just down the road from here, about 10 minutes, I drove past a few gas stations where the average is roughly around $6.19. So really a stark contrast to the gas station right behind me. And once again, AAA says that there are just so many factors that go into how these stations determine their prices.
You factor in transportation costs, the proximity to pipelines and refineries, and those could also add up to the price of gasoline. So it really just depends on where you are traveling, and that's why we always recommend to do your research, because if you can find a different route, you may end up in an area that has cheaper prices.
So Andrew, I've been here for a few hours at this point, and once again, people are stopping and getting gas. They look at the prices. Some people do look at the prices and then they drive off. Other people, they take photos and then drive off. Some people just put a few dollars in and then drive up the road. But like you said it before, people are getting frustrated with these higher prices. And the thing is, Andrew, I've spoken to gas buddy experts so many times and AAA experts so many times, and with the volatility of the market, it's really not too clear as to how long this is going to last.
Yeah, Giovanni, that seems to be the question on everyone's minds, even Biden administration officials. How long will this last? I was in Northern California over the weekend, and I was shocked at some of the prices for gas here in Phoenix, Arizona. Not so much better either. Giovanni Ligi there in Mendocino. We appreciate your time and reporting. We'll talk to you again. All right, right now we do want to move on, talk about some more of these economic stories. Senator Mitch McConnell on the Senate floor today going after the Biden administration about the historic inflation numbers. Here's some of that from earlier.
According to one recent poll, nearly 60% of Americans are making an effort to drive less and cut back on electricity use. 3 in 4 are pinching their budgets for food and entertainment outside the home, and 2/3 are bracing for prices to climb even higher in the coming year. 6 months ago, in December, President Biden told the American people we had reached the peak of the crisis with inflation. He said that prices would start falling, quote, over the next couple of months. But like so many Democrats' other confident predictions about our economy, the president's statement has proven completely false. Friday morning's inflation report provided more official confirmation of what American consumers know painfully well. The Democrats' out-of-control inflation is not letting up. In fact, it's actually getting worse. This year to May, consumer prices rose 8.6%, blowing away expectations, jumping a full percentage point over the previous month, and setting, you guessed it, a new 40-year high. The data underneath tell a brutal story for working families and American businesses. The categories driving inflation last month were the ones they can't do without. Overall energy prices clocked a year-on-year increase of nearly 35%. Drivers are paying 48.7% more at the pump, and the fuel oil consumers have seen prices more than double. Food costs continued to climb at over 10%. Grocery prices, in particular, hit nearly 12% inflation, the worst year since 1979. And full-service restaurant prices saw their largest increase on record. Of course, that's not to mention the 31-year high for inflation in the services sector, the 35-year high for rent inflation, or the 42-year high for rising airfare. Day by day, all of these painful milestones add up to one simple reality. Americans' hard-earned dollars aren't going nearly as far as they once did. Runaway inflation has swallowed up any shot of rising pay bringing more prosperity. In fact, the average worker has seen a 3.9% pay cut in the last year. One mother of two in Indiana recently reported that she's earning more than she ever has in her career, but says she still feels like she is financially losing ground. This is what she had to say. I should be able to live on my own. I'm getting ready to pay rent, and it's going to take every single dime I've made. As one of my constituents in Barberville put it recently, we're cutting back on everything, and I mean everything. Gas, meat, bread, it's all expensive as hell. One moment you think you can afford to buy something, then you go to the store and it's like, nope, can't get that anymore either. And here's a real kicker. One young couple in Utah have taken to asking themselves weekly, what did we spend money on that we could not have spent money on? Imagine if Washington Democrats are willing to engage in that sort of self-reflection. Remember, it was their policy choices that made this painful situation possible. It was the Democrats' choice to insist on flooding the economy with trillions of dollars in liberal spending last spring. And it was Democrats' choice to spend months last summer and fall working on ways to pour even more gasoline on the fire, even though working families were already feeling the pinch of inflation. The Democratic leader himself said last spring, I do not think the dangers of inflation, at least in the near term, are very real. None other than some of his own party's top economists warned the exact opposite. But Washington Democrats were not to be deterred. Working families' budgets took a backseat to the far left wish list. And now Democrats' decision is literally driving them off a cliff. Now, in another matter, the Senate is in the middle of proposing major legislation to expand health care access for veterans exposed to toxic substances in the line of duty. Doing right by our vets is a bipartisan priority. An 86-vote majority of us voted to begin processing this bill a few days back, myself included. This legislation is not a minor fix. It is a series of major changes to help more veterans. So the precise language of the final bill will have major consequences for veterans, for policy, and for government spending. Republicans have pushed to get votes on a few common sense amendments that would make this bipartisan bill even stronger for our veterans. For example, one of these amendments would make sure the veterans who are already in line, those who are waiting now, already in line, waiting for treatment under the current rules, are not disserved or treated unfairly as an unintended consequence of the new expansion. Surely that should be completely without controversy. Another amendment would clarify how the government accounts for the new funding and to make sure the legislation does not impose major unintended consequences on the appropriations process. Another amendment would make it clear that new medical presumptions must rest on sound science, so Congress does not substitute our judgment for the experts. These are not controversial amendments. They're directly related to the substance of this bill. And given the magnitude of the changes under consideration, the senators sponsoring these amendments have every right to expect votes on the floor. There's no reason why this important bipartisan bill should be denied a bipartisan floor process.
Okay, we were just listening in to Senator Mitch McConnell on the floor earlier today talking about the record-breaking, historic inflation numbers we got on Friday. Well, into the 8% range from year over year. That's the highest in 40 years with really no easing or end in sight to those high numbers. Many are talking about a possible recession on the horizon. What is the Federal Reserve, if anything, going to do to tamp down this inflationary spiral? LiveNOW look there at the U.S. Capitol. Also, LiveNOW look at the White House. That's where we're going to go next after the commercial break. We heard from President Biden and Vice President Harris as they signed into law what's known as H.R. 3525. It's the Commission to Study the Potential Creation of a National Museum of Asian Pacific American History and Culture Act. The president signing that into law. It creates a commission to study whether or not to create such a museum, the National Museum of Asian Pacific American History and Culture. Vice President Harris attends. We'll have that in just a moment.
Thank you, Kamala. I think I should just stop right there. Because if anybody can talk about this, Kamala can, like so many of you in the audience. You know, it's good to see you as well, Doug. It must be hard following this act all the time, right? You do it well. Today I'm honored to sign into law something that's long overdue. And the National Museum of Asian and Pacific American History and Culture here in Washington, D.C. You can clap for that because this lady did. And I want to thank the many members of Congress who made this possible, especially Grace. Grace, stand up. But you started early. You're not new to this. I think it was the first time you introduced was 2015. Is that right? Yeah, well, you're only 7 years ahead of everybody else. All kidding aside, and Judy as well is here, and Doris Matsui, and Speaker Pelosi, and senators who couldn't be here today because they're not in session right now, but they, including Mazie Hirono and Tammy Duckworth and Chuck Schumer, all members of the Congressional Asian Pacific American Caucus. While this bill was been working its way through the Congress the past decades, its story behind it goes back centuries. Throughout our history, beyond what the Vice President pointed out, Asian American, Native Hawaiians, Pacific Islanders have literally shaped the history and the contours of this country. As I said last month, in Asian American History Month, a reception in the Rose Garden we had, there's no single Asian American, Native Hawaiian, or Pacific Islander identity. The diversity of the cultures is significant, and the breadth of achievement is equally as broad and significant. The enrichment of our country has been our communities, not just the country, but down to individual communities, the impact that the community has had. All of it has been defined by who you are and who we are as a nation. And it's defined us. And all of it's an embodiment of so many of you here today. Leaders in civil rights like Karen Nagasaki and Karen Korematsu. Where are you? Where are the Karens? There you go. And military men like four-star General Tony Tagoba. Stand up, man. Come on. He's the only one I can say stand up to because I'm still the commander-in-chief. I'm serious. You've made a hell of a contribution. In the arts and sciences, like the father of Erica Orosogu, where's that guy? There you go, Dad. Stand up. Now, I was asked by your daughter not to do that. But how can I not do that? She's the one that advises me on all these things. Too many business and public service people to mention, and so many more. And many of you in the audience, we should go through all the contributions you've all made. And it's about time for a national museum to capture the courage, the character, and the imagination. Maybe, from my perspective, looking from a little bit from a distance, is the dreams and the heart and the soul of the generations of our fellow Americans who came before you and all of you. That's what this law is going to do. That's what it's going to do. It's going to create a commission that will examine how to make the museum a reality, including whether it should be part of the Smithsonian. Now, we did this with other museums as well. This is the process. And the fact of the matter is it's similar to the process that the African American History and Culture Museum, the Latino History and Culture Museum, and the National Women's History Museum. Some of you are in both these museums, by the way. And it comes at a critical time. All kidding aside, it comes at a critical time. This year marks 1 year since the murder of 6 Asian American women in Atlanta, a symbol of the anti-Asian hate in America today. This year commemorates the 80th anniversary of the incarceration of 120,000 American citizens or Japanese Americans during World War II, which included, if you excuse my reference to 2 friends, included a dear friend who was a child, the late Norm Mineta, who went on to serve. He was in those camps when he was a child, went on to serve in the United States Army and in Congress and the cabinet. A commemoration at a time where there are those who seek to whitewash the history in our schools which took place. And I think, excuse it again, in Senate language, a point of personal privilege, I thank my dear friend who's not here, the late Danny Inouye, who taught me so much about so many things. A Japanese American who tried to join from Hawaii, but a Japanese American who tried to join the military when the war broke out, who had to fight to enlist in the United States military out of high school, Danny would recall what his father told him. I remember Danny telling me, I had to go back and check this today, but remember Danny telling me about this years ago. He said, this is what his dad said, though. America has been good to us, Danny. It has given me 2 jobs. It has given you and your sisters and brothers an education. We all love this country. Whatever you do, do not dishonor your country. Remember, never dishonor your family. And if you must give your life, do it with honor. End of quote. Danny served in the famed 442nd Regimental Combat Team during World War II. And I might add, he earned the Medal of Freedom, and he also went on to do so much more. I was going to tell a story about he and Bob Dole, but I'm going to take too much time for the 50th anniversary of D-Day, when they both got shot and mortally wounded, badly wounded on mountaintops. I was with them both on mountaintops in Italy on the West Coast that were literally, as the crow flies, less than 2 miles from one another. Same time, same day. Anyway, today it's clear that the battle for the soul of America continues. That's why a museum like this is going to matter so much. Museums of this magnitude and consequence are going to inspire and educate. More than anything else, it's going to help people see themselves in the story of America, a story that makes us a better America, and it's made us a better America. And that's why it's so important to me that this administration looks like America. The people representing it looks like America, starting with the Vice President, including cabinet members and the staff at every single level. It's important to sign this bill with all of you here and from every walk of life. You represent every aspect of American life, many of whom will likely be celebrated in this museum as well. Let me close with this. Maya Lin, born in Ohio and the daughter of a Chinese immigrant and architect of the Vietnam Memorial on the Mall, and recipient of the Presidential Medal of Freedom, said, "It's not a matter of finding an idea, but allowing the idea to find you." This museum is going to help the idea find so many American souls. So many people from around the world who will one day walk in this museum and better understand the idea of America. The only nation, in my view, that can be defined in one single word: possibilities. Possibilities. Much earlier, my ancestors came, but your ancestors came. What they come for? Because they believed there was possibilities here. Unlike any other nation in the world, possibilities. And you've all proven it. And I'm going to ask Speaker Pelosi, Grace, Judy, and other members of the Congressional Asian Pacific American Caucus to join me on stage while I sign this bill into law. And I look forward one day to visiting the National Museum of Asian Pacific American History and Culture with all of you.
Okay, so we were just listening to President Biden as he signs this bill into law, flanked by the Vice President, by the Speaker of the House, and prominent Asian American members of Congress as well. This bill would create a commission to study whether or not to create a museum devoted to Asian American, Pacific Islander, and Native Hawaiian history and culture to become part of the massive Smithsonian Institution and to form a museum for that specific purpose. And so we'll be tracking those efforts as well. LiveNOW look there at the White House. I'm Andrew Kraft. Thanks so much for being with us here on your Monday night. Hope you had a great weekend. We're tracking some really serious severe weather near Chicago, near mid-Michigan. The National Weather Service in Chicago tweeted about an hour ago that O'Hare Airport just reported a 73-knot wind gust with this storm. And that is 84 miles per hour there at Chicago's major airport. We're also learning about a minute ago a possible funnel cloud was reported with this dangerous storm near Gary, Indiana. Of course, this is all on the coast of Lake Michigan. And this weather system continues to move forward. If we get any more updates from the National Weather Service in Chicago about this and into Michigan as well, we'll bring that to you here. But you can see just the heavy red, the heavy purple and yellow kind of moving through a large section of the state of Michigan, where I'm from. We are going to take just a quick 2-minute commercial break, though. When we come back, we're going to bring you a report.
Officers say it concerns
on this story out of Coeur d'Alene, Idaho, over the weekend, where law enforcement arrested 31 members of a white nationalist organization known as the Patriot Front near a gay pride event in Coeur d'Alene. More on that in 2 minutes. Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. Just want to update everyone on this really crazy story out of Coeur d'Alene, Idaho over the weekend, where law enforcement arrested these 31 members of a white nationalist organization known as the Patriot Front near a gay pride event in Coeur d'Alene on Saturday on a charge of conspiracy to riot. The men were packed into a U-Haul truck and detained a short distance away from the gay pride gathering, which was being held at a public park. The men traveled from at least 10 outside states, and they were arraigned today on the misdemeanor count. Fox's Christina Coleman has more on this story from Los Angeles.
Police said the 31 individuals arrested in this group were from at least 11 states, including Colorado, Texas, South Dakota, Utah, and Virginia. Officers say a concerned citizen called police after they saw the group loading into a U-Haul truck, alerting officers to the situation. The men were detained around 1:30 yesterday afternoon in Coeur d'Alene. That's a resort town in northern Idaho, just about 30 miles east of Spokane, Washington. Numerous county detectives, sheriff's deputies, and state troopers were on scene during the arrest. The local police chief said they wanted to make sure that they had adequate resources after receiving a call that there were at least 20 people in a U-Haul truck.
We received a telephone call from a concerned citizen who reported that approximately 20 people jumped into a U-Haul wearing masks. They had shields and, quote, looked like a little army. Units began to go into the area, and we made a traffic stop almost exactly 10 minutes later. At that point, 31 people were detained. They were all wearing similar attire. They had shields, shin guards.
Police say some of the men were wearing patches and logos that identified them as members of Patriot Front, a white nationalist group. Police say there was evidence to support that the group planned to riot in multiple locations. The men were arrested near a pride parade Saturday afternoon. They were each charged with conspiracy to riot, a misdemeanor.
It is clear to us, based on the gear that the individuals had all with them, the stuff they had in the possession and the U-Haul with them, along with paperwork that was seized from them, that they came to riot downtown. There was at least one smoke grenade. There was multiple shields. They were all wearing hats that had plastic inside them, shin guards, shields, things of that nature.
Also, the FBI is assisting local law enforcement with this investigation. Reporting in Los Angeles, Christina Coleman, Fox News.
Christina, thanks so much. Well, earlier today, law enforcement out of Coeur d'Alene, Idaho, held another update, another briefing. We're going to play that right now and then bring in some of our law enforcement experts to talk about what went on there and what this response was like.
Is mainly because I wanted to, number one, share with you that we are the same city that we were last week. And that city is a city that respects everyone, that welcomes everyone, that accords the basic human rights to everyone. And we are not a city that wants to discriminate. We are not a city who wishes to bring any hurt upon anyone. So it's important because Coeur d'Alene has experienced that before. We're not going back to the days of the Aryan nations. We are past that, and we will do everything we can to make sure that we continue to stay past those kinds of problems. If you were around in those days, or if you recall, with the help of a lot of citizens in this community and the Southern Poverty Law Center and other groups, we were able to completely rid ourselves of that group and the kind of awful culture that they were trying to present to our community. We are a culture of love, of kindness, and we will continue to be. Now, this morning, if you're expecting a lot of breaking news, I'm sorry, you won't get that. What you will get is an opportunity to visit with me and with Chief White regarding the situation as to where we are right now. And with that, I'd like to turn it over to the Chief.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I don't have any new information to provide to anybody this morning. We've been receiving a number of comments, though, and questions that maybe I can address before we start getting questions individually. One of the questions I get is what additional information we can release about the events on Saturday. I would tell you that the investigation process is ongoing. We obviously still have a lot of work to do in terms of writing reports and linking individual body camera videos with individuals who were arrested in the property that was associated with those individuals. And so that process is ongoing and likely will not be completed for some time. The other questions I've been getting, really not from from our law enforcement partners, but from the press, is how has the community been handling this? I will tell you that I had one of our captains assigned to listening to all the phone calls this morning, and of the 149 calls that we know of so far that have come in, they're about 50-50 split between individuals in our community who are happy to give us their name and tell us that they're proud of the work that we did and they're happy to be a part of this community, and the other 50% who are completely anonymous and who want nothing more than to scream and yell at us and use some really choice words, offer death threats against myself and other members of the police department merely for doing our jobs. Those people obviously remain anonymous and don't tell us where they're from, although we had a call as far away as Norway. I think it's my impression so far that the majority of the supportive things that we're receiving are coming from members of our community, which, as Mayor Hammond just spoke about, is a fantastic place. And then we obviously have the hate groups from outside that are giving us their opinion as well. With that, like I said, I don't have any new information to present, but I will stand for questions.
Before you do ask questions, if I can interrupt for just a moment, I failed to recognize Chief White and his staff for the excellent preparation that they did prior to this gathering on Saturday. They did the research, they paid heed to any concerns that were brought forth to them, and they were well prepared, even though it was a citizen that caught these folks that were climbing into the truck, that the chief made sure that there was sufficient personnel to deal with this kind of issue. And as the mayor and as a member of this community, I'm very appreciative of you and your staff. Thank you very much for all that preparation and for taking care of us in this community. Now you can go after it.
Yes, sir. Is this for me or the mayor?
For you. I saw on Twitter somebody reporting that on other social media platforms, on far-right platforms, that people were doxing police officers'
Yes.
information. Can you comment on that?
We've received threats of it. I'm sure it's ongoing. There's not a lot that I can say about it at this point.
I have another question.
Sure.
As far as weapons go that were found on the scene, we heard riot gear, one smoke grenade, but no firearms whatsoever. Is there anything there that you can tell us?
I can't provide further comment on that. I gave everything I had yesterday. I'm sorry.
So when will they be in court? Because my understanding is that they've all bonded out, right?
That's my understanding as well. That's a separate agency that handles that. We basically booked them into the Kootenai County Sheriff's Department or Sheriff's Office, jail, and then from there the process is handled separate from our agency. They will be given dates to appear in court, and our city prosecutor will be able to answer questions regarding that.
So will they show up in person, do you know, or video?
I can't answer that, ma'am. That's got to go to the city prosecutor. Yes, sir?
Was the police department familiar with this particular group before Saturday, and to what extent? So?
You know, we hadn't had any issues with that group here previously. There were a number of us that were aware of this group because of you'd seen a video online, or it would be mentioned in relation to another subset of a hate group in this area or something of that nature. But I have never seen that type of activity in this area in my 8 years working for this police department. Yes, ma'am.
Can we get the 911 calls that were made or calls that were made to you guys?
Sure. The reports and the body camera video and everything else will be made available as soon as we can. Obviously, there's a process that we have to go through first, and once the prosecutor is set for that to happen, then all that will be released.
Is it possible to at least get in touch with the person that made the call so we can reach out to that person?
No. Two things there. Number one, since myself and other members of our agency have been receiving threats, including death threats, I think it's appropriate that we withhold that person's information at this time. So speaking with our legal counsel, that information is, to the extent we can, under Idaho law, redacting that individual's information. Yes, sir.
At what point leading up to the event this weekend was any intelligence in the police department that you had regarding the Patriot Front, and at what point did the feds contact you and partner up in that regard?
So we didn't have any information about Patriot Front coming prior to the individual caller who called us on Saturday. We had information that there were, anytime you have an event like this, there's opposing groups who decide to make some threats. We were taking each of those threats, not only on its face, but also we take them seriously, even though some of them appeared to be just anonymous internet stuff. So we staffed the event appropriately. We had some information that there might be some individuals who are loosely affiliated with some of the groups who were planning to protest the Pride event that day, and so we were adequately staffed for it, but we didn't have any intelligence that there was going to be a riotous group coming to this event prior to the 911 call we received. I'm sorry.
Just a follow-up question on that, sir.
Are you with the media, sir?
I'm not. I'm a citizen.
Okay, I'm going to ask the media questions here first.
Question, sir. Online, there was an officer of yours that was filmed stating that there was information and embedded feds or informants within that group. Is there any veracity that it was an officer of yours that made that statement on the scene?
No, I think you're completely mistaken. So let me be very, very clear. Let me be very clear here. These were not law enforcement officers that we arrested. These were members of the hate group Patriot Front. These were not Antifa in disguise, nor were they FBI members in disguise.
That wasn't my question, sir. My question was regarding the video that's showing online of one of contrary to what you're saying, that you were aware that there was embeds and so on and so forth. I'm not making an assertion one way or the other. I'm just simply suggesting that when you come to a press conference and you're making a statement one way, and this video isn't something that was been ginned up in some conspiracy manner, it's actually someone who videoed an officer of yours on the scene.
Okay, so two things. Number one, I have not seen the video and the comments that you're speaking about because I have not heard that comment made in any of the videos that I've watched regarding that incident. I was on scene of the stop the entire time. My body cam video will be available once it's appropriate, once everything's being released. You're not going to hear that comment coming from me or any of my command staff, so I'm not sure where that comment came from. And secondly, hang on, since this is a press conference, I'm going to ask you to be quiet and I'm going to answer questions from the press at this point. Yes, ma'am.
So as a misdemeanor, conspiracy to riot, what are the possible penalties for that? And is your department working on other charges other than conspiracy to riot?
The charges should be the penalties should be outlined in Idaho Code. I don't know what those are off the top of my head without going back and referring to the code and reading them, but we can certainly give that question to our city prosecutor's office for him to answer for you.
And other charges?
The investigation, like I said, we still have so much paperwork to go through, and we just got done executing a number of search warrants on the U-Haul and then some other vehicles that were seized, and so that we still have a bunch of work to do. I can't comment further on the investigation process at this point. Yes, ma'am.
Do you have any comment on why the bond was so low, $300?
There's a bond schedule that's established by the courts. We don't get to choose that, so that would be a question for the courts. Yes, ma'am.
Was there any correlation between the group that you guys, found in the van versus some of the people that were out at the event with weapons?
I can't speak to that. I don't have any information one way or the other. Yes, ma'am.
Just to clarify, did you mention that other vehicles were seized in addition to the U-Haul?
There were. Yes, ma'am.
Can you tell us how many?
No, ma'am.
Can you identify which press you're with when you ask your question, please?
Yes, sir.
Alex Peebles, KHQ, Spokane. Is the FBI involved in the investigation in any way at this point?
The FBI, we had an FBI member in our command post that day, just because we think it's important to bring all our agency partners. We had just the one person from the FBI. We had some members from the Coeur d'Alene Fire Department, of course. We had some liaison work that was going back between us and the Parks Department and the Streets Department for issues that might arise. They weren't in the command post all day, but we were certainly in contact with them. We had members from the Kootenai County Sheriff's Department and the Idaho State Police all in the command post. Yes, ma'am.
Can you talk about any lessons that came from this arrest? Any lessons that you learned?
I would tell you that the biggest lesson I think that we have for not only members of our community, but law enforcement in general and our public as a whole, is that one concerned citizen can prevent something horrible from happening. This one concerned citizen, rather than pulling out their phone and videotaping this for their 15 minutes on YouTube or Snapchatting it or something like that, took the time to call 911 and report some suspicious activity. And as a result, we likely stopped a riot from happening downtown. Yes, ma'am.
Karen with NBC Network News. On Saturday, I believe it was, you mentioned operational paperwork, plans, military operation, police operation. The New York Times has detailed that some of those plans saying that a column forming on the outside of the park proceeding inward until barriers to approach are met, and once an appropriate amount of confrontational dynamic has been established, then the column will disengage and head to Sherman. Can you confirm that that was part of the paperwork that you found, and can you explain what Sherman might refer to?
Yeah, that's not verbatim, but that is very close to the operational paperwork that I read that day. It also included the use of a smoke grenade once an appropriate level of confrontation was met by that group. Sherman Avenue is the downtown corridor that's immediately adjacent to City Park, and it's basically just north of where we sit. It's largely consisted of small businesses and shops and taverns and things of that nature.
And a follow-up, if I can. So would the expectation be that the confrontational dynamic would have been with police officers that were there on scene, staffing the event, or?
I can't speak to that. It didn't delineate which group exactly, whether it's law enforcement or the Pride people that they were planning to confront. It was more vague than that.
Why stop them at the time you stopped them?
The information that we had would lead any reasonable officer to assume that there might be criminal activity afoot, based not only on the 911 call, but the information contained within the call about the weapons that they were seen loading and the riot gear and things of that nature. We made a command decision to make the stop prior to them getting downtown to prevent a riot from happening. As it turns out, the stop occurred less than a quarter mile from City Park. I have no doubt in my mind that had that van stopped at the park or much near the park, that we still would have ended up in a riot situation. Yes, ma'am.
Is there anything that can be said as to why this group picked Coeur d'Alene?
I don't have that information at all. My guess is that since there was so much rhetoric online about the two opposing groups exercising their viewpoints and things of that nature, that this became a flashpoint, but I'm really not sure why they picked Coeur d'Alene out of all the other Pride events that are occurring in the U.S.
And then a follow-up to that, looking ahead to summer events, other events going on in Coeur d'Alene, what do you say to the community when you encourage people to come out?
Well, two things. Obviously, your question earlier, if you see something suspicious, please report it to us. Secondly, I would encourage people not to get too spun up about some of the online things they read. You have to understand that the majority of these anonymous comments come in from people who are just looking to get a response out of individuals, and frankly, they probably succeeded for some people who chose not to participate in the Pride event on Saturday. I wish that wasn't the case. I'm glad the event happened because the organizers indicated that they had a great event. Likewise, the Prayer in the Park event. I'm happy that that went off as well. It's not our jobs here as law enforcement to take sides or support one viewpoint or the other. We are required to remain completely apolitical and neutral, and that's what we do in our jobs, and that's what we did in this enforcement action. I would tell you that whether the van was loaded full of people who are part of that far-right hate group, or if it was loaded with people who from Antifa, for instance, who wanted to come and riot, it would be handled exactly the same. I'm hopeful that members of our community they view this as a one-off, and they continue to come down and enjoy their time in our city and our parks.
All right, we've been listening into the chief there of the Coeur d'Alene, Idaho police as we got more updates on this really interesting and bizarre and horrible event that happened in Coeur d'Alene on Saturday. Those 31 members of this right-wing neo-Nazi militia known as the Patriot Front. We have their photos right there. 31 of them, they came from about 10 different states. Joining me now to discuss this case even further, our friend of the program, national security expert Hal Kempfer. Hal, good to see you. Hope you had a good weekend. You have extensive experience in this region of the country, Idaho, parts of Washington State, Oregon, going into how these cells form, rooting out domestic terrorist incidents like this, and rooting out extremism as well. What did you make of the chief's press conference? We still don't know a lot of details. First thoughts, Hal.
Andrew, my first thoughts are I thought the chief handled it pretty well. That is the job of law enforcement, to maintain objectivity in these situations. There is actually quite a bit. If you go to Portland, Oregon, which is not really that far away, if you go to Portland, Oregon, you'll find a very heavy Antifa far left movement that's been riding downtown, particularly near the federal building. Coeur d'Alene is a little bit different, as is Eastern Washington. It tends to be a more conservative part of the country, but Coeur d'Alene and just north of Coeur d'Alene, Hayden Lake is famous, or rather infamous, within the white supremacist neo-Nazi movement. That was where Richard Butler Aryan Nations Church was located up there for years, until it was torn down when they lost a big civil suit against the Southern Poverty Law Center in 2000. There were a number of others, Robert Matthews, and this group called The Order that did terrorist attacks, white supremacist neo-Nazi group. In fact, if you just go down the road, which is not too far away in Spokane, Timothy McVeigh, when he was trying to pick a target to blow up, actually looked at the federal building in Spokane before he ended up where he actually did the attack in Oklahoma City. So it has a rather a long history of anti-government, white supremacist, neo-Nazi beliefs up there. And frankly, I think the chief didn't go into it as to why, but probably the why is because they felt that of all the places they could do a violent riot, they probably in their minds thought that maybe that there would be a more welcoming population. I have to tell you, it's not what it was 25 years ago. It's the population's changed, the demographics have changed. And in fact, that you have a pride event like that in Coeur d'Alene gives you an idea of just how much change has taken place up in northern Idaho. That's probably something you wouldn't have seen 25 or 20 years ago. So there's a lot of changes up there. Now, I will tell you there are violent extremists a little bit further north of there. I won't tell you specifically where, but I've done work up there. I've trained law enforcement and others in neo-Nazis, white supremacists, constitutionalists, sovereign citizens, all these radical right extremist groups in Coeur d'Alene itself. I have trained extensively on the border between Washington State and Idaho, which is kind of meets the Coeur d'Alene area and the Spokane area. Trained there a lot, and it's an interesting area. I'm not surprised that something like this could happen up there.
Hal, let's talk about the level of coordination, the number of individuals in the group, 31, and kind of the organization to carry something like this out. What did you make, though, of the tactics? They all, wear the same thing. They were in this U-Haul truck, and then someone saw something off, they thought, and they called law enforcement. That's really how law enforcement wants these things to pan out. That is really the best case scenario for them. Thankfully, everything was peaceful, but the intent, of course, is there. Prosecutors will have to prove that in court. So you have the level of coordination and organization kind of juxtaposed with what was surprising to me in this story is the criminal charge. Conspiracy to riot only is a misdemeanor, and then to get out on bail was about $300 per Idaho statute. So for maybe someone on the outside looking in, not very draconian, not very onerous of a penalty.
Well, Andrew, it's about as much as they can do. There was no attack. There were no weapons per se, other than maybe a smoke grenade and riot gear. Obviously, there was a tactical plan. I think what they're going to find as they conduct the investigation, and he mentioned the FBI is involved. I'm sure they're doing an extensive cyber investigation to find out what was being said on social media, on various channels, if you will, online that are frequented by these groups. I'm sure they're looking at everybody there, looking at all their social media stuff, everything that they've been doing to try and figure out what communication, what coordination was there, to find out if there's more evidence as to the conspiracy of what happened. It could very well be they just said meet at this location and didn't give them all the tactical details until they got there. Don't know. That would make good operational security sense if they're going to do something like that. But as far as wearing uniforms, wearing the same equipment, that has become more the norm for these groups. Even if you go back to Charlotte, the University of Virginia, where they had the big march that ended up in a tragic fatality, which actually this group's roots from. They actually broke off from Vanguard of America. It's a Texas-based group that actually is a very right-wing white supremacist neo-Nazi group. They actually broke off from them in a dispute for leadership or dispute for control and became this thing. That if you go back wearing the same uniform, which in some cases could be, Hawaiian shirts, polo shirts, whatever, but they do like to do that. And if you go back further in Coeur d'Alene, if you go back to the 90s and into the 80s, Aryan nations and neo-Nazi skinheads used to actually parade. They'd actually had an event every year where they would parade down the streets of Coeur d'Alene, and they would look very similar. Sometimes they wear very clear neo-Nazi or Nazi attire, and sometimes they would just wear stuff where they all look like skinheads, and visible tattoos and stuff like that. So uniformity amongst their group is is not uncommon in these public events.
Hal, let's talk also about the law enforcement response. The chief there in the press conference was asked, I don't think it was about from a member of the media, about, if law enforcement was aware of this group, if they knew their plans ahead of time, if even members of law enforcement there in the Coeur d'Alene area, may be infiltrated with that group, acting as informants and the like. What can you speak to how effective that might be for law enforcement to root out these things before they happen?
Well, first thing is, I think the chief was very upfront about that. I don't think they had any confidential informants, anybody who infiltrated that group. I think this really was what it looked like. I'm going to go with Occam's razor, the most direct path on this, which is a member of the public did exactly what we've been saying forever. If you see something, say something. They saw something. By the way, if that many people just get in the back of a U-Haul trailer, that is a violation of the law. So there was an illegal activity right there. But they saw something, they called it in, they called 911. The chief is absolutely right. It's just great that they called 911 and they didn't just post it on some social media thing. And that got them in there. That got the enforcement event, the stop that prevented this thing from becoming a riot. So that worked very well. Now, with that said, historically speaking, with all groups, radical left, radical right, ISIS, Al-Qaeda adherents, whatever, using confidential informants, using undercover officers is a common tactic, if you will, common methodology. It just doesn't apply, from what I can tell, what I've heard in this situation, it just doesn't apply. But sometimes that's what you have to do. If you're trying to stop a violent extremist group from doing a violent act, an act of terrorism in many cases, you have to get in there, you have to get in close, you have to get people inside, because you have to build a conspiracy case. Either that, or you have to stand back and wait for a deadly attack to occur, and that's just simply not acceptable. So that has been the tactic. It's used by local state law enforcement. It's used by the FBI. It's used by the Joint Terrorism Task Forces led by the FBI, which are multi-jurisdictional. And actually, if you go further than that, if you go anywhere around the world, like MI5 over in Great Britain, using confidential informants within these groups is just, that's the way it's done. Because these acts of, if they turn to an act of extreme violence, this is going to be a riot. And certainly they are hoping, I think, for a violent riot. At least that's what Patriot Front's plans look like. But if you're waiting for something, if they want to do something more, you got to go in there aggressive. You got to go in there. You got to put people on the ground. You have to be, have people in there. You got to be listening to their communications or looking at their communications. And hopefully you get enough reasonable suspicion, probable cause to go in there and stop it before it happens. And of course, once you go in there, you don't want to just stop it. You also want to take those who would do extreme violent acts, and you want to remove them from society. You want to put them in prison. And so that takes a lot of good investigative work, and that's standard methodology.
Hal, final thoughts on this. Should we mark this off as kind of one-off, or are you seeing a proliferation of these types of right-wing domestic terror groups in the country, nationwide, not just up, in the Pacific Northwest? It's kind of a good segue to our next story. We're going to be covering everything happening in the January 6th hearings, and some of these groups are similar to those who showed up that day at the Capitol. But what should we make of this? This is top of mind for many in the Biden DOJ and others who want to, root out these groups before they get violent.
Well, I would say if you looked at all the attacks that have taken place, you cannot say this is an isolated event. You may have seen, we just talked about the attack at the Pulse nightclub in Orlando. That was a horrific event, kind of tied to Al-Qaeda, ISIS beliefs. That he was all over the map. He even claimed Hezbollah beliefs, but obviously anti-LGBTQ. What isn't often as well reported is that morning, early in the morning in LA, law enforcement thwarted a potential attack against the gay pride in Los Angeles, which could have been potentially just as deadly or more deadly than what we saw that night at the Pulse nightclub. And that was, again, a citizen saw something that didn't look right. He knew the area, didn't feel right. It was suspicious by definition, called 911. And that call led to an enforcement action where they ended up taking somebody in custody who had more ammo. He had explosives. He had, I think, 3 assault rifles, and he was headed to the Gay Pride Parade. And you know, most experts will say it looked like we thwarted a terrorist attack. These events will bring out extremists. And I think, you know, whereas other events in the past would do that, I think we have to recognize these events do bring out extremists.
All right, Hal Kempfer, we appreciate your insight and your expertise, especially into stories like this. I know we weren't talking about Russia and Ukraine tonight. We'll get to that topic a little bit later on this week as well. But Hal, thanks again. We'll see you tomorrow.
All right. Thank you, Andrew.
All right, we're going to take a quick commercial break right now, but like I was saying with Hal, we're going to be talking about day 2 of the January 6th hearings that were happening on Capitol Hill today. More witnesses testifying, more information gleaned as the committee tries to make its case that former President Trump was directly or indirectly responsible for the events of January the 6th. We'll be airing the entire hearing today in full in just a moment. Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox on this Monday night. I'm Andrew Kraft. Thanks for being with us. 6:30 here. We want to get into the highlights from the day 2 of the January 6th hearings. More witnesses testifying today. Fox's Madeline Rivera has the story from Washington.
The House Select Committee investigating the January 6th Capitol attack, holding its second public hearing in a week, focusing on testimony that then President Trump ignored key advice when the numbers weren't moving in his favor. Some of Donald Trump's closest campaign advisors telling the American public the former president was told repeatedly he could not win the 2020 election and that there was no evidence of fraud.
I thought, boy, if he really believes this stuff, he has, lost contact with he's become detached from reality.
Trump's attorney general quit following the disputed election and weeks before January 6, citing a struggle to talk Trump out of his efforts to overturn the results.
Before the election, it was possible to talk sense to the president, after the election, he didn't seem to be listening.
Former campaign manager Bill Stepien also stepped down because of the opposing advice inside the campaign being shared with President Trump, with one side rejecting his false claims of voter fraud and the other fueling it.
I didn't think what was happening was necessarily honest or professional.
Republican Liz Cheney highlights that, saying Trump only took advice he wanted to hear, no matter how incredible.
Instead, followed the course recommended by an apparently inebriated Rudy Giuliani to just claim he won and insist that the vote counting stop, to falsely claim everything was fraudulent.
Critics say these hearings are only giving Americans one side of the story.
If you had tried this in court, you know, I could have been very impressive in court if there were no defense lawyers.
The next public hearing is scheduled for Wednesday. In Washington, Malda Rivera, Fox News.
Madeline, thanks so much for that update. Now, if you missed it live, we did air it, but we're going to do so again, replaying it in full for you right now.
The Select Committee to investigate the January 6th attack on the United States Capitol will be in order. Without objection, the chair is authorized to declare the committee in recess at any point. Pursuant to House Deposition Authority Regulation 10, the chair announces the committee's approval to release the deposition material presented during today's hearing. Good morning. Last week, the Select Committee laid out a preview of our initial findings about the conspiracy overseen and directed by Donald Trump to overturn the results of the 2020 presidential election and block the transfer of power, a scheme unprecedented in American history. My colleagues and I don't want to spend time talking about ourselves during these hearings, but as someone who's run for office a few times, I can tell you at the end of a campaign, it all comes down to the numbers. The numbers tell you the winner and the loser. For the most part, the numbers don't lie. But if something doesn't add up with the numbers, you go to court to get resolution. And that's the end of the line. We accept those results. That's what it means to respect the rule of law. That's what it means to seek elective office in our democracy. Because those numbers aren't just numbers, they're votes. They're your votes. They are the will and the voice of the people. And the very least we should expect from any person seeking a position of public trust is the acceptance of the will of the people, win or lose. Donald Trump didn't. He didn't have the numbers, he went to court. He still didn't have the numbers, he lost. But he betrayed the trust of the American people. He ignored the will of the voters. He lied to his supporters and the country. And he tried to remain in office after the people had voted him out, and the courts upheld the will of the people. This morning, we'll tell the story of how Donald Trump lost an election and knew he lost an election, and as a result of his loss, decided to wage an attack on our democracy, an attack on the American people by trying to rob you of your voice in our democracy, and in doing so, lit the fuse that led to the horrific violence of January 6th, when a mob of his supporters stormed the Capitol sent by Donald Trump to stop the transfer of power. Today, my colleague from California, Ms. Lofgren, and our witnesses will detail the Select Committee's findings on these matters. But first, I will recognize our distinguished Vice Chair, Ms. Cheney of Wyoming, for any opening statement she'd care to offer.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Last week, as the chairman noted, our committee began outlining a 7-part plan overseen by President Trump to overturn the 2020 election. Today, we will begin looking at the initial part of that plan, President Trump's effort to convince millions of Americans that the election was stolen from him by overwhelming fraud. A federal court has already reviewed elements of the committee's evidence on this point and said this, quote, "In the months following the election, numerous credible sources from the president's inner circle to agency leadership and statisticians informed President Trump and Dr. Eastman that there was no evidence of election fraud," close quote, sufficient to overturn the 2020 presidential election. The court's opinion methodically documents each of the principal reasons for that conclusion, and I would urge all those watching to read it. Today, we will begin to show the American people some of our evidence. Today, you will hear much more from former Attorney General Bill Barr's recorded testimony, and you will hear in greater detail what others in the department told President Trump, that his claims of election fraud were nonsense. You will also hear much more from President Trump's own campaign experts, who had also concluded that his fraud claims could not be supported. Let me focus briefly on just 3 points now. First, you will hear firsthand testimony that the president's campaign advisors urged him to await the counting of votes and not to declare victory on election night. The president understood even before the election that many more Biden voters had voted by mail because President Trump ignored the advice of his campaign experts and told his supporters only to vote in person. Donald Trump knew before the election that the counting of those mail-in ballots in several states would not begin until late in the day and would not be complete for multiple days. This was expected, reported, and widely known. You will also hear testimony that President Trump rejected the advice of his campaign experts on election night and instead followed the course recommended by an apparently inebriated Rudy Giuliani to just claim he won and insist that the vote counting stop, to falsely claim everything was fraudulent. He falsely told the American people that the election was not legitimate. In his words, quote, "a major fraud." Millions of Americans believed him. Second, pay attention to what Donald Trump and his legal team said repeatedly about Dominion voting machines. Far-flung conspiracies with a deceased Venezuelan communist allegedly pulling the strings. This was, quote, "complete nonsense," as Bill Barr said. President Trump's own campaign advisors, his Department of Justice, and his cybersecurity experts all told him the same thing. Here, for example, is White House lawyer Eric Hirschman. His view was shared by many of the Trump team whom we interviewed.
I thought the Dominion stuff was, I never saw any evidence whatsoever to sustain those allegations.
And third, as Mike Pence's staff started to get a sense for what Donald Trump had planned for January 6th, they called the campaign experts to give them a briefing on election fraud and all the other election claims. On January 2nd, the general counsel of the Trump campaign, Matthew Morgan, this is the campaign's chief lawyer, summarized what the campaign had concluded weeks earlier, that none of the arguments about fraud or anything else could actually change the outcome of the election.
Generally discussed on that topic was whether the fraud, maladministration, abuse, or irregularities, if aggregated and read most favorably to the campaign, would that be outcome determinative? And I think everyone's assessment in the room, at least amongst the staff, Mark Short, myself, and Greg Jacob, was that it was not sufficient to be outcome determinative.
As is obvious, this was before the attack on the Capitol. The Trump campaign legal team knew there was no legitimate argument, fraud, irregularities, or anything to overturn the election. And yet President Trump went ahead with his plans for January 6th anyway. Mr. Chairman, hundreds of our countrymen have faced criminal charges. Many are serving criminal sentences because they believed what Donald Trump said about the election, and they acted on it. They came to Washington, D.C. at his request. They marched on the Capitol at his request. And hundreds of them besieged and invaded the building at the heart of our constitutional republic. As one conservative editorial board put it recently, quote, "Mr. Trump betrayed his supporters by conning them on January 6th, and he is still doing it." Another conservative editorial board that has long supported President Trump said last week, Donald Trump, quote, "won't stop insisting that 2020 was stolen, even though he has offered no proof that that is true." And this, Donald Trump now, quote, "clings to more fantastical theories, such as Dinesh D'Souza's debunked 2,000 mules, even as recounts in Arizona, Georgia, and Wisconsin confirm Trump lost. Those are the correct conclusions to draw from the evidence gathered by this committee. We have much more evidence to show the American people on this point than we can reasonably show in one hearing. But today, we will begin. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield back.
Without objection, the chair recognizes the gentlewoman from California, Ms. Lofgren, for an opening statement.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman. In our opening hearing, we gave an overview of our investigation into the January 6th attack. The plot to overthrow the election was complex and had many parts, which we'll explore in remaining hearings. But today, we examine the false narrative that the 2020 election was, quote, stolen. Former President Trump's plan to overturn the election relied on a sustained effort to deceive millions of Americans with knowingly false claims of election fraud. All elements of the plot relied on convincing his supporters about these false claims. Today, we'll demonstrate the 2020 election was not stolen. The American people elected President Joe Biden. We'll present evidence that Mr. Trump's claims of election fraud were false, that he and his closest advisors knew those claims were false, but they continued to peddle them anyway, right up until the moments before a mob of Trump supporters attacked the Capitol. We'll also show that the Trump campaign used these false claims of election fraud to raise hundreds of millions of dollars from supporters who were told their donations were for the legal fight in the courts. But the Trump campaign didn't use the money for that. The big lie was also a big ripoff. The former president laid the groundwork for these false claims well in advance of the election. As early as April 2020, Mr. Trump claimed that the only way he could lose an election would be as a result of fraud.
You know the things with bundling and all of the things that are happening with votes by mail, where thousands of votes are gathered, and I'm not going to say which party does it, but thousands of votes are gathered and they come in and they're dumped in a location, and then all of a sudden you lose elections that you think you're going to win.
The only way we're going to lose this election is if the election is rigged. Remember that. It's the only way we're going to lose this election.
This is going to be a fraud like you've never seen. Did you see what's going on? Take a look at West Virginia, mailmen selling the ballots. They're being sold. They're being dumped in rivers. This is a horrible thing for our country. This is not going to end well.
Mr. Trump decided even before the election that regardless of the facts and the truth, if he lost the election, he would claim it was rigged. Mr. Trump was right about one thing. It did not end well. On election night, Mr. Trump claimed even before the votes were counted that his loss was a result of fraud. Now, Thursday, we had testimony from Attorney General Barr about the Department of Justice investigation of Mr. Trump's fraud claims. Barr told Trump directly that his claims were BS. Yet, after hearing the truth and that warning from the AG, Mr. Trump continued to peddle the false claims of fraud. You'll hear detailed testimony from Attorney General Barr describing the various election fraud claims the Department of Justice investigated. He'll tell you how he told Mr. Trump repeatedly that there was no merit to those claims. Mr. Barr will tell us that Mr. Trump's election night claims of fraud were made without regard to the truth and before it was even possible to look for evidence of fraud. Attorney General Barr wasn't alone. You'll see and hear today other Department of Justice officials and senior advisors to Mr. Trump that they told him the claims he was making were not supported by evidence. The election fraud claims were false. Mr. Trump's closest advisors knew it. Mr. Trump knew it. That didn't stop him from pushing the false claims and urging his supporters to, quote, fight like hell, to, quote, take back their country. After he lost the election, various legal challenges were made. You'll hear testimony today from a renowned Republican election litigation lawyer who will explain the normal process by which candidates challenge an election. Rather than accept the results of the election and the decisions of the courts, Mr. Trump pursued a different strategy. He tried to convince the American people the election had been stolen. Many of his supporters believed him, and many still believe him today. The attack on January 6th was a direct and predictable result of Mr. Trump's decision to use false claims of election fraud to overturn the election and to cling to power. Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Thank you very much. I now welcome our first witness. We're joined today by former Fox News politics editor Chris Stilwell. Bill Stepien, President Trump's former campaign manager, was subpoenaed to be here and was in Washington this morning, prepared to testify. Kevin Marino, Mr. Stepien's attorney, is here with us today. Thank you, Mr. Marino, for coming. And he has advised us that Mr. Stepien's wife went into labor this morning. Mr. Stepien unexpectedly had to travel to be with his wife, and we wish him the best. Due to the depth and rigor of our investigation, we have several hours of Mr. Stepien's testimony from when we interviewed him in February, and we will be presenting that testimony today. I'll now swear in our witness. The witness will please stand and raise his right hand. Do you swear or affirm on the penalty of perjury that the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? So help you God. Thank you. You may be seated. Let the record reflect the witness answered in the affirmative. I now recognize myself for questions. I want to start by showing a video that tells the story of what was going on in the Trump White House on election night in November of 2020.
Do you remember where you were on the night of the election, November the 3rd?
I was at the White House.
You know where specifically over the course of that night you spent your time within the White House?
There was an event that was organized in the residence, so I moved between the residence, a room sort of off the residence where some family members were.
I take it the president was upstairs in the residence.
He was upstairs. We were kind of on the first floor, so not upstairs. We were with mostly with Ivanka and her brothers and a couple other people who'd be coming in and out.
Can you just describe the atmosphere? What were people expecting that night when you got to the White House?
I think that there was, typically for people who show up there on election night, it's going to be a self-select, more positive environment. I think people were a little bit nervous, not knowing what was going to happen with the red wave or the red mirage as the debate was being carried out.
the Fox News Decision Desk is calling Arizona for Joe Biden. That is a big get for the Biden campaign.
Arizona's called. Do you remember that?
I do.
What do you remember happening where you were when Arizona was called?
There was surprise at the call.
Who was surprised?
Most everyone in the room.
Were you being one of them?
Yes.
Did that shift the atmosphere or the attitude in the White House?
Completely.
How so? Can you describe that?
Because Fox News was the first one to go out and say that.
So was it anger kind of directed towards Fox News for making a call more so than like disappointment that maybe the campaign lost Arizona?
All the above.
So both anger and disappointment.
Both disappointed with Fox and concerned that maybe our data or our numbers weren't accurate.
Were you in the White House residence during the sort of past midnight into the early morning hours of November 4th?
Yes, oh sure. It went over beyond midnight, yes.
Do you remember Rudy Giuliani being at the White House on election night and into the early hours the next morning?
I do.
What do you remember about when he came?
He was I had heard that he was upstairs, in that aforementioned reception area, and he was looking to talk to the president, and it was suggested instead that he come talk to several of us down off the map room.
You said that you had heard that Mr. Giuliani wanted to talk to the president and then he was directed your way. Did you end up talking to Mr. Giuliani when he was directed your way?
I did.
What was that conversation?
A lot of conversations were directed my way. A few of us, myself, Jason Miller, Justin Clark, and Mark Meadows, gathered in a room off the map room to listen to whatever Rudy presumably wanted to say to the president.
Was there anyone in that conversation who, in your observation, had too much to drink?
Like Mayor Giuliani.
Tell me more about that. What was your observation about his potential intoxication during that discussion about what the president should say when he's addressed the nation on election night?
And the mayor was definitely intoxicated, but I do not know his level of intoxication when he spoke with the president, for example.
Were you part of any discussions with the people I mentioned, Mr. Stepien, Mr. Meadows, or anyone else, about whether the president should make any sort of speech on election night?
I mean, I spoke to the president. They may have been present, but President spoke to the president several times that night.
There were suggestions by, I believe it was Mayor Giuliani, to go and declare victory and say that we'd won it outright.
It was far too early to be making any calls like that. Ballots were still being counted. Ballots were still going to be counted for days. And it was far too early to be making any proclamation like that.
I remember saying that, to the best of my memory, I was saying that we should not go and declare victory until we had a better sense of the numbers.
Okay, can you be more specific about that conversation, in particular what Mayor Giuliani said, your response, and then anybody else in the room's response?
I think effectively Mayor Giuliani was saying, we won it, they're stealing it from us, where'd all the votes come from? We need to go say that we won. And essentially that anyone who didn't agree with that position was being weak.
What was your view at the time as to what he should or shouldn't say?
I don't know that I had a firm view. as to what he should say in that circumstance. The results were still being counted. It was becoming clear that the race would not be called on election night.
My belief, my recommendation was to say that votes were still being counted. It's too early to tell, too early to call the race, but we proud of the race we ran, and we think we're in good position, and we'll have more to say about this the next day or the next day, whenever we had something to say.
And did anybody who was a part of that conversation disagree with your message?
Yes.
Who was that?
The president disagreed with that. I don't recall the particular words. He thought I was wrong. He told me so, and that they were gonna go he was gonna go in a different direction.
This is a fraud on the American public. This is an embarrassment to our country. We were getting ready to win this election. Frankly, we did win this election. We did win this election.
Mr. Steiwalt, did President Trump have any basis to declare victory on November 4th, 2020? Thank you. Mr. Stepien also testified that President Trump had no basis for declaring victory at that point in time.
My belief, my recommendation was to say that votes were still being counted. It's too early to tell, too early to call the race, but we proud of the race we ran, and we think we're in good position, and we'll have more to say about this the next day or the next day, whenever we had something to say.
Thank you. Mr. Steiwalt, after the votes were counted, who won the presidential election of 2020?
Joseph Robinette Biden, Jr. of the great state of Delaware.
Thank you. That's the bottom line. We've had an election. Mr. Trump lost, but he refused to accept the results of the democratic process. Pursuant to Section 5C8 of House Resolution 503, I now recognize the gentlewoman from California, Ms. Lofgren, for questions.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Steiwalt, I'd like you to explain a term that was thrown around a lot during the election, and that's the so-called red mirage. What does that mean?
So in the 40 or 50 years, let's say, that Americans have increasingly chosen to vote by mail or early or absentee, Democrats prefer that method of voting more than Republicans do. So basically, in every election, Republicans win Election Day and Democrats win the early vote. And then you wait and start counting, and it depends on which ones you count first, but usually it's Election Day votes that get counted first. And you see the Republicans shoot ahead, and then the process of bailing and binding and unbinding all those mail-in votes. In some states like Pennsylvania refuse to count the votes first, so you have to wait for all of that to come in. So in every election, and certainly a national election, you expect to see the Republican with a lead, but it's not really a lead. When you put together a jigsaw puzzle, it doesn't matter which piece you put in first. It ends up with the same image. So for us, who cares? But that's because no candidate had ever tried to avail themselves of this quirk in the election counting system. We had gone to pains, and I'm proud of the pains we went to make sure that we were informing viewers that this was going to happen, because the Trump campaign and the president had made it clear that they were going to try to exploit this anomaly. And we knew it was going to be bigger because the percentage of early votes was higher, right? We went from about 45% of the votes being early and absentee to, because of the pandemic, that increased by about 50%. So we knew it would be longer, we knew it would be more. So we wanted to keep telling viewers, hey, look, the number that you see here is sort of irrelevant because it's only a small percentage of these votes.
So this red mirage, that's really...
We're going to take a short break here on Live Now from Fox and continue with the recap of the second public hearing on the insurrection. Stay tuned.
A clip of Attorney General Bill Barr, who also explains what was expected to happen on election night.
Right out of the box on election night, the president claimed that there was major fraud underway. I mean, this happened, as far as I could tell, before there was actually any potential of looking at evidence. And it seemed to be based on the dynamic that at the end of the evening, a lot of Democratic votes came in, which changed the vote counts in certain states. And that seemed to be the basis for this broad claim that there was major fraud. And I didn't think much of that because people had been talking for weeks and everyone understood for weeks that that was going to be what happened on election night.
Mr. Stepien obviously could not be with us today, and it's proper for him to be with his wife as they welcome their child. But he also had discussions with the president about the red mirage, that is, that it would be a long night and that early votes would favor him, but that lots more votes would be counted over the course of the night and the days after. So let's play clip 1 from our interview with Mr. Stepien.
I recounted back to that conversation with him, in which I said, just like I said in 2016 was going to be a long night. I told him in 2020 that it was going to be a process again, as the early returns are going to be positive, and we're going to be watching the returns of ballots as they rolled in thereafter.
So
is it fair to say you're trying to present what you thought would be a realistic picture of what might happen over the course of that night, being election night?
That night and the days that followed. Yeah, I always told the president the truth, and I think he expected that from me, and I told him it was going to be a process. It was going to be we're gonna have to wait and see how this turned out. So I just like I did in 2016, I did the same thing in 2020.
So let's watch a short clip of President Trump speaking after he received that information from his campaign advisors.
We want all voting to stop. We don't want them to find any ballots at 4 o'clock in the morning and add them to the list.
So when former President Trump said that, it contradicted what his advisors had warned would happen. We all know that mail-in ballots played an important role in the 2020 election. However, President Trump continuously discouraged mail-in voting. Mr. Stepien was so concerned about the president's position on mail-in voting that in the summer of 2020, he met with President Trump along with House Minority Leader Kevin McCarthy. Let's play clip 4.
Meeting that was had, in particular, I invited Kevin McCarthy to join the meeting, he being of like mind on the issue with me, in which we made our case for why we believed mail-in voting, not to be a bad thing for his campaign. But the president's mind was made up, and he understands, how many times to, go to the well on a particular topic.
Yeah, I understand. Tell me a little bit more about the argument that you and Mr. McCarthy made to the president in that meeting as to why it wasn't a bad thing that mail-in voting was available.
Largely two pillars to that argument, both of which I've previously mentioned. One, leaving a good deal to chance, pushing or urging your voters to vote only on election day leaves a lot to chance. That's A. And B, also previously mentioned, the fact that the Trump campaign, the Republican National Committee, the Republican Party had an advantage of grassroots workers and volunteers on the ground that would allow, an advantage to enhance return rates of ballots that were mailed. Those were the two pillars of the argument.
I see. And what, if anything, do you recall Representative McCarthy saying during that meeting?
We were echoing the same argument. I mean, his words echoed mine, and vice versa on those two topics.
Mr. Stirewalt, you were at the decision desk at Fox News on election night, and you called Arizona early for President Biden, which was controversial. How did you make that call, and where did you think the race stood in the early hours of the next day?
Well, it was really controversial to our competitors who we beat so badly by making the correct call first. Our decision desk was the best in the business, and I was very proud to be a part of it. Because we had partnered with the Associated Press and the National Opinion Research Center at the University of Chicago, thanks to my colleague and friend Arnon Mishkin, had built a wonderful device for forecasting the outcomes of elections. So we had a different set of data than our competitors did. We had more research, and we had a better system, and we had a great team. So what you're waiting to see is, do the actual votes match up with the expectations in the poll? The real votes are testing the quality of your poll in targeted precincts and in targeted places. And let me tell you, our poll in Arizona was beautiful, and it was doing just what we wanted it to do, and it was cooking up just right. And at some point, and I forget exactly who, but at some point it became clear that Arizona was getting ready to make a call. So my boss, Bill Salmon, said, we're not making any call until everybody says yes, because that was always our policy, unanimity. And you have to understand, in this room, you have, the best people from academia, Democrats, Republicans, a broad cross-section of people who had worked together for a decade, who are really serious about this stuff. So we knew it would be a consequential call because it was one of 5 states that really mattered, right? Wisconsin, Michigan, Pennsylvania, Georgia, Arizona were the ones that we were watching. We knew it would be significant to call any one of those 5, but we already knew Trump's chances were very small and getting smaller based on what we had seen. So we were able to make the call early. We were able to beat the competition. We looked around the room, everybody says yay, and on we go. And by the time we found out how much everybody was freaking out and losing their minds over this call, we were already trying to call the next state. We had already moved on. We were to Georgia, we were to North Carolina, we were looking at these other states. So we thought we were pleased, but not surprised.
I see. You know, after the election, as of November 7th, in your judgment, what were the chances of President Trump winning the election?
After that point?
Yes.
None. I mean, I guess it's always possible that you could have, a truckload of ballots be found somewhere, I suppose. But once you get into this space, ahead of today, I thought about what are the largest margins that could ever be overturned by a recount, and the kind of stuff that we heard Mike Pence talking about, sounding like a normal Republican that night when he said, we'll keep every challenge. Nothing like that. In a recount, you're talking about hundreds of votes. When we think about calling a race, one of the things that we would think about is it outside the margin of a recount? And when we think about that margin, we think about, in modern history, you're talking about 1,000 votes, 1,500 votes at the way, way outside. Normally, you're talking about hundreds of votes, maybe 300 votes that are going to change. So the idea that through any normal process in any of these states, remember, he had to do it thrice, right? He needed 3 of these states to change. And in order to do that, I mean, you're at an infant. You're better off to play the Powerball than to have that come in.
On November 7th, the other major news outlets called the race for President Biden. Now, Mr. Stepien told the committee that he thought the odds were, and this is a quote, very, very, very bleak, and held a meeting with the president that same day. Let's show clip 8, video clip 8.
I mean, with each day that wore on, I mean, the trajectory of the race on election night, Trump ahead in many states. And as that week wore on, as the 3rd became the 4th, became the 5th, and so on and so forth, and the vote by mail ballots were tabulated, Trump's lead, grew more narrow, and in some places, Biden surpassed, Trump in the vote totals. So as the week wore on, as we paid attention to those numbers multiple times a day, internally, I was feeling less confident for sure.
What was your view on the state of the election at that point?
Very, very, very bleak. We told him, the group that went over there outlined, my belief in chances for success at this point, and then we pegged it at 5, maybe 10% based on recounts that either were automatically initiated or could be initiated based on realistic legal challenges, not all the legal challenges that eventually were pursued. But it was my belief is that it was very, very, 5 to 10%. It's not a very good optimistic outlook.
Now, as President Trump and others continued to claim that the election was stolen, there were lawyers who were a part of the campaign lawyers, who were responsible for investigating the fraud claims. That includes Alex Cannon, who could not validate the claims that were being made, including those being made by the president. Let's roll video 13.
This is an email. It's 2 emails, actually. The first is from Alex Cannon to you and Faith McPherson. And then you forward that email on to Mark Meadows, Justin Clark, and Jason Miller, the subject being AZ Federal ID Voters. If you look at the original email there, it says, Bill, we completed the AZ analysis you requested. I assume that's about Arizona. And because of the substantial uncertainty surrounding the databases, this is a highly unreliable way to identify ineligible voters. Can you explain the task that you gave to Ms. Cannon for this Arizona analysis?
Sure. Previously, I described some of my frustration with some of the claims that people would throw at President Trump regarding, need to look at this, this happened in this state or that happened in that state. And it would be, those would flow to us to look into. I talked about that before, I think.
Yeah.
This is an example of that. I recall in Arizona, someone had thrown out, I believe this to be the claim, that there were thousands of illegal citizens, people not eligible to vote, having cast their ballots in Arizona. Someone had thrown out that claim to President Trump. And with, the margins being as close as they were, as I previously described, that could potentially matter. So this wild claim is thrown out, which, on its face didn't seem, realistic or possible to me. I asked Alex to look at the claim, and I haven't read this full email, but I recall the response to that. The reality of that was not illegal citizens voting in the election. I think it was like overseas voters voting in the election. So obviously, people who were eligible to vote.
When these findings were passed up the chain to President Trump, he became frustrated and he replaced the campaign's legal team. Let's play clip 14.
I think the president, it was during the second week where things like you displayed were occurring, where he was, growing increasingly unhappy with, his team, me less so because I was less involved at this point, but still me, growing increasingly unhappy with Justin Clark, and that kind of, paved the way for, Justin to be moved out and Mayor Giuliani to be moved in as the person in charge of, the legal side of the campaign and, for all intents and purposes, the campaign at that point.
Now, when Mr. Stepien became campaign manager, he was the second Trump campaign manager for the 2020 race, and there were only about 115 days until Election Day. So let's play the video.
I inherited a campaign that was, the day I was hired was, I believe, President Trump's low point in the 2020 daily average polling against President Biden. It was a campaign at a low point in the polls. It was structurally and fiscally deficient. There was a great deal wrong with the campaign in both of those areas. So most of my day spent fixing and I think I took over with 115 days left in the campaign. Most of my time was spent fixing the things that could be fixed with 115 days left in the campaign.
Now, Mr. Stepien has been in the campaign field for a long time, and he worked for lots of different candidates and campaigns. He testified to this committee about his concerns given the claims that Mr. Giuliani and Ms. Powell and their team were making publicly. Let's play clip 15.
Okay, and was it important for you, Mr. Stepien, to sort of pull back just for your own professional reputation? You didn't want to be associated with some of what you were hearing from the Giuliani team and others that sort of stepped in the wake of your departure?
I didn't mind being categorized. There were two groups of, we called them kind of my team and Rudy's team. I didn't mind being characterized as being part of Team Normal, as reporters, kind of started to do around that point in time. I said, hours ago, early on that, I've been doing this for a long time, 25 years, and I've spanned, political ideologies from Trump to McCain to Bush to Christie, and, I can work under a lot of circumstances for a lot of varied, candidates and politicians, but a situation where, and I think along the way I've built up a pretty good, I hope, a good reputation for being honest and professional, and I didn't think what was happening was necessarily honest or professional at that point in time. So that led to me stepping away.
So the president did get rid of Team Normal, and I'd like to play a clip showing that the president found the people he needed to perpetuate his claims of fraud.
They saw a big truck bringing in 100,000 ballots in garbage cans, in waste paper baskets, in cardboard boxes, and in shopping baskets. And every single one of them was for Biden, because they were being notified by Smartmatic in Frankfurt that Biden was way behind, and they better come up with a lot more ballots. And we can prove every single thing I just said. If you gave me the paper ballots, I could probably turn around each one of these states. I'm absolutely convinced if you let me examine each one of those ballots, I'd pull out enough that were fraudulent that it would shake the hell out of the country.
It can set and run an algorithm that probably ran all over the country to take a certain percentage of votes from President Trump and flip them to President Biden, which we might never have uncovered had the votes for President Trump not been so overwhelming in so many of these states that it broke the algorithm.
I remember that one of the things Mark said at some point was, you can't show an actual vote was flipped, which I found at the time to be a remarkable assertion, because you don't have to have the gun to see the body lying on the floor bleeding out with 5 bullet holes in it was killed by a gun.
What they were proposing, I thought was nuts. And the theory was also completely nuts, right? I mean, it was a combination of Italians, Germans. I mean, different things have been floating around as to who was involved. I remember Hugo Chavez and the Venezuelan. She has an affidavit from somebody who says they wrote a software in, it's something with the Philippines, and just all over the radar.
Did you ever share, Mr. Kushner, your view of Mr. Giuliani? Did you ever share your perspective about him with the president?
I guess, yes.
Tell me what you said.
Basically, not the approach I would take if I was you.
Okay, and how did he react? How did President Trump react when you shared that view with him?
We said, I have confidence in Rudy.
I think I had conversations with probably all of our council who are signed up to assist on election day as they disengaged with the campaign. The general consensus was that the law firms were not comfortable making the arguments that Rudy Giuliani was making publicly. I seem to recall that I had a similar conversation with most all of them.
I made it clear I did not agree with the idea of saying the election was stolen and putting out this stuff, which I told the president was bullshit. Didn't want to be a part of it, and that's one of the reasons that went into me deciding to leave when I did.
Even Sidney Powell, defending herself in a defamation lawsuit brought by Dominion Voting Systems, argued that, quote, no reasonable person would conclude that her statements were truly statements of fact. Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
I thank the witness for joining us today. The first panel is now dismissed.
So the House committee presenting a series of video clips. One of the witnesses was a former Trump campaign advisor. We'll have much more for this. Continue the recap of this second public hearing after this short break. Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. This is a recap of the second public hearing on the insurrection, the House committee investigating that riot that happened on January 6th. Let's go ahead and listen in.
Received specific and credible allegations of fraud, made an effort to look into these to satisfy ourselves that they were without merit. And I was in the posture of trying to figure out, there was an avalanche of all these allegations of fraud that built up over a number of days, and it was like playing whack-a-mole because something would come out one day and then the next day it would be another issue. Also, I was influenced by the fact that all the early claims that I understood were completely bogus and silly and usually based on complete misinformation. And so I didn't consider the quality of claims right out of the box to give me any, feeling that there was really substance here.
For the first time since the election, the Attorney General spoke personally with the President on November 23rd, and this was at the White House. Let's play the video, please.
So on November 23rd, I hadn't spoken to the President since the election, and in fact, as I said, since the middle of October, roughly. And it was a little getting awkward because obviously he had lost the election and I hadn't said anything to him. And so Cipollone said, I think it's time you come over here. And so I came over to meet with the President in the Oval Office, and Meadows and Cipollone were there. And the President, and this is leading up to this conversation with Kushner, the President said there had been major fraud and that as soon as the facts were out, the results of the election would be reversed. And he went on this for quite a while, as he's prone to do. And then he got to something that I was expecting, which is to say that apparently the Department of Justice doesn't think that it has a role of looking into these fraud claims. And I said, you know, that has to be the campaign that raises that with the state. The department doesn't take sides in elections, and the department is not an extension of your legal team. And our role is to investigate fraud, and we'll look at something if it's specific, credible, and could have affected the outcome of the election. And we're doing that, and it's just not. They're just not meritorious. They're not panning out. And as I walked out of the Oval Office, Jared was there with Dan Scavino, who ran the president's social media, and who I thought was a reasonable guy and believe is a reasonable guy. And I said, how long is he going to carry on with this stolen election stuff? Where's this going to go? And by that time, Meadows had caught up with me and leaving the office, and caught up with me and said that he said, look, I think that he's becoming more realistic and knows that there's a limit to how far he can take this. And then Jared said, you know, yeah, we're working on this. We're working on it.
Even after his attorney general told him his claims of election fraud were false, President Trump continued to promote these claims.
I felt that things continued to deteriorate between the 23rd and the weekend of the 29th. And then on November 29th, he appeared on Maria Bartiromo's show, Sunday Futures, I believe it was. And he said that the department was missing in action.
Well, no, we had glitches where they moved thousands of votes from my account to Biden's account. And these are glitches. So they're not glitches, they're theft, they're fraud, absolute fraud. This election was over, and then they did dumps. They call them dumps, big, massive dumps in Michigan and Pennsylvania and all over. How the FBI and Department of Justice, I don't know, maybe they're involved, but how people are allowed to get away from this stuff with this stuff is unbelievable.
Now, spurred by what he saw, Barr told the Associated Press on December 1st that there was no evidence of election fraud. And immediately after Attorney General Barr's statement went public, Mr. Trump berated and he nearly fired Barr. But Barr persisted in telling the president that there was no evidence to support the fraud claims.
This got under my skin, but I also felt it was time for me to say something. So I set up a lunch with the AP reporter, Mike Balsamo, and I told him at lunch, I made this statement that to date we have not seen fraud on a scale that could have affected a different outcome in the election. I had a later meeting scheduled at the White House at 3 o'clock with Meadows. This was previously scheduled, so I knew this was going to come up, and I went over there and I told my secretary that I thought I would probably be fired and told not to go home. I mean, not to go back to my office. So I said, you might have to pack up for me. And so when I got over there, I met with the chief of staff. He said the president was angry. He didn't really get into the issue of the fraud. And then I went up to Pat Cipollone's office and we were talking with each other. And word came down that he wanted us both to go to the Oval. And the president was as mad as I've ever seen him, and he was trying to control himself. And the president said, well, this is killing me. You didn't have to say this. You must have said this because you hate Trump. You hate Trump. And then he raised the big vote dump, as he called it, in Detroit. And that, he said people saw boxes coming into the counting station at all hours of the morning and so forth. And I explained to him that at that point, I knew the exact number of precincts in Detroit. I think it was 630 something. I said, Mr. President, there are 630 precincts in Detroit, and unlike elsewhere in the state, they centralized the counting process, so they're not counted in each precinct. They're moved to counting stations, and so the normal process would involve boxes coming in at all different hours. So there's nothing. And I said, did anyone point out to you, did all the people complaining about it point out to you, you actually did better in Detroit than you did last time? I mean, there's no indication of fraud in Detroit. And I told him that the stuff that his people were shoveling out to the public was bullshit. I mean, that the claims of fraud were bullshit. And, you know, he was indignant about that. And I reiterated that they'd wasted a whole month on these claims on the Dominion voting machines, and they were idiotic claims. And I specifically raised the Dominion voting machines, which I found to be among the most disturbing allegations, disturbing in the sense that I saw absolutely zero basis for the allegations, but they were made in such a sensational way that they obviously were influencing a lot of people, members of the public, that there was this systemic corruption in the system and that their votes didn't count and that these machines controlled by somebody else were actually determining it, which was complete nonsense. And it was being laid out there. And I told them that it was crazy stuff and they were wasting their time on that. And it was doing a grave disservice to the country.
Okay, so the very next day, the president released a video rehashing some of the very same claims that his chief law enforcement officer had told him were, quote, nonsense.
Here's an example. This is Michigan. At 6:31 in the morning, a vote dump of 149,772 votes came in unexpectedly. We were winning by a lot. That batch was received in horror. We have a company that's very suspect. Its name is Dominion. With the turn of a dial or the change of a chip, you can press a button for Trump and the vote goes to Biden. What kind of a system is this?
Barr again told the president that there was nothing to these claims on December 14th.
When I walked in, sat down, he went off on a monologue saying that there was now definitive evidence involving fraud through the Dominion machines. And a report had been prepared by a very reputable cybersecurity firm, which he identified as Allied Security Operations Group, and he held up the report, and then he asked that a copy of it be made for me. And while a copy was being made, he said, you know, this is absolute proof that the Dominion machines were rigged. The report means that I'm going to have a second term. And then he gave me a copy of the report. And as he talked more and more about it, I sat there flipping through the report and looking through it. And to be frank, it looked very amateurish to me. Didn't have the credentials of the people involved, but I didn't see any real qualifications. And the statements were made very conclusory, like, you know, these machines were designed to, you know, engage in fraud or something to that effect, but I didn't see any supporting information for it. And I was somewhat demoralized because I thought, boy, if he really believes this stuff, he has, you know, lost contact with he's become detached from reality if he really believes this stuff. On the other hand, you know, when I went into this and would, you know, tell him how crazy some of these allegations were, there was never an indication of interest in what the actual facts were. In my opinion then, and my opinion now, is that the election was not stolen by fraud. And I haven't seen anything since the election that changes my mind on that, including the 2000 Mules movie.
Well, maybe you can assess that 2,000 mules, and people are talking about that.
Well, I mean, just in a nutshell, I just think the GBI was unimpressed with it, and I was similarly unimpressed with it because I think I was holding my fire on that to see what the photographic evidence was, because I thought, well, hell, if they have a lot of photographs of the same person dumping a lot of ballots in different boxes, that's hard to explain. So I wanted to see what the photographic evidence was, but the cell phone data is singularly unimpressive. I mean, it basically, if you take 2 million cell phones and figure out where they are physically in a big city like Atlanta or wherever, just by definition, you're going to find many hundreds of them have passed by and spent time in the vicinity of these boxes. And the premise that, if you go by a box, 5 boxes or whatever it was, that's a mule is just indefensible. It by definition, you're going to have hundreds of this. I mean, I saw one contractor said, we figured out that our truck alone would account for 6 cell phone signals. This was some kind of contractor, and our route would take us by these things on a regular basis. So but then when the movie came out, I think the photographic evidence in it was completely I mean, there was a little bit of it, but it was lacking. It didn't establish widespread illegal harvesting. The other thing is people don't understand is that it's not clear that even if you can show harvesting, that changes the results of the election. The courts are not going to throw out votes and then figure out what votes were harvested and throw them out. It's still the burden on the challenging party to show that illegal votes were cast. Votes were the result of undue influence or bribes, or there was really, the person was non-compos mentis. But absent that evidence, I just didn't see courts throwing out votes anyway. I felt that before the election, it was possible to talk sense to the president. And while you sometimes had to engage in, a big wrestling match with him, that it was possible to keep things on track, but I felt that after the election, he didn't seem to be listening, and I didn't think it was, that I was inclined not to stay around if he wasn't listening to advice from me or his other cabinet secretaries.
So on December 14th, Barr quit. Now, the Attorney General wasn't the only person who told the president that his claims were false. Other officials and close advisors told him the same thing.
Rather than try to address a counterfactual or a hypothetical, let me just say there were instances where the president would say, people are telling me this, or I've heard this, or I saw on television, this impropriety in Atlanta or Pennsylvania or something. And we were in a position to say, our people have already looked at that, and we know that you're getting bad information, that's not correct. It's been demonstrated to be incorrect from our point of view, and been debunked.
A month and a half or so after the election day, and at that meeting, various allegations of fraud were discussed, and Eric and Pat didn't, told the group, the president included, that none of those allegations had been substantiated to the point where they could be the basis for any litigation challenge to the election.
President Trump's own vice president and his top advisors also knew that there wasn't evidence to support the claims that the president was making.
Anyone else other than Mr. Meadows who asked you about the status outside of your legal group, Mr. Morgan and the others you mentioned, anyone else who asked you the status of what you were finding in your assessment of it?
Yes, sir.
Who's that?
Peter Navarro.
When did you talk to Mr. Navarro?
Mid-November.
Around the same time as Mr. Meadows?
Yes, sir.
And tell me about that conversation.
I recall him asking me questions about Dominion and maybe some other categories of allegations of voter fraud. And I remember telling him that I didn't believe the Dominion allegations because I thought the hand recount in Georgia would resolve any issues with a technology problem and with Dominion or Dominion flipping votes. And I mentioned at that time that the CISA, Chris Krebs, had recently released a report saying that the election was secure. And I believe Mr. Navarro accused me of being an agent of the deep state working with Chris Krebs against the president. And I never took another phone call from Mr. Navarro.
Anyone else besides Mr. Meadows, Mr. Navarro, Mr. Hirschman that you had discussions with inquiring about what you were finding in your review of the allegations that were pouring in?
I believe I had about a 15-second conversation with the vice president about it as well.
When was that?
During one of the visits to the White House. I don't know which one. I think it was the first one in November. I had met him briefly at the campaign, and he remembered me and saw me. And he asked what I was doing on the campaign, and I told him that, you know, we were looking into some of the issues related to voter fraud. And he asked me, I don't remember his exact words, but he asked me if we were finding anything. And I said that I didn't believe we were finding it, or I was not personally finding anything sufficient to alter the results of the election. And he thanked me. That was our interaction.
At a later hearing, you'll hear live testimony from the former acting Deputy Attorney General of the Department of Justice, Rich Donahue. But now I'd like to play a portion of his testimony.
I tried to, again, put this in perspective and to try to put it in very clear terms to the president. And I said something to the effect of, sir, we've done dozens of investigations, hundreds of interviews. The major allegations are not supported by the evidence developed. We've looked at Georgia, Pennsylvania, Michigan, Nevada. We're doing our job. Much of the info you're getting is false. And then I went into, for instance, this thing from Michigan, this report about 68% error rate. Reality is it was only 0.0063% error rate, less than 1 in 15,000. So the president accepted that. He said, okay, fine, but what about the others? And again, this gets back to the point that there were so many of these allegations that when you gave him a very direct answer on one of them, he wouldn't fight us on it, but he would move to another allegation. So then I talked about a little bit about the Pennsylvania truck driver. This is another allegation that had come up. And this claim was by a truck driver who believed, perhaps honestly, that he had transported an entire tractor-trailer truck full of ballots from New York to Pennsylvania. And this was, again, out there in the public and discussed. And I essentially said, look, we looked at that allegation. We looked at both ends, both the people who load the truck and the people who unload the truck. And that allegation was not supported by the evidence. Again, he said, okay. And then he said, no, I didn't mention that one. What about the others? And I said, okay, well, with regard to Georgia, we looked at the tape, we interviewed the witnesses. There is no suitcase. The president kept fixating on this suitcase that supposedly had fraudulent ballots and that the suitcase was rolled out from under the table. And I said, no, sir, there is no suitcase. You can watch that video over and over. There is no suitcase. There is a wheeled bin where they carry the ballots, and that's just how they move ballots around that facility. There's nothing suspicious about that at all. I told them that there was no multiple scanning of the ballots. One part of that allegation was that they were taking one ballot and scanning it through 3 or 4 or 5 times to rack up votes, presumably for Vice President Biden. I told them that the video did not support that. Then he went off on double voting. At the top of the next page, he said, dead people are voting. Indians are getting paid to vote. He meant people on Native American reservations. He said there's lots of fraud going on here. Told him flat out that much of the information he's getting is false and or just not supported by the evidence. We look at the allegations, but they don't pan out.
Mr. Barr and his advisors were not the only ones who determined that the president's allegations regarding Dominion voting machines were false. So, Mr. Chairman, I ask unanimous consent to include in the record of this hearing reports issued by the Department of Homeland Security's Cybersecurity and Infrastructure Security Agency, otherwise known as CISA, that addressed and rejected the claims of manipulation of voting machines in the 2020 election.
Without objection, so ordered.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I also ask unanimous consent to include in the record a report prepared by the Michigan Senate Oversight Committee that disproved claims of election fraud in Michigan, as well as a statement by 59 of the country's leading election security scientists, noting the absence of any credible evidence that the 2020 election had been altered through technical compromise, and 5 other reports from organizations and individuals confirming there was no widespread fraud in the 2020 election or describing the spread of the former president's lies.
Without objection, so ordered.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I yield back.
Pursuant to the order of the committee for today, the chair declares the committee in recess for a period of approximately 10 minutes.
All right, so we're going to take a short break here on Live Now from Fox, but as you saw on your screen, the House committee showed a series of video clips. One of them included former Attorney General Bill Barr, who was under the Trump administration, and he said in one of those clips that Trump would not listen when he was told that election fraud claims were false. They could not speak any sense to former President Trump. We're going to take a short break here. We'll be back after this.
I now welcome our second panel of witnesses. We're joined today by B.J. Pack, Al Smith, and Ben Ginsberg. Mr. Pack is the former United States Attorney for the Northern District of Georgia. Mr. Smith is a former city commissioner for the city of Philadelphia, where he served for more than 10 years. Mr. Ginsberg is one of the leading election law attorneys in the country and has represented Republican presidential candidates in election litigation dating back to 2000, where he represented George W. Bush in the Bush v. Gore litigation. I will now swear in our witnesses. Please stand and raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm on the penalty of perjury that the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? So help you God. Thank you. Please be seated. Let the record reflect the witnesses answered in the affirmative. Pursuant to Section 5C8 of House Resolution 503, I now recognize the gentlewoman from California, Ms. Lofgren, for questions.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Before the break, I think you all heard Mr. Barr and Mr. Donahue talk about the false claims that Mr. Trump and his supporters made about suitcases of fake ballots in Georgia. We have a witness here today who thoroughly investigated that issue. Mr. Pack, I want to thank you for appearing before us today. You were appointed by President Trump to serve as a U.S. Attorney for the Northern District of Georgia, and you served from 2017 until January of 2021. You were the lead federal prosecutor there and worked for the Department of Justice under then Attorney General Bill Barr. Now, were you ever asked by Attorney General Barr to investigate claims of voter fraud in the 2020 election? And if so, what were those claims?
Thank you, Congressman Lofgren. Thank you for the question. Approximately December 4th, I believe, of 2020, Attorney General Barr and I had a conversation about an unrelated case to the case at issue. At the end of the conversation, Mr. Barr had asked me if I had seen a certain videotape that was being reported in the news where Mr. Giuliani, in a Senate subcommittee hearing that was held the day before, May 3rd, showed a videotape of a purportedly a security tape at the State Farm Arena in Atlanta, which is also in Fulton County in the city of Atlanta. Yes. At the time, Mr. Barr asked me that he had made a public statement that he had not seen any widespread election fraud that would question the outcome of the election. And because of the videotape and the serious allegation that Mr. Giuliani was making with respect to the suitcase full of ballots purported in the video, he asked me to find out what I could about it, because he had envisioned that in some days after our call that he was going to go to the White House for a meeting, and then that issue might come up. He asked me to make it a priority to get to the bottom of, to try to substantiate the allegation made by Mr. Giuliani.
Thank you. I understand the Georgia Secretary of State's office investigated those State Farm Arena allegations and didn't find any evidence of fraud. What did you find when your office conducted its own investigation?
We found that the suitcase full of ballots, the alleged black suitcase that was being seen pulled from under the table, was actually an official lockbox where ballots were kept safe. We found out that there was a mistake in terms of a misunderstanding that they were done counting ballots or tallying ballots for the night, and the partisan watchers that was assigned by each of the respective parties were announced to send home. But once they realized the mistake, someone from the Secretary of State's office had indicated that, no, we're not done for the night. You need to go ahead and continue counting. So once they packed up the lockbox full of ballots, they brought back the official ballot box again and continued to tally the ballots from the lockbox. Unfortunately, during the Senate hearing, Mr. Giuliani only played a clip that showed them pulling out the official ballot box from under the table and referring to that as a smoking gun of fraud in Fulton County. But in actuality, in review of the entire video, it showed that that was actually an official ballot box that was kept underneath the tables. And then we saw them pack up because of the announcement that they thought they were done for the night. And then once the announcement was made that you should continue counting, they brought the ballot box out and they continued to count. The FBI interviewed the individuals that are depicted in the videos that purportedly were double, triple counting of the ballots, and determined that nothing irregular happened in the counting, and the allegations made by Mr. Giuliani were false.
Thank you very much. I'd like to play again a testimony from Mr. Donahue, who appeared before the committee before today.
Mr. Donahue, we talked at some length about whether or not the White House or the President was informed about the Antrim report. On the results of the investigations, the interviews that have gone on Fulton County, how would those results have been communicated to the White House, to the President?
I don't know how they were initially communicated. I do know that they came up in subsequent conversations with the President, and Dag Rose and I essentially told him, we looked into that, and it's just not true.
Okay, so he was informed.
I told the President myself that several times in several conversations, that these allegations about ballots being smuggled in a suitcase and run through the machine several times, it was not true. That we looked at the video, we interviewed the witnesses, it was not true.
Mr. Pack, after you left the U.S. Attorney's Office on January 4th, 2021, did the next U.S. Attorney there, I think Mr. Trump's personal pick, Bobby Christine, did he investigate any remaining claims of fraud? And if so, did he find any evidence that supported the President's claims of voter fraud?
It is my understanding that Mr. Christine continued any investigations that were pending at the time of my departure, but he was unable to find any evidence of fraud that affected the outcome of the election.
So after investigating the President's and Mr. Giuliani's claims about voter fraud in Georgia, is it your view today that there was no evidence of widespread fraud sufficient to undermine confidence in the outcome of the election in Georgia?
That is correct.
Thank you, Mr. Pack. And I want to thank you also for the service that you've given to our country. We appreciate that. Next, I'd like to turn to President Trump's false allegations about election integrity in Philadelphia. The Attorney General discussed these allegations at some length.
You know, the idea, the president has repeatedly suggested that there was some kind of outpouring of unexpected votes in inner city areas like Philadelphia as recently as January 13th when he walked off the NPR set. He was asked by the interviewer, what's your evidence of fraud? And he said more people voted in Philadelphia than there were voters. And that was absolute rubbish. The turnout in Philadelphia was in line with the state's turnout. And in fact, it was not as impressive as many suburban counties. And there was nothing strange about the Philadelphia turnout. It wasn't like there was all these unexpected votes that came out in Philadelphia. So, I think once you actually look at the votes and then there's an obvious explanation. For example, in Pennsylvania, Trump ran weaker than the Republican ticket generally. He ran weaker than two of the state candidates. He ran weaker than the congressional delegation running for federal Congress, and he ran weaker than the Republican, I think. I haven't looked at this recently, but he generally was a weak element on the Republican ticket. So that does not suggest that the election was stolen by fraud.
How about Pennsylvania and Bill McSwain? We were talking to the U.S. Attorney in Philadelphia about an alleged discrepancy between the number of absentee ballots issued and the number of ballots cast.
Right. So that was one of the big ones for a period of time. I think that was raised at Gettysburg by Giuliani or something like that, but it kept on being repeated, and I found it annoying because it didn't seem that it was right. So I called McSwain, and he got back to me. He said, no, the problem is that Mastriano threw out this number, and what he did was he mixed apples and oranges. He took the number of applications for the Republican primary and he compared it to the number of absentee votes cast in the general election. But once you actually go and look and compare apples to apples, there's no discrepancy at all. And that's one of the, I think at some point I covered that with the president.
We have another witness here today who has detailed knowledge about the election process in Philadelphia. Mr. Schmidt, at the time of the 2020 presidential election, you were serving as the only Republican member of Philadelphia's 3-member city commission, which is responsible for overseeing elections throughout the city. Is that correct?
That's correct, Congressperson.
So President Trump made numerous claims regarding fraudulent voting practices in Philadelphia, including the claim that dead people were voting. In fact, Mr. Giuliani told Pennsylvania state legislators that 8,000 dead people voted in Pennsylvania. You investigated those claims of voter fraud. Can you tell us what you found?
Not only was there not evidence of 8,000 dead voters voting in Pennsylvania, there wasn't evidence of 8. We took seriously every case that was referred to us, no matter how fantastical, no matter how absurd, and took every one of those seriously, including these.
As it turns out, even Mr. Trump's campaign lawyers knew that the dead voter claims weren't valid.
I guess the crooks in Philadelphia are disappointed in this. They only submitted 8,021 ballots from dead people, mail-in ballots for dead people. It's probably easier for dead people to submit mail-in ballots than it is to vote in person.
Rudy was, at this stage of his life, in the same ability to manage things at this level or not. And obviously, I think Bernie Kerik publicly said it. They never proved the allegations that they were making, and they were trying to develop.
Mr. Schmidt, on November 11th, 2020, President Trump tweeted about you, saying, and here's a quote, "A guy named Al Schmidt, a Philadelphia commissioner and so-called Republican, or Rhino, is being used big time by the fake news media to explain how honest things were with respect to the election in Philadelphia. He refuses to look at a mountain of corruption, dishonesty. We win." As a result of that tweet and the CNN interview you gave where you stated the dead voter claims in Pennsylvania were false, you and your staff were subjected to disturbing threats. Can you tell us about that?
The threats prior to that tweet, and on some level it feels almost silly to talk about a tweet, but we can really see the impact that they have, because prior to that, the threats were pretty general in nature. Corrupt election officials in Philadelphia are going to get what's coming to them. You're what the Second Amendment is for. You're walking into the lion's den, all sorts of things like that. After the president tweeted at me by name, calling me out the way that he did, the threats became much more specific, much more graphic, and included not just me by name, but included members of my family by name, their ages, our address, pictures of our home, just every bit of detail that you could imagine. That was what changed with that tweet.
Behind me are redacted threats that you received, that you provided to the committee. Now, we redacted portions of the text to protect your family. Mr. Schmidt, I think I speak for all of my colleagues when I say we are deeply sorry for what you and your loved ones have been through. And I also want to thank you for your service to your country and for standing up for the rule of law. I want to thank both Mr. Pack and Mr. Schmidt for their service, their testimony, and for standing up for the rule of law. Now I'd like to turn to another subject. The courts in our country provide a legitimate venue for campaigns to challenge what they view as irregular election practices. Now, courts have the final say on how the law applies to those challenges. We have a renowned legal expert here to address the Trump campaign's activities in court. Mr. Ginsburg, you've spent your entire career representing Republicans in election-related litigation. You served as the National Counsel on Republican presidential campaigns in 2000, in 2004, and in 2012. You played a key role in the 2000 Florida recount that led to the Supreme Court's decision in Bush v. Gore. You served as the co-chair of the Presidential Commission on Election Administration. I think it's fair to say you're the most prominent Republican lawyer who's litigated in the election field. Now, you've analyzed the Trump campaign's litigation pretty carefully. What's the normal process for post-election litigation? How is the Trump campaign's different from the kinds of post-election litigation you've been involved in and know about?
In the normal course of things, any campaign on the night of the election and the days after will do a couple of different things. One is that they'll analyze precinct results to look for abnormalities in the results, and they'll send people to those precincts to ask more questions. Secondly, all campaigns will have poll watchers and poll workers and observers in the polling place. And so campaigns will talk to those people if they saw any irregularities that could cause problems in the election. Now, the Trump campaign talked pre-election about having 50,000 poll workers. So presumably, they did have eyes on the ground in all these places. And so in the normal course of things, a campaign will analyze the reports that come in. Trump campaign had a couple of basic problems, however. Number one, the 2020 election was not close. In 2000, that was 537 and close. In this election, the most narrow margin was 10,000 and something in Arizona, and you just don't make up those sorts of numbers in recounts. And when the claims of fraud and irregularities were made, you've heard very compelling testimony from Mr. Stepien, from Matt Morgan, from Alex Cannon about those claims and how they didn't believe them. And so that put the Trump campaign on sort of a process of bringing cases without the actual evidence that you have to have in which the process is designed to bring out.
So are you aware of any instance in which a court found the Trump campaign's fraud claims to be credible?
No, there was never that instance. In all the cases that were brought, and I've looked at the more than 60 that include more than 180 counts, and no, the simple fact is that the Trump campaign did not make its case.
The Select Committee has identified 62 post-election lawsuits filed by the Trump campaign and his allies between November 4th, 2020 and January 6th, 2021. Those cases resulted in 61 losses and only a single victory, which actually didn't affect the outcome for either candidate. Despite those 61 losses, President Trump and his allies claim that the courts refused to hear them out, and as a result, they never had their day in court. Mr. Ginsburg, what do you say about the claims that Mr. Trump wasn't given an opportunity to provide the evidence they had of voter fraud? Did they have their day in court?
They did have their day in court. About half of those cases that you mentioned were dismissed at the procedural stage for a lack of standing, the proper people didn't bring the case, or there wasn't sufficient evidence and it got dismissed on a motion to dismiss. But in the other, there was discussion of the merits that that was contained in the complaints. And in no instance did a court find that the charges of fraud were real. And it's also worth noting that even if the Trump campaign complained that it did not have its day in court, there have been post-election reviews in each of the 6 battleground states that could have made a difference. And those ranged from the somewhat farcical Cyber Ninjas case in Arizona to the Michigan Senate report that was mentioned earlier, the hand recount in Georgia that Mr. Pack addressed. And in each one of those instances, there was no credible evidence of fraud produced by the Trump campaign or his supporters.
Thank you. You know, as Mr. Ginsburg has explained, there are no cases where the Trump campaign was able to convince a court that there was widespread fraud or irregularities in the 2020 election. Over and over, judges appointed by Democrats and Republicans alike directly refuted this false narrative. They called out the Trump campaign's lack of evidence for its claims, and the judges did that even in cases where they could have simply thrown out the lawsuit without writing a word. You can see behind me a few excerpts from the decisions in these 62 cases. The Trump campaign's lack of evidence was criticized by judges across the political spectrum. In Pennsylvania, a Trump-appointed judge concluded, quote, "Charges require specific allegations and proof. We have neither here." Another Trump-appointed judge warned that if cases like these succeeded, quote, "Any disappointed loser in a presidential election able to hire a team of clever lawyers could flag claimed deviations from election results and cast doubt on election results." The list goes on and on. Allegations are called, quote, "an amalgamation of theories, conjecture, and speculation." In another, strained legal arguments without merit, unsupported by evidence, derived from wholly unreliable sources, a fundamental and obvious misreading of the Constitution. The rejection of President Trump's litigation efforts was overwhelming. 22 federal judges appointed by Republican presidents, including 10 appointed by President Trump himself, and at least 24 elected or appointed Republican state judges dismissed the president's claims. At least 11 lawyers have been referred for disciplinary proceedings due to bad faith and baseless efforts to undermine the outcome of the 2020 presidential election. Rudy Giuliani had his license to practice law suspended in New York, and just this week, a newly filed complaint will potentially make his suspension from practicing law in D.C. permanent. And as we've just heard from perhaps the most preeminent Republican election lawyer in recent history, the Trump campaign's unprecedented effort to overturn its election loss in court was a deeply damaging abuse of the judicial process. As stated by U.S. District Court Judge David Carter, this was, quote, "a coup in search of a legal theory." Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield back.
I want to thank our witnesses for joining us.
And as you heard there, that last testimony was from an election attorney who says the Trump campaign was not able to prove in court that any election fraud actually took place. We're going to take a short break here and bring you the last portion of this public hearing.
Members of the Select Committee may have additional questions for today's witnesses, and we ask that you respond expeditiously in writing to those questions. Without objection, members will be permitted 10 business days to submit statements for the record, including opening remarks and additional questions for the witnesses. The second panel of witnesses is now dismissed. Without objection, the chair recognizes the gentlewoman from California, Ms. Lofgren, for a closing statement.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Now that we understand the litigation efforts by President Trump and his allies, I'd like to present additional actions taken by the Trump campaign during this time. President Trump continued to push the stolen election narrative, even though he and his allies knew that their litigation efforts making the same claim had failed. Now, it's worth pointing out that litigation generally does not continue past the safe harbor date of December 14th. But the fact that this litigation went on, well, that decision makes more sense when you consider the Trump campaign's fundraising tactics. Because if the litigation had stopped on December 14th, there would have been no fight to defend the election and no clear path to continue to raise millions of dollars. Mr. Chairman, at this time, I'd ask for unanimous consent to include in the record a video presentation describing how President Trump used the lies he told to raise millions of dollars from the American people. These fundraising schemes were also part of the effort to disseminate the false claims of election fraud.
Without objection, so
My name is Amanda Wick, and I'm Senior Investigative Counsel with the House Select Committee to investigate the January 6th attack on the United States Capitol. Between Election Day and January 6th, the Trump campaign sent millions of fundraising emails to Trump supporters, sometimes as many as 25 a day. The emails claimed the, quote, left-wing mob was undermining the election, implored supporters to, quote, step up to protect the integrity of the election, and encouraged them to, quote, fight back. But as the Select Committee has demonstrated, the Trump campaign knew these claims of voter fraud were false, yet they continued to barrage small-dollar donors with emails, encouraging them to donate to something called the Official Election Defense Fund. The Select Committee discovered no such fund existed.
I don't believe there is actually a fund called the Election Defense Fund.
Is it fair to say that the Election Defense Fund was another, I think we called it a marketing tactic?
Yes.
And tell us about these funds as marketing tactics.
Just a topic matter where money could potentially go to be, how money could potentially be used.
The claims that the election was stolen were so successful, President Trump and his allies raised $250 million, nearly $100 million in the first week after the election. On November 9th, 2020, President Trump created a separate entity called the Save America PAC. Most of the money raised went to this newly created PAC, not to election-related litigation. The Select Committee discovered that the Save America PAC made millions of dollars of contributions to pro-Trump organizations, including $1 million to Trump Chief of Staff Mark Meadows' charitable foundation, $1 million to the America First Policy Institute, a conservative organization which employs several former Trump administration officials, $204,857 to the Trump Hotel Collection, and over $5 million to Event Strategies, Inc., the company that ran President Trump's January 6th rally on the Ellipse.
All of us here today do not want to see our election victory stolen by emboldened radical left Democrats, which is what they're doing.
The evidence developed by the Select Committee highlights how the Trump campaign aggressively pushed false election claims to fundraise, telling supporters it would be used to fight voter fraud that did not exist. The emails continued through January 6th, even as President Trump spoke on the Ellipse. 30 minutes after the last fundraising email was sent, the Capitol was breached.
Every American is entitled and encouraged to participate in our electoral process. Political fundraising is part of that. Small dollar donors use scarce disposable income to support candidates and causes of their choosing, to make their voices heard. And those donors deserve the truth about what those funds will be used for. Throughout the committee's investigation, we found evidence that the Trump campaign and its surrogates misled donors as to where their funds would go and what they would be used for. So not only was there the big lie, there was the big ripoff. Donors deserve to know where their funds are really going. They deserve better than what President Trump and his team did. Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Without objection, the chair recognizes the gentlewoman from Wyoming, Ms. Cheney, for a closing statement.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I would like to thank all of our witnesses today. And I'd also like to, in particular, wish Mr. Stepien and his family all the best on the arrival of a new baby. Today's hearing, Mr. Chairman, was very narrowly focused. And in the coming days, you will see the committee move on to President Trump's broader planning for January 6th, including his plan to corrupt the Department of Justice and his detailed planning with lawyer John Eastman to pressure the Vice President, state legislatures, state officials, and others to overturn the election. Let me leave you today with one clip to preview what you will see in one of our hearings to come. This is the testimony of White House lawyer Eric Hirschman. John Eastman called Mr. Hirschman the day after January 6th, and here is how that conversation went.
I said to him, "Are you out of your effing mind?" Right? I said, I only want to hear two words coming out of your mouth from now on. Orderly transition.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield back.
At the conclusion of last week's hearing, we showed you a video of rioters explaining why they had come to Washington on January 6th. It was because Donald Trump told them to be here. Today we heard about some of the lies Donald Trump embraced and amplified when it became clear he didn't have the numbers of votes to win the election. We heard about how officials at different levels of government explored claims of fraud and found no evidence. Yet the former president continued to repeat those false claims over and over again. Today, we'll end things where we did on Thursday, back on January 6th, hearing words of individuals who wanted to stop the transfer of power. We know they were there because of Donald Trump. Now we hear some of the things they believed. Without objection, I enter into the record a video presentation.
I know exactly what's going on right now. Fake election. How'd it go?
Voted early. It went well, except for the can't really trust the software. Dominion software all over.
We voted, and right in the top right-hand corner of the Dominion voting machine that we used, there was a Wi-Fi symbol with 5 bars. So that most definitely connected to the internet, without a doubt. So they stole that from us twice. We're not doing it anymore. We're not taking it anymore. So we're standing up, we're here, and whatever happens, we're not laying down again.
I'm from Pennsylvania. It didn't work. It absolutely worked. It didn't work. No. Trust the system. 200,000 people that weren't even registered voted. 430,000 votes disappeared from President Trump's tally. And you can't stand there and tell me that it worked.
I don't want to say that what we're doing is right. But if the election's being stolen, what is it going to take?
The chair requests those in the hearing room remain seated until the Capitol Police have escorted members from the room. Without objection, the committee stands adjourned.
All right, and as you heard there, the committee, the House committee, concluding the hearing with a video that showed the mob at the Capitol. Most of them believed that the election was fraudulent and the election was stolen. That was an excerpt of a video that will be shown at the next hearing, which is scheduled for Wednesday at 10 a.m. Eastern Time. Of course, we will bring you that here live on LiveNOW from Fox. Coming up next, after this short 2-minute break, we will bring you the latest White House press briefing.
Lawmakers sit down and try to turn this into a bill. Specifics on what you want regarding access to juvenile records, red flag laws, and redefining which gun sellers now have to do expanded background checks.
Well, as you know, the text is now going to be written, so we're going to allow the negotiators to go through that process. What we do believe and what the president has said is this is a historic agreement, and it's the most significant legislation that we have seen to reduce gun violence since more than 20 years. And so it's a bipartisan. The president is pleased to see this. This is a steps as it relates to his involvement in any of this. His team continues to talk to Congress on a regular basis, as they have been this past several weeks, and we're going to continue talking to negotiators on the Hill, to congressional members and staff on the Hill, and we will continue to have those conversations. But the president wants to see this on his desk to sign as soon as possible.
Will the White House weigh in at all in terms of the final legislative language and text and specific things that you would like, the White House would like to see?
I don't have any specifics on any pieces of the legislation and our involvement there. What we will say is we want to see this move quickly. The president wants to see this move quickly. This is about saving lives, and we think, again, this is a step forward in getting that done. You know, legislating is, when you think about legislating, it's about negotiating. It's about getting to a place where both sides can come to an agreement, and this is a bipartisan handshake, a framework, as you all know, and we're pleased by that, and we want to get that done.
One other question. Over the weekend before the president left Los Angeles, he was asked whether he had decided to go to Saudi Arabia, and his answer was no, not yet. And there was a follow-up question, and then he said, that's the reason I'm going. So can you settle it? Is he going? Is he not going? Just tell us.
I don't have anything to announce for you today, but let me just say this. When the president's ready to make that announcement, that's when we will. But we continue to plan for a trip to Israel and Saudi Arabia. This would be an opportunity for the president to engage with leaders from across the Middle East region. Again, I don't have anything to announce for you today. If you think about the focus, what the focus would be and the agenda, it's on delivering results for the American people. That is what the president, when he has these leader conversation, that is the number one priority, those strategic partnership with those leaders and making sure that it indeed delivers for the American people. And so in this particular case, if this were to happen, or when we are ready to announce, if and when we are ready to announce, it would be about diplomacy, leading to diplomacy to bring stability to the Middle East region, which he has talked about himself. But again, I don't have anything further to preview at this time.
Thank you.
Last week you said that when the president met with the parents in Uvalde, they told him they just wanted to see some action, that they wanted to see Congress can, quote, put their politics aside and come in a bipartisan way and deliver something. Does this agreement that was announced yesterday deliver on what those parents in Uvalde were telling the president that they wanted to see?
Well, let me just make clear. What he heard, and all of you may have heard from the folks in the community as well, is to do something. And so the president has called on Congress to do something. They are doing something. Now, does this framework has everything that the president wants, or that everything that the president has called for? It does not. And the president's going to continue to fight for the renew our ban on assault weapons, for making sure that we confirm Steve Dettelbach to lead ATF, right, which is something that we believe is going to happen. And so expanding background checks to keep guns out of the hands of criminals. So there are things that he wants to continue to see done. But again, this is about saving lives, and this is what's important right now, and this is a step towards that direction.
You said repeatedly now for several weeks that the president was going to give lawmakers time and space. And in the statement he said yesterday, as you just said, that it didn't do everything that he thinks is needed. If he had gotten involved, is there something now where we are at this point in the conversation and negotiations? If he had gotten off the sidelines, is there one thing that could have ended up in the agreement that he would have liked to?
So I disagree with the framing of that question. The president has been involved. He has been involved since, I would say, day one of his administration, the first couple of days that he's walked into his administration. And what I mean by that is the executive actions that he took very early on, and the most executive actions than any president at this time of his presidency when it comes to dealing with a public health epidemic, which is gun violence. And so he put that forward. He did everything at the time that he can from his perch and making sure that we deal with this epidemic. He has said if there's anything more he can do on the executive action side, he will take a look. His team will take a look. He's talked about it, most recently State of the Union, and also the first joint address. So he has been vocal. He has been talking about this. He also did a primetime delivery to the American people that you all know that was about almost 2 weeks ago. So he has been involved, and to say that he is not, he hasn't been, is just not true. Next. I'm sorry?
I meant in the negotiations with this.
But no, but more broadly, he has been involved, and he had Chris Murphy here just last week to get a download on the negotiations from him directly. And I think that shows involvement, and that shows him wanting to make sure that we push this forward. Go.
Thanks, Karine. On Saudi Arabia, briefly, just to circle back on Darlene's question, the president seemed to say over the weekend that his trip would not focus on energy. You said just now that any trip to the region will focus on delivering results for the American people. If that's the case, why not make energy a major topic of the trip, considering gas prices are such a big part of what?
Let me first say there's no trip to announce at this point. I'm just saying that there's nothing to preview for you at this time, but I'll say this. To view engagement with Saudi Arabia on energy security as asking for oil is simply wrong, and a misunderstanding of both the complexity of that issue and our multifaceted discussions with the Saudis. That said, Saudi Arabia is the chair, as you know, of OPEC Plus and its largest exporter. Of course, we discuss energy with Saudi government as we do with oil producers around the world, and we welcome its leadership in achieving a consensus amongst the group members last week.
Just briefly on Afghanistan, if you could, nearly half of Afghans are starving or don't have enough food. Is the administration considering doing more to send direct aid to Afghanistan, not just the United Nations, even if that means recognizing the Taliban?
I don't have anything further on what else we might be doing as aid to the people of Afghanistan. As you know, we have announced humanitarian aid that go directly to the people and not to the government. But I don't have anything further to share on that. Okay.
Are you sort of in a rock and a hard place position here? If the president were to go to Saudi Arabia, would you not see a benefit in embracing the idea that with gas prices at record levels, of course you would speak to the kingdom and its role in OPEC Plus in trying to increase supply? So why not embrace that? Because if you're going to go to Saudi Arabia, wouldn't that be a benefit for the president to try to deliver on that, even though there are some political downsides to doing that domestically as well?
Well, I think what we're trying to say is that there are more complexities to that issue, and it's multifaceted discussions with Saudi Arabia, and it is an array of agenda that we would potentially be talking about. Look, I want to be careful because we don't have a trip to preview for you at this time. But I also, as I said, Saudi Arabia is the chair of OPEC and it's the largest exporter. So we talk to them like we do with any other oil producers around the world. So there's no difference there. But again, I don't want to go into specifics.
Just on the surface, understanding no trip has been announced yet. We'll get there when we get there. But the idea that the president would engage with Saudi and not talk about oil production and gas prices when Americans are at the highest level they've been in a long time just doesn't make sense to me. It would seem the White House would embrace that as one of the many complex issues you would deal with Saudi Arabia. And we've all been covering Saudi Arabia's relationship, which has been fraught on many levels with the United States for a long time. So we know there are many issues.
Yeah.
But you're not avoiding saying he's going to be dealing with.
What I did say is, of course, he will be. They will discuss energy with the Saudi government. I think what I'm trying to say is to look at this trip as it being only about oil is not. It would be simply wrong to do that. So we just wanted to be very clear on that regard. Okay.
Thanks, Karine. President Biden once bragged about the stock market hitting record after record after record on my watch. How about now?
Meaning the stock market.
All the gains from President Biden's time in office have been wiped out.
So, as you know, we're watching closely. We know families are concerned about inflation in the stock market. That is something that the president is really aware of. And so, look, we face global challenges. We've talked about this. We're not the only country dealing with what we're seeing at the moment as it relates to inflation. You know, Putin's price hike, inflation coming out of a once in a generation global pandemic. All of those things play a factor. But the way that we see this is that the American people are well positioned to face these challenges. challenges because of the economic historic gains that we have made under this president in the last 16 months.
Okay, so as you say that Americans are well positioned to weather this stock market decline, what is the president's message to somebody who might want to retire, but their 401k is getting wiped out?
So we know that higher prices are having a real effect on people's lives. We get that, and we are incredibly focused on doing everything that we can to make sure that the economy is working for every American people. But we are coming out of the strongest job market in American history, and that matters. And that a lot of that is thanks to the American Rescue Plan, which only Democrats voted for that. Republicans did not, and it led to this economic boom, this historic economic boom that we're seeing
Didn't it
with
also
jobs.
lead to historic inflation?
No, that is not. That is not how we're seeing the American Rescue Plan. Look, the president came in. We have to remember what the president walked into. When he walked into this administration, the economy was at a standstill. Schools were closed, businesses were shutting down. 20 million people were on unemployment insurance benefits. That is what he walked into, and he took action. He got the American Rescue Plan done. Only Democrats voted for it, and it helped turn the economy around, including getting more than 200 million people vaccinated, having a comprehensive vaccination plan that was not in place when he walked into the administration.
Okay, and then quickly, is the president running for re-election?
He has, first of all, let's reset for a second. I cannot talk about elections. I cannot be a political analyst from here, or the midterms or anything like that, or including 2024. The president, as you know, has been asked that question many times, and he has answered it. His answer has been pretty simple, which is yes, he's running for re-election. I can't say more than that. Okay.
Great, thank you. Back on the discussions about the gun framework, you said he spoke with Senator Murphy. You say negotiators continue to talk to people here at the White House. Has the president himself spoken with any of the Republicans engaged in the negotiations?
I hear the question. I don't have any calls to preview or read out to you at this time.
Did he? I know he was flying this morning during the latest January 6th hearing, but has he had a chance to go back and watch any of it, or is somebody keeping him updated on developments? What does he make of it all?
As you know, the president's very busy today, and so he won't be catching it blow by blow, but he'll get updates from his staff.
You know who's been giving him the updates?
I don't have a person to share with who's been giving an update.
And has he been briefed on the arrest of the 31 men found inside a U-Haul truck near Pride event in Idaho?
Yes, he's been briefed.
Thank you.
No? Okay. All right. Well, move on then. Go ahead.
I wanted to switch gears to Brexit for a moment. Britain, I guess, Boris Johnson's party published today plans to override some of the post-Brexit trade rules for Northern Ireland. I know Blinken told Foreign Secretary Truss that to continue good faith negotiations with the EU to reach a solution that preserves the Belfast Good Friday Agreement. But I know that Boris Johnson characterized the changes as relatively trivial, and I wanted to know if the White House agreed with that.
So the U.S. priority remains protecting the gains of the Belfast Good Friday Agreement and preserving peace, stability, and prosperity for the people of Northern Ireland. We have welcomed the provisions in the EU-UK Trade and Cooperation Agreement and the Northern Ireland Protocol as a way to manage the practical challenges of preserving distinct EU and UK markets while preventing the return of customs infrastructure on the land border. We recognize there have been challenges over the implementation of the Northern Ireland Protocol. We urge the UK and the EU to return to talks to resolve these differences. We support a strong and close EU-UK partnership. Transatlantic peace, security, and prosperity are best served by a strong UK, a strong EU, and the closest possible relationship between the two.
If I could just follow up quickly, will this become an impediment to the U.S.-UK trade dialogue talks in Boston, or a potential future U.S.-UK trade deal?
No, I don't believe it will be. Go ahead.
Back on the Saudi issue for a second. Does President Biden believe that Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman was responsible for Jamal Khashoggi's
I mean,
death?
we've spoken to this before. I think he was asked this question directly recently last week. So, look, the president is focused on getting things done for the American people. That is engagement, leader to leader engagement around the world. He takes that very seriously, and he takes delivering for the American people very seriously. If he determines that the interest of the United States to engage with a foreign leader and that such an engagement can deliver results, then he'll do so. And so, as you have heard us say, Saudi Arabia has been a partner to the United States for more than 80 years, an important partner on a host of initiatives that we are working on both in the region and around the world.
On the question that I asked, though, does he believe that MBS was responsible for Khashoggi's death?
So we issued when the president came into office. The murder of Jamal Khashoggi was something that we and so many others around the world took very, very seriously. He issued an extensive report on Khashoggi's murder, and we instituted the so-called Khashoggi ban to make sure that any country that seeks to use tools of repression against people abroad who criticize their government will pay a price. We've used it multiple times since, and we imposed sanctions or visa restrictions on over 70 Saudi individuals and entities, including the Saudi Royal Guards, Rapid Intervention Force. As we emphasized then, it was also important to reorient but not rupture relations with Saudi Arabia. So we took that incredibly seriously, and the president has spoken to this before, and I'm going to just let his words stand. Go ahead. I've already answered the question. Go ahead.
Regarding all the trapped agriculture exports in Ukraine, there's been some reporting that there was a cable sent from the Biden administration kind of warning African nations to not buy grain from Russia under the pretenses that it may be stolen from Ukraine. Is the White House warning African nations like Senegal to not buy any grain from Russia right now?
I can't speak to the wire that you're speaking of right now, but what I can say is we are working with other countries to prevent the sale of grain that has likely been stolen from Ukraine.
Would there be any consequences for nations if they do buy grain from Russia at this time?
That's a hypothetical that I'm just not going to answer from here. Sure.
Recently, the family of Ahmad Sharji told CBS he's an American Iranian citizen who's detained in Iran 4 years ago. His family told our colleague Margaret Brennan that they've requested a meeting with the president numerous times, has not received a response from the White House. Their latest request was a couple weeks ago. They also haven't received a request from the State Department. Is there any update on when this meeting may take place?
I don't have an update for you. I'm happy to check with the team. That is also a question for State Department as they handle those types of engagement situations. As you know, the president is committed to bringing home U.S. nationals that are being held abroad, and that is a commitment that he has made to the American people.
Does the president think the Fed is running the risk of hiking rates too quickly as it tries to tame inflation? There are some reports suggesting that there's going to be a larger rate hike than we expected on Wednesday.
The president believes, as you heard from him directly multiple times, and even in his op-ed most recently, that the Federal Reserve needs to have their independence, and he wants to give them their space to make their own monetary decision on how to deal with inflation. The Fed has made that a priority, and so that is what the president believes, and I'll leave it at that.
Just one more follow-up question. The U.S. Ambassador to Beijing, Nick Burns, said over the weekend that the U.S.-China relationship is at its lowest moment since 1972, given the aggressive comments by China's defense minister on Taiwan. Is the president have any plans to speak with President Xi Jinping?
So let me just say this, since you asked a question about China. The National Security Advisor, Jake Sullivan, met today with Chinese Communist Party Maltaboro member and director of the Office of the Foreign Affairs Commission in Luxembourg. The meeting was about 4.5 hours long. This meeting, which followed their May 18th phone call, included candid, substantive, and productive discussion of a number of regional and global security issues, as well as key issues in U.S.-China relations. Sullivan understood the importance of maintaining open lines of communication to manage competition between our two countries. To your question on a POTUS-G meeting, Nancy, interactions are planned at a range of officials across the U.S. government, but nothing to announce on POTUS-G meeting at this time. As you know, they last talked on the phone, as I just mentioned, on March 18th. We will continue to maintain open lines of communication with China.
But what about even just a phone call, not even?
I don't have anything to preview at this time.
I mean, just building on Nancy, does the president want to talk to Xi Jinping by the end of the year?
I just don't have anything to preview. As you know, and I said this moments ago, leader-to-leader conversations and communication is important to the president as we deal with important issues across the globe. I just don't have anything for you right now.
On Roe versus Wade, when the president was in California, he spoke to Jimmy Kimmel, and he said that there were some executive orders under consideration if Roe v. Wade was overturned. Can you share a little bit about what is being considered?
I don't. We don't have anything to preview at this time. Yes, I remember.
All right, we've been listening into the White House Press Secretary, Karine Jean-Pierre, take questions at the briefing from reporters today on a whole host of topics, including inflation, including about possible reports that the White House is going to be putting out a travel schedule in the next couple of months for potential visits by President Biden to both the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia and Israel. Remember, there's been a lot of back and forth on will he or won't he go, and if so, when will he go? Also, Karine Jean-Pierre taking the time to post on her Twitter account as she was asked about President Biden's re-election. She was asked, will the president run for re-election in 2024, to which she just about 5 hours ago tweeted, to be clear, as the president has said repeatedly, he plans to run in 2024. So we were just wanted to get to that. We're going to play that in its entirety in some of our overnight hours for that content. We do have a LiveNOW look at the U.S. Capitol as well. And I just want to, I know we just showed you, for those of you who are watching, the entirety of day 2 of the January 6th House Select Committee hearings. But I do want to read to you a tweet from the the vice chairwoman of that committee, Representative Liz Cheney, after reports surfaced that the committee has come to an agreement that they think they have enough evidence for the DOJ to either indict former President Trump. Remember, the committee could or could not refer to the DOJ potential criminal doings of an indictment. Now, Liz Cheney coming out earlier this afternoon saying the January 6th Select Committee has not issued a conclusion regarding potential criminal referrals. We will announce a decision on that at an appropriate time. So, kind of dispelling those reports that were out there that the committee had already made up its mind about whether or not to refer criminally to the DOJ a possible Trump indictment, or for a possible Trump indictment, I should say. I'm Andrew Kraft. Thanks so much for being with us. It's about 9 o'clock at the top of the hour here. We are still monitoring a lot of these live events at the moment. This in Studio City in Los Angeles, officer with the California Highway Patrol has apparently been shot. That is very preliminary at the moment. We just got that in, and that, of course, is the scene overhead from Skyfox at Fox 11. We don't have any more information other than that. If we do get more information, we'll bring it to you. But we're getting reports that a officer with the California Highway Patrol has been shot. We're also tracking a lot of this really wicked weather in the Midwest. Of course, we were bringing you reports that in Chicago there were high wind gusts, especially around O'Hare Airport. Now we're getting reports of potential tornadic activity in and around Fort Wayne, Indiana, and now it's moving kind of through the Ohio River Valley at the moment, the Detroit area at the moment, large parts of lower Michigan as well, seeing a lot of this severe weather impacting flights, no doubt. In the meantime, we want to take just a quick 2-minute commercial break. When we come back, we'll have some top headlines out of the entertainment industry, out of Hollywood, and then, of course, some top Arizona headlines as well. A major wildfire burning a little north of us here in Phoenix, and a visit to the southern border by former Vice President Mike Pence. We'll have all that in just a moment. And welcome back here to Live Now from Fox on this Monday night. It's been a busy day already, the start of the week. We have a lot more in store going throughout the week here, but like I said before the break, we wanted to get to some of these top entertainment headlines at the moment. And we got the sad news today that the entertainment industry is mourning the death of actor Philip Baker Hall there. He died today at the age of 90. Hall's wife says the actor died in Glendale, California, surrounded by his family at the age of 90. He had roles in many film and TV projects, including Hard 8, The Truman Show, Boogie Nights, and Seinfeld. He did not start acting until he was 30. He was known for portraying gruff characters. The actor's wife said her husband had been well until a few weeks prior to his death, and she said he spent his final days in warm spirits, reflecting on his life. There was no immediate word on the cause of death. Of course, you might, for those Seinfeld fans out there, in the episode known as The Library, Philip Baker Hall played Lieutenant Joe Bookman, who, of course, chastised and excoriated Jerry Seinfeld for returning a book very, very late to the library. It's a great Seinfeld episode. In the meantime, also out of the world of country music, we have some shocking news to some of Toby Keith's fans. If you haven't heard this just yet, the country music star was sharing a health update on his cancer diagnosis. Giving the update on his Instagram post on Sunday, the singer said he's been receiving chemo, surgery, and radiation for the last 6 months after he got a diagnosis of stomach cancer. He said things have been going so far so good. However, the star said he needed a break from the stage to spend time with his family. He has been performing throughout his diagnosis and treatment, now taking just a bit of a break here. Toby Keith undergoing treatment for stomach cancer. He was diagnosed about 6 months ago, so no doubt his fans have been following each and every step along his unfortunate cancer journey. In the meantime, we do want to get to some of these major Arizona headlines. Of course, Live Now from Fox is based here in Phoenix, Arizona. Earlier today, we know former Vice President Mike Pence visiting the southern border, meeting with border officials, talking about the need to better secure it. Unfortunately, he could not meet with Arizona Governor Doug Ducey because Governor Ducey tested positive for COVID-19 today. Let's listen in to Pence just briefly here.
Voice to President Joe Biden and the Democrat Congress, it is time to secure the southern border of the United States of America. I want to thank the Arizona Commerce Authority for hosting us today, and most especially I want to thank your great governor, Doug Ducey. I've known your governor since he was selling ice cream. And I knew then, first time I met him, that he would be a leader of consequence and conviction and principle. And let me just say how fortunate the people of Arizona are to have a leader who is so devoted to securing the border and keeping our families and our neighborhoods safe. Join me in thanking Governor Doug Ducey for bringing us together today, and we wish him a speedy recovery. I also want to thank members of the legislature who are with us today, business leaders from across the greater Phoenix area, in fact, all across Arizona. And most especially, I'm deeply humbled to be joined by members of the law enforcement community who've taken time to be here on their own time. Members particularly, as has been said so eloquently from this podium by all three of our previous speakers, they are heroes all. So would you join me in thanking Customs and Border Protection, local law enforcement in Phoenix, state law enforcement, and our Border Patrol. Thank you, ma'am. And frankly, it is also a great honor for me to be with three people I had the privilege of serving with when I was your vice president. I think they are three of the greatest champions of border security in the history of this country. The former acting ISIS director, Tom Holman, the former acting commissioner of U.S. Customs and Border Protection, Mark Morgan, and Rodney Scott. The last chief of the U.S. Border Patrol under our administration and this one. I saw these three men when the cameras were off, when the doors were closed, and I've never met three Americans more dedicated to a secure southern border of the United States or to the safety and security of our families. Would you join me in thanking these three outstanding leaders for their service to this country? Thank you, man. We're here today in Phoenix to discuss a crisis that this Hoosier hardly needs to inform the people in Arizona about. But it's a crisis that, while it's not getting much attention in the national debate today or from many of our national leaders, it is a crisis that literally is unfolding by the hour along our 2,000-mile border with Mexico. It's a crisis of epic proportions. It's one that's costing lives on both sides of the border and causing incalculable human suffering in our nation and nations across this hemisphere. And the hard truth is, despite the very best effort of our heroes in CBP and in the Border Patrol and local law enforcement like I was with in Cochise County today, it's getting worse by the day. The numbers really speak for themselves. 2021, there were 1.7 million encounters with illegal immigrants. That was a 379% increase over the previous year. From October 21 to April 22 of this year, The latest information is we saw another 1 million encounters, not counting 300,000 what are called gotaways.
Okay, former Vice President Mike Pence today in Arizona going over some of those staggering statistics about illegal migrant crossings we have seen month after month after month. And of course, he was meeting with border officials in the state of Arizona today. We're going to step away from this. We're going to stay, though, in Arizona for our next story. We've been tracking what is now known as the pipeline fire. We have some social media video you can see here. Over the weekend, look at that burn there. This is near Flagstaff, Arizona. This is coming to us from the Twitter user Steve Bartosh. But look at those flames. Look at the smoke. Well, we're going to go out there now near Flagstaff, where hundreds have been urged to evacuate because of this blaze. Joining me right now to discuss all this, Fox 10 Phoenix reporter Stephanie Bennett live on the scene. Stephanie, what does it look like now? From what I've been reading, it looks like officials are not very kind of up to speed about where this might go. What do you know?
Yeah, good evening, Andrew. It's been a very rough day. It's been a very extremely windy day, which is kind of why we're not getting a lot of details on the new acreage of these fires. Not just the pipeline fire. Now, the pipeline fire is the biggest one burning right now. It's actually the #1 fire in the country right now. They've actually said that will be prioritized for any sort of resources, air tankers, crews, that kind of thing. But there's also 2 other fires that have popped up in the last 24 hours, and all of them are literally within miles of each other. So 3 of those fires have just been billowing smoke over Flagstaff today. You can pretty much see it from anywhere in town, even before you get to Flagstaff. The snow bowl here where people go skiing is actually closed because of it. It's very close to that. But the wind has been the big issue, and it's actually grounded all air attacks today. All planes, air tankers had to land. That also includes planes that fly over the fires to measure the acreage. So we don't have updated numbers as of yet, but at last check it was 5,000 acres burned for the pipeline fire. We caught up with some evacuees today who are just tired of all these evacuations. Of course, we had the tunnel fire only just in April.
This is at least the 4th scare that I've had, and it's the 2nd large fire, in 2 months. Am I alarmed? I think this is the new norm.
Frustration continues as 3 fires are now actively burning near Flagstaff, and not too long since the tunnel fire tore through the same area back in April. Robert Miller lost his house in that fire, and while he waits for it to be rebuilt, he got evacuated again this week.
I'm living in a camper right now that I bought out of pocket. My insurance is not paying. We've had no compensation from insurance.
Strong winds today are fueling flames and slowing attack efforts. All air operations had to be grounded while crews focused on evacuations.
We're still in our red flag warning, so we have 40 to 50 mile per hour wind gusts, and those won't be slowing down until Wednesday.
So far, none of the 3 fires have any containment, and all are very close together. Officials say 2 of the smaller ones, the Haywire and Double fires, will likely form into one soon, and crews say they were most likely started by lightning. Now, the pipeline fire is the biggest, just 6 miles north of Flagstaff. Authorities arrested 57-year-old Matthew Reiser in connection to that fire. He's originally from Louisiana, but is now homeless. Forest officials say he was burning toilet paper and tried to put it out with his sleeping bag before fleeing the area in his truck. It's unclear what charges he will face. So far, the pipeline fire is burning along the same path as April's tunnel fire.
And what it did was it fried all those trees. And a lot of those pine needles have fallen to the ground. So there's a new bed of fuel on the ground that's actually supporting some fire growth.
Yeah, and so far more than 2,000 homes have been evacuated. That's just the pipeline fire alone. Fire crews this afternoon did confirm that 1 structure has been destroyed. Now, as of this evening, the Type 2 incident management team has taken over. That's a team from California. Andrew.
Stephanie, are authorities, somewhat confident or optimistic in the next couple days that the wind will die down?
You know, crews are saying that we're going to be in a red flag warning at least through until Wednesday. So tonight, it's still very windy. It kind of comes in big bursts. Tomorrow is also expected to be windy, but crews did say during the meeting this afternoon that they're hopeful that they will be able to use at least those air tankers for tomorrow's coverage. But at the moment, we'll just have to see.
All right, Fox 10's Stephanie Bennett there, live for us in Flagstaff with the latest. Stay safe, Stephanie, and we'll talk to you again.
Thank you.
All right, and like Stephanie was saying, this at least 2 of those 3 fires are somewhat the inevitable and direct outgrowth of the tunnel fire and the wreckage and devastation that was left in its wake back in April. Kind of a lot of, prime material. The recipe for disaster was left in its wake there, and you see some of these blazes. Now, the pipeline fire, a different story. You heard in Stephanie's report there that a homeless man is in custody for allegedly burning some toilet paper that might have led to the start of that. More on that, hopefully, in the next couple of days. But still, just get a look at some of this video we've been getting in throughout the day in northern Arizona of the billowing smoke and the billowing flames in a very, very beautiful part of northern Arizona. We're going to take a quick commercial break. When we come back, we'll be previewing some of the coverage, some of the stories we have in store for the rest of the week. We'll be back in just a moment. Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. Just wanted to take the opportunity to show you some of these really beautiful skylines that we have from both sides of the country there in New York City. This one, the sun just setting there in San Francisco as well. You can see that major skyscraper there lit up in the Ukrainian yellow and blue. We will have more updates on Russia's war in Ukraine going into the week here. We'll also have live updates starting tomorrow night. It's Tuesday. It's another primary election in the country in several key states, including North Dakota, South Carolina, and Maine. Most notably, though, in Nevada, Senator Catherine Cortez Masto, the Democrat, is likely to face Adam Laxalt, the Republican former state attorney general, who has the backing of both former President Trump and Senator Mitch McConnell. So we're going to be following all of that, talking with some of our reporters in some of those key states as the midterm election primary season is well underway as the battle for Congress heats up. Will Republicans take back the House and the Senate? It all remains to be seen. We're also tracking later this week On Wednesday, you'll remember we're expecting some more opinions from the Supreme Court, some more rulings. Will it be on abortion rights, like in the Dobbs case out of Mississippi? Will it be on gun rights, like the New York case on concealed carry? That all remains to be seen. It didn't happen today. It might happen on Wednesday. If not Wednesday, possibly next Monday. So we'll be on the lookout for that here on Live Now from Fox. And of course, don't forget, we will have special live coverage airing the entire January 6th hearings as they happen live. Remember, we have another one on Wednesday morning and another one on Thursday. And so it's going to be quite a busy week here as we get into these June summer months. But let's go into some of the content, some of the stuff we've shown you throughout the day already, including we want to start it back off with the January 6th hearings that were today, day 2, from some of the key witnesses, a lot of the testimony going into these baseless allegations that Donald Trump and his allies made about fraud in the 2020 election that never seemed to pan out. We're hearing from the words of some of his closest advisors that there was no there. Have a good night.
On the United States Capitol will be in order. Without objection, the chair is authorized to declare the committee in recess at any point. Pursuant to House Deposition Authority Regulation 10, the chair announces the committee's approval to release the deposition material presented during today's hearing. Good morning. Last week, the Select Committee laid out a preview of our initial findings about the conspiracy overseen and directed by Donald Trump to overturn the results of the 2020 presidential election and block the transfer of power, a scheme unprecedented in American history. My colleagues and I don't want to spend time talking about ourselves during these hearings, but as someone who's run for office a few times, I can tell you at the end of a campaign, it all comes down to the numbers. The numbers tell you the winner and the loser. For the most part, the numbers don't lie. But if something doesn't add up with the numbers,